Preface. Translators are the post-horses of enlightenment. Pushkin. The present volume is a critical edition of the two essay collections Adorno subtitled Critical Models, and is based on the texts in the second part of Volume 10 of his collected writings, Gesammelte Schriften, Kulturkritik und Gesellschaft 2, edited by Rolf Tiedemann, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1977. Eingriff. Nun kritische Modell, was published in 1963 as Volume 10 in the series edition Suhrkamp. Although Adorno had corrected the galleys, the second volume, Stichworte, Kritisch Modell 2, did not appear until shortly after his unexpected death in 1969. As Volume 347 in edition Suhrkamp. Also included here from Volume 10 of the collected writings are two very late essays, Critique, and Resignation, which Adorno had set aside for an eventual third volume of Critical Models, and an introduction to the lecture, The Meaning of Working Through the Past. Finally, this edition provides a translation of the discussion between Adorno and his audience when he first gave this lecture. The discussion transcript was included in the essay's initial publication, though not in the subsequent book edition or in the collected writings. This document offers a vivid portrait of Adorno in the role of public intellectual, explicating himself ad hoc about what could be considered the practical motive of these essays, to promote political maturity by bringing reified consciousness to self-awareness. The purposefulness of that intention transcends the contingency of the occasions for which Adorno wrote many of these texts. For the context underlying the genesis and development of these essays is Adorno's enormous role as a public philosopher and cultural critic, following his return to Germany in 1949. Indeed, with the publication of Minima Moralia in 1951, Adorno became virtually a popular author. In a letter to his friend and early mentor, Siegfried Kracauer, he ascribed his surprising success to a fortunate conjunction of a general cultural vacuum and the waning interest in Heideggerian themes, and reveled in the freedom his new fame afforded him. And in 1963 he wrote with a mixture of pride and astonishment to his old friend that a paperback edition of Prisms, 1955, was printed with a run of 25,000 copies, while Interventions appeared with an initial run of 18,000 copies. By 1969 the former was in its third edition, and the latter had 33,000 copies. This popularity reflects Adorno's resumption of the journalistic activities in mass print and radio he had pursued so robustly before the war. Incomplete documentation indicates that between 1950 and 1969 Adorno participated in more than 160 radio programs. While the medium of course lent itself to Adorno's reflections on music, the overwhelming majority of his contributions was broadly intellectual, just as most of the essays collected here began as radio lectures. The Adorno emerging here is a far cry from the stereotypical Mandarin aesthete, as his editor at Hessischer Rundfunk in Frankfurt recounts. Adorno told him, "I want to be understood by my listeners." Adorno thought that I, as an expert, knew better how to achieve that. It was, surprisingly, of the utmost importance that he be understood even and especially in a medium of the culture industry. The sound technicians who were responsible for recording him afterward had to repeat spontaneously and in their own words what he had said, and often there ensued a discussion that was much better and more comprehensible than the lecture he had just read into the microphone. We had to take care that, when he came to the radio station, there were appropriate sound technicians who were able to justify their answers to him. It was preferable to postpone a session rather than Adorno having to forego the important discussion afterward with our assistant. Once we recorded one such discussion between Adorno and his sound technician without him or her noticing, and then played it back to them. he found himself surprisingly good, which meant a great deal, in consideration of his demanding conceit, his pronounced skepticism toward the mass media, and his general aversion for organizations and institutions that shape opinion. 4. Although at times he seemed to dismiss these lectures as modest bagatelles and occasional pieces quickly dispatched, 5. Adorno nevertheless conscientiously reworked and published them, primarily in popular journals, which were read by well-educated citizens and those in positions of cultural and political authority, before finally collecting them in the new, inexpensive paperback book form. His engagement in the mass media was a logical consequence of his eminently practical intentions to effect change. 6. The concrete recommendations incorporated into several of these essays were meant as direct interventions. For example, along with other leading cultural figures, Adorno was asked in 1969 for his position on the continued illegality and persecution of homosexuality in West Germany. The published anthology of responses included these introductory remarks to an extract from the essay, Sexual Taboos and Law Today. Kindest thanks for your lovely letter. What I have to say on the topic of sexual morality, in the most diverse spheres of the harm that it wreaks, can be found in the essay, Sexual Taboos and Law Today, in Interventions, and in Morals and Criminality, in the third volume of Notes to Literature. Both works I sent immediately to Dr. Heinemann, as soon as he took over the Ministry of Justice, asking him to read them in the context of plans to reform the penal law, and I received an extremely friendly response. At the moment I wouldn't know what to add to what I have written there. That I most fiercely oppose every kind of sexual repression should in the meantime be more or less common knowledge, which I gladly confirm explicitly to you. 7. In these essays, perhaps more than anywhere else in his compendious oeuvre, are the practical and political motivations of Adorno's thought most visibly at work. Those motivations in turn shape the structure and style of critical models, specific analyses that tactically employ the negative dialectical strategy he expounded and exemplified with 3 thought models in negative dialectics, by which a phenomenon or concept pretending to self-sufficient immediacy is discursively unmasked as a societally mediated, historical result. Present conditions are shown to contradict the reigning ideology, and, rather than being discarded for not representing reality, the ideology is taken, at its word, as the as yet unfulfilled promise of its realization. 8. When Adorno upholds that the element of the de lettres, disparaged by a petty bourgeois scientific ethos, is indispensable to thought, he is invoking a German tradition in neo-Marxist essayism that effloresced in the Weimar Republic but that reaches back via Nietzsche to the figure of the French Enlightenment moralist and the discursive form of the non-systematic critique, as in Voltaire's Philosophical Dictionary. In an analogy he repeats in his introduction to Catchwords, Adorno says of negative dialectics that, thinking as an encyclopedia, rationally organized, and nonetheless discontinuous, unsystematic, loose, expresses the self-critical spirit of reason. 9. As a critical edition, this book provides an apparatus operating in a number of registers. Adorno's footnotes appear at the bottom of the page, as in the original. The translator's notes are intended for variable use and presume the educated general audience Adorno sought to engage. Contemporary cultural, political, and philosophical allusions are glossed, and particular linguistic ramifications of the translation vis-a-vis the original are discussed. Cross-references to Adorno's other writings refer to his collected works, Gesammelte Schriften edited by Rolf Tiedemann with Gretel Adorno, Susan Buck-Morse and Klaus Schultz, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1970–1986, with the abbreviation GS followed by volume number and English translations where available. Variant texts of original radio broadcasts and earlier published versions are also indicated. While some of these variants are more substantial and telling than others, the criterion of completeness was followed. Adorno often reworked an essay a dozen times, and the notes provide a convenient means to follow the changes he made in public redactions to suit argument and occasion. 10. Unless otherwise indicated, translations of German materials in the notes are mine. This translation strives to convey as much of the syntactic density and semantic idiosyncrasy of Adorno's style as English can sustain while still remaining intelligible. That style follows directly from its author's intentions of doing justice to the object of his analysis. Presentation and exposition are not linear, but cumulative and dialectical, each descriptive moment standing equidistant from the phenomenon it is trying to name, by unfolding its conceptual and historical mediations. Thought does not progress in a single direction. Instead, the moments are interwoven as in a carpet. The fruitfulness of the thoughts depends on the density of the texture. 11. Hence paragraphs caesurae fall not according to the principle of concision, but that of saturation. Paragraphs are the periods of an essay. The fear of page-long paragraphs, Adorno called a fear created by the marketplace, by the consumer who does not want to tax himself and to whom first editors and then writers accommodated for the sake of their incomes. The texture of thought in an essay is equally expressed by the physiognomic status of Adorno's punctuation, about which he wrote a miniature treatise including the dialectical functions of two of his preferred hieroglyphs, the semicolon, which is both pause and continuation as the image of sublation, and the dash, in which thought becomes aware of its fragmentary character. 12 dashes are used instead of parentheses because they block off the parenthetical material from the flow of the sentence, without shutting it up in a prison, capture both connection and detachment. Likewise, dashes set between sentences, a 19th-century typographic custom, have something of the fatefulness of the natural context and something of a prudish hesitancy to make reference to it. Out of the same resistance to the reified segregation of language and judgment, Adorno eschews the use of quotation marks to indicate irony. The translation must try to capture the shift in tone, which in the hands of skillful practitioners, such as Adorno and Karl Kraus, is weapon enough to transfix stupidity. While Adorno could rely on the gender specificity of German to transform relative pronouns into the turning points of dialectical reversals and qualifications, the English translation must tolerate a brute repetition of nouns from which the original modestly refrains. In his essay on the question, "What is German?" Adorno himself takes a dim view of the prospects for translating German, idealist, philosophical vocabulary into English successfully. Depending on context, in this volume, Geist is rendered as spirit, mind, or intellect, accordingly Geistig as spiritual, or intellectual. Moment, Hegel's term for an essential element of a composite whole, is usually translated as moment, element, or aspect. Shine, appearance that is deceptive, is rendered as semblance, occasionally as illusion. Wissenschaft, science, possesses a larger semantic field in German than in English, as it extends beyond the natural sciences to encompass all forms of academic and scholarly research. Hegelian Entäußerung, translated as externalization, is the development of consciousness through its immersion in what lies outside it, a process Adorno calls genuine Erfahrung, experience. 13. In a different vein, Adorno's confrontation with the student movement in several late texts draws on vocabulary specific to that time. In particular, action, actionism, etc. mean not planned activism but confrontation and agitation, as a direct response to any political conflict. One problem unique to an English-language translation of Adorno lies in his frequent use of foreign words, a practice he justified in 2 essays after readers and radio listeners complained. 14 in those cases, the word has been kept in the original Greek, Latin, French, English, etc., and italicized. Where such words appear within quotation marks in the German text, they will be similarly marked. English originals are marked with an asterisk, and where Adorno provided his own German equivalent, it is italicized and placed in square brackets immediately following. Otherwise all square brackets include the original German or a short English explication at the discretion of the translator. The publication information at the end of the book lists the earlier published and radio broadcast versions of each essay, together with any previous English translations. While I have profited from consulting the latter, all essays have been retranslated for this volume. This book is in many ways a product made in Germany. Support from a Fulbright Fellowship in the Germanistic Society of America and, subsequently, a grant from the German Academic Exchange Service (DOD) sustained the project and the research involved. I would like to thank Rolf Tiedemann and Henri Launitz of the Theodor W. Adorno Archive in Frankfurt for permission to examine materials relating to these essays. The archives of Hessischer Rundfunk, Deutschlandfunk, Sender Phrase, Berlin, Süddeutscher Rundfunk, and Westdeutscher Rundfunk, for allowing me to listen to original radio recordings of Adorno or providing me with copies of the broadcasts. Ingrid Belk and the staff of the Deutsches Literaturarchiv in Marbach am Neckar for their assistance during my idyllic sojourn there to read Adorno's correspondence. Karsten Harries and Jeffrey Hartman of Yale University, and likewise Winfried Menninghaus, Michael Theunissen, Albrecht Wellmer, and especially Christoph Menke of the Freie Universität, Berlin, for their support at key moments during the project. The Institut für Philosophie and the Institut für Hermeneutik of the Freie Universität for providing a congenial and generous intellectual environment, and Lenny Douglas in New Haven and Ina Maria Gumbel in Berlin for invaluable administrative assistance. Sonia Asal, Gordon Finlayson, Lynn Frame and Rick Hoskins, Brian Jacobs, Martin J. Thomas Levin, John McKay, Eberhard Ortland, Heather, Maureen, and Wynne Pickford, Colin Sample, Timothy Sergey, Gary Smith, Ruth Sonderegger, Rochelle Tobias, Eric Walzak, and an anonymous reader all helped in different ways to improve the quality of the manuscript. Anne Miller of Columbia University Press dispensed patient understanding and deadline remonstrances with uncanny finesse, and Sabine Seiler's exactitude in copy editing was matched by her indulgence in discussing the metaphysics of punctuation across the Internet. I would like to express my gratitude to Lauren Goldman and Lydia Gore for helpful comments. While the translation is deeply indebted to the responsiveness of all these people, whatever infelicities remain are the translator's responsibility alone. Henry W. Pickford. For an introduction to Adorno's notion of critical model, C.H.W. Pickford, Critical Models, Adorno's Theory and Practice of Cultural Criticism, Yale Journal of Criticism 10. 2, 1997, 247-270, Reviewing Adorno, Public Opinion and Critique. Lydia Gore. There is almost no review of Adorno's work beginning in the late 1920s up to the present day that fails to comment on the difficulty of his thought, terrifyingly dense, one the critics say, polemical, paradoxical, myopic, and breathless, cumbrous, tedious, heady, idiosyncratic, and even dandified. Yet in the last decades of his life, in the turbulent 1950s and 1960s, Adorno became almost a cult figure in the most public debates of West Germany. He did not become a public figure because his thought is difficult, yet he did become a public figure of uneasy thought. Epithets such as uncompromising, concessionless, and unforgiving suit his work better. 3. He wrote for a public about a public to challenge the authority of public opinion. He wrote, to reject the generation of a cult following, democracy and dictatorship. When Adorno returned to West Germany in 1949, he lectured as often in the public media as in the universities and research institutes on the difficulties of bringing democracy to a society that he worried was neither deserving of it nor mature enough to rid itself entirely of its all too recent, comfortable order of terror. He asked what it meant to bring democracy to a country that had formerly been governed by dictatorship. He looked to the United States, where he had lived for 10 years in exile, less for an answer than for a model, indeed a critical model, of the most advanced society. He was obliged by fast-changing world circumstances to think deeply about the end of one war, a total one, and the start of another, a cold one, and therefore, about the change of alliances that moved at least one half of a divided Germany from deep political enmity to reserved friendship with the United States. He argued that bringing democracy to a country meant less the objective destruction of the remaining edifices of dictatorship, the monuments, buildings, and street names, than the subjective education of its people. The culture, he remarked, will still be in ruins even after the rubble has been cleared. Within his thought echoed the Bilderverbot of the Jewish religion, they that make a graven image are all of them vanity, and their delectable things shall not profit, and they are their own witnesses. They see not, nor know, that they may be ashamed. Adorno wanted to transfer attention from the explicit, unprofitable images to the hidden and unconscious shame of a country's subjects. He asked for a turn to the subject through a confrontation with the past by subjects lost to the idola theatry of dictatorship. Adorno didn't think that every turn toward democracy is necessarily, or could be immediately, an advance in the concept of democracy. Democracy can go wrong. For he worried that too fast a democratizing process would more suppress than transform the kind of public opinion that had enabled the dictatorship in the first place, especially when that dictatorship had emerged, as it had in Germany, out of a mass or popular movement. He was surprised by how deeply anti-democratic sentiments remained ingrained in the social consciousness of the German people. He argued that intolerance, complicity, and relations of domination exist not in private opinions as such. They exist, rather, in the public structures and objective conditions that shape those private opinions. One cannot therefore just demand of a public that it change its mind. The public structures mediate what individuals take for granted or hold as self-evident in their ordinary, everyday lives. It was Christmas 1959, a time of goodwill. More than one city in West Germany had its Jewish cemeteries desecrated. People were outraged. Many blamed the crime on social deviancy. Adorno feared that the criminals were quite normal. 5. To educate a people in democracy was, for Adorno, to destabilize their patterns of self-evidence, the patterns that define at least for the society's mainstream a standard of normality. The education consisted in converting the traditional Freudian method into a social method of psychoanalysis. It was a sociological method of combined empirical testing and critical interpretation that brought to the surface the unexpressed or concealed opinions of a people who were sometimes clinging onto the most undemocratic inclinations as guilty pleasures. The pleasure of violence, he argued following Freud, cannot be separated from the pleasure of civilization. Democracy at best opened up an arena for individual expression. At worst, it administered undemocratic thought to a people under the false promise of freedom. If, to use the normative terms of Jürgen Habermas, a democratic society supports a rational and communicative public sphere in which debate and deliberation can freely take place, then it did so for Habermas's teacher Adorno only as the historical result of an ongoing critique and re-education of expressed public opinion. Reason. freedom, and, indeed, communication cannot be presupposed. Adorno wrote about mass pathology or social psychology, about the unarticulated or suppressed thinking of the public sphere. He scrutinized what was not said, the kind of unpublicized or not so public thoughts that cannot be explained away by reference solely to privately held opinions. He was extremely interested in how the spell of the past remains in the present, paradoxically through the suppression of guilt, forgetfulness, or the desire to forgive and forget, to put one's past behind one and get on with life. When he wrote of coming to terms with the past, he rejected the idea of coming to terms with its double meaning of reconciliation and receiving articulation. To come to terms with the past was for the past also to come to terms, even if, in the end, no terms could ever do justice to that sort of past. West Germany in the early 1950s, public commemoration services were held for those who died in the war. The services were dedicated to the Germans who fell in battle, the fallen heroes. Why, Adorno asked, were the murdered not included? 6. When Adorno investigated the unexpressed thought of the public sphere, he focused more on the criminals who harbored their still fascist beliefs than on the victims who were and were still apparently being silenced. The former urgently needed the re-education. Similarly, he was not immediately focused, as later critical theorists were, on the range of social groups denied public space for the expression of their distinct needs. He was more concerned with the social arguments that persuaded people that their interests would better be heard if they joined the mainstream. For, in these arguments, he heard the conformism of a melting pot that was eradicating individualized interests with the same skewed reasoning used by the organizers of commemorative events who were suggesting that all who had died in the war were equally its victims. Adorno had hope for the education and enlightenment of West Germany's citizens. It was a hope premised on the effort and fragility of change and not on fantastic or utopian pictures of success. He expressed his hope usually in the last line of the essays he wrote and in the lectures he delivered. An example, drawn from his essay, Opinion, Delusion, Society, states that critical thought alone, not thought's complacent agreement with itself, may help bring about a little change. The hope was not strongly asserted. Tainted as the world was by authoritarianism, Adorno feared that too hopeful proclamations of democracy or even too hopeful proclamations of hope might be more dangerous than the contrasting warnings he was also giving of repeated catastrophe. His last lines of hope were thus to be read as tempered by the darkness of the damaging thoughts preceding them. The preceding thoughts would damage the established thought precisely by expressing and not suppressing the sorrow of damaged life. Adorno often employed the term catastrophe. By this word he meant the organized destruction of human life in reference to the conditions that brought about the extermination camps. The conditions extended back through modernity's course of enlightenment to the age of Goethe and Kant. How, he asked, did enlightenment go awry? He refused to see dictatorship in the form of the devil clothed as a great dictator who swoops down to take over a country, as if the society does not prepare the way. However, by catastrophe he also meant to capture the complex historical tendency of a society for its people to become overly content with public opinion polls and the consequences that followed from their increased docility. In thinking along the lines of a Marxist philosophy of history, and, in terms, therefore, of historical and social tendencies, Adorno assessed the condition and possibilities of West Germany against those of the capitalist United States, the latter being the country of the most advanced administration of opinion. Adorno's assessment was always dialectical, which means not least that he liked to turn the normal expectation of the assessment's outcome on its head. The fact that West Germany was less democratic, he accordingly argued, allowed possibilities of reform already lost to the country with the more democratic condition, or given the direst consequences of enlightenment, What one actually needs is more enlightenment, not less. For Adorno, democracy or enlightenment was far less a proclaimed achievement and much more a fragile demand for constant education and reform. Fascism as social pathology. When Adorno returned to Frankfurt, he was offered, according to the law of Wiedergutmachung, a compensatory position at the university for one who had suffered under National Socialism. 7. The offer did not come without some negotiation, and finally, when it did, he was not entirely happy with it. He wanted straight recognition of his work, even if he knew that things never happened straight. He was still young when he returned, in his mid-40s, and this was the first real opportunity he had had to secure an academic position. He was brought back to his city of birth, and the welcome was evident, but it was a welcome also partially given to a foreigner, an exile, a Jew, or, as he had recently become, an American citizen. He did not feel himself to be easily or entirely any of these things. He was asked on his return to contribute to West Germany's denazification process. The request was certainly made in recognition of the collaborative work he'd already done on the east and west coasts of the United States. In New York and New Jersey, in San Francisco and Los Angeles, he worked on team projects sponsored both by academic and public organizations on anti-Semitism, authoritarianism, and the development of the mass media, radio, film, and television. He returned to West Germany to continue such projects under the auspices of the Frankfurt-based Institut für Sozialforschung, the home of critical theory, of which he, in collaboration with the head of the institute, Max Horkheimer, had long been one of the most significant members. The institute had moved with Horkheimer and other members into exile, but when it returned, not all the members returned with it. Herbert Marcuse, for one, remained in the States. Those who returned found themselves involved hands-on in the process of debarbarizing West Germany's guilty citizens. Adorno was committed to the involvement despite the doubt he sometimes expressed. He worked hard on the re-education of teachers. But he wondered whether the notion of education being proposed under the auspices of the Institute would really help to transform the bureaucratic mindset of, say, the desktop murderers, or reach down into the more subservient levels of society that had produced the Bogers and Kadiks. 8. Adorno answered his worry with a lot more theory, more experimental sociological research, and a simple gesture of hope. Perhaps, he wrote as the last line of his essay, education after Auschwitz, education and enlightenment can still manage a little something. The philosophical hope, combined with the sadness and doubt, came to typify the Institute's post-war work as a sort of solidarity in suffering. This did not mean a suffering for its own sake. Again, it meant that the suffering of those who had suffered would not be ignored in the sustained practice of critical theory. Many contemporary reviewers writing mostly from England or the United States were therefore not completely fair when they criticized Adorno for equating everything that was not democratic with fascism and anti-Semitism. 9. Of course there were other ways to be anti-democratic, as Adorno well knew, but his assigned project was to interpret the forms of prejudice that had sustained particularly the era of National Socialism. The critics were arguably more justified when they saw Adorno extending his interpretation past West Germany to the other countries of Europe, as also to the Soviet Union, on the one side, although he did not do this that much, and to the United States, on the other, which he did much more. Adorno had his specific reasons for looking beyond the borders of West Germany. He wanted to argue that democracy and its opposite, fascism, do not belong inherently to a people as a biological condition, not even to the Germans. Part of Nazi ideology was to argue precisely for this biological or naturalistic nationalist claim. He wanted further to argue against two more equally prevalent theses. First, the thesis that fascism emerges in a country as a mere product of history, say, as a, perhaps inadvertent, consequence of historical class struggle, and second, the thesis that fascism is a consequence of not enough education, or perhaps, in Germany's case, also too much. 10. If fascism or, as he otherwise described it, the collective narcissism of a social democracy has to do with education or the movement of history, then it does so on terms that beg for the most extensive and intensive philosophical, social, and cultural investigation, even to study something seemingly innocuous, such as how people enter concert halls and listen to Beethoven symphonies, or why people enjoy lying on beaches to procure a tan, provided the deepest insight, so he argued, into the social tendencies of fascism. Adorno focused his attention on listening to music and lying in the sun to locate the tendencies toward fascism within a democracy rather than without, which is also to say when the citizens of a democracy were least looking at themselves as democratic citizens. That people were not looking or listening he read as a sign that they were also not thinking. When they were not thinking, they assumed they were merely having fun in the sun. He wanted to show the potentially catastrophic consequences of this fun, a fun he often described as infantile or childish. Many critics found the impulse too serious. They regarded Adorno as a killjoy in their not-so-guilty activities of life. In describing fascism in terms of social pathology and ritual, Adorno employed all manner of Kantian, Hegelian, Marxist, Freudian speculative, and empirical themes. They all sat, sometimes uncomfortably, together to demonstrate the traces and tendencies of a phenomenon in a broad historical and geographical arena. The critics complained again. They found themselves deeply irritated when they were asked to hold incompatible claims simultaneously. How can Freud's concept of human nature be made to cohere with that of Marx 11, or claims of castration and weak egos be made to do the explanatory work of economic competition? 12. Why, they asked, should we accept the near equation of fascism with advanced capitalist administration, or Adorno's high bourgeois assumptions about what real forms of fun, thinking, or happiness consist in? How come? Adorno knows better, and does he really know anything about democracy? Adorno irritated the critics just as much when he described fascism, as I just suggested, with regard also to the seemingly non-political or depoliticized tendencies toward violence such as he found in sexual and cultural taboos, or in the radio and television programming designed for America's daily entertainment. No place seemed to be protected from Adorno's pen. Home media, and, by then, predominantly the television, was in the early 50s still a relatively new phenomenon. It was read by Adorno as an invasion of the very idea of the family home and of having free time. However much it provided greater access to an ever-expanding world. At the same time that the world seemed to expand in the viewer's eye, it declined into ever more petrified forms of standardization in taste and preferences. Viewers became ever more content with the status quo, with what the media offered up to them, as if on a platter. What they saw was pre-cooked, even pre-digested. They gave thanks to their cultural stuffing as they did to their turkey stuffing. The invasion of the media depended on sustaining a false attraction and a false familiarity. Adorno referred to the catchword encounter to describe the phenomenon. A voice, but one technologically produced, enters the home as if it is conversing with each person in the room, as if it knows each personally. It speaks, especially for you, and parts with the words, till we meet again. Yet no human encounter has occurred at all. Adorno tried to break the spell of this culinary encounter. For him, a sure sign of a society's attempt thoroughly to administer its citizens was when their contentment with false encounters could be seen to have seeped so deeply into their private, bourgeois homes that no trace of free or resistant thinking was left to them. If consumption seemed to replace thinking, he concluded, then the advantages of having so much media access might not be obvious after all. The reference to the world seeming to be a certain way was crucial to the argument, because the argument's very point was to crack the socially constructed appearance it described. Thus, democracy, too, might turn out to be more falsely than truly promoted if all that ended up counting was that citizens believed they had access to decision-making from the privacy of their own homes, as if simply having access deceived them into believing they were being well represented. 13. Here Adorno's argument was less directed against the potentially false content of the media, although he described that in detail too. It was directed more against a deception or false consciousness spelled out in terms of the contentment viewers believed they were experiencing from the mere fact of having media in their homes. For now it seemed not to matter what they watched, so long as the radio or television filled up their living room space or the silence of the background with a good feeling produced by personalized speech or friendly noise. Similarly, Adorno described the contentment of a concert-going public that was seemingly deriving more pleasure from purchasing the entrance ticket than from listening to the music. It no longer mattered what music was being played. Adorno provided descriptions that were more speculative than strictly empirical. They were intended to bring to explicit articulation the tendencies of a society that were being masked by the apparent or easy contentment people were feeling with their daily routines. In other terms, Adorno thought it most important to subject to critique the opinions people maintained about their home lives, their free time, and their time for entertainment in order to show how free time, as he wrote in a last line, might become for them a real freedom. To what better uses, he thus asked, could radio and television be put? One better use would be for the media to try to give expression exactly not to the content but to the hidden discontent of a people who were being cheated with false promises of happiness, a media, therefore, of resistance. In the second to last line of his essay on television as ideology, he wrote, "It is obvious that the social psychological norms should not dictate what television now has to do." Beyond Germany, Adorno argued at least the following about fascism, that it is not an extractable phenomenon that can be attached just to a single country at a particular point in historical time, from which it follows that the same traces or tendencies might be found in other countries under more or less different modes of disguise. Adorno focused significantly on the United States just because it was the most advanced democracy. Against it he assessed the condition of a future democracy in West Germany. He wanted to show democracy's other side, the underbelly of a democracy that could turn into an authoritarian state, sometimes, he said, at any moment. More usually he acknowledged that this would be unlikely, at least in the United States, but still he thought it necessary to recognize the risk and to describe how such transformation happens. Why did he think it unlikely in the United States? One answer he gave did not entirely convince the critics. It depended on a description of Germany as paternal and the United States as maternal, and, hence, whereas the first showed a greater tendency to submit to authoritative law or convention, the second tended to side with the insecure and dependent, the underdogs, the oppressed, the downtrodden, or the forgotten. The more maternal the society, the more liberal and rebellious its movement. In the maternal tendency lay the seeds of change. The analysis of paternal and maternal social tendencies sounded crude. 14 It was crude, but it assumed a different tone when measured against a research project Adorno supported. On his return, when he visited one of many almost entirely destroyed cities of Germany, Darmstadt, to observe a study of the impact of post-war school education on the very high percentage of children being raised without fathers, he was interested in what sort of difference this was making and would make in the future. 15. For Adorno, fascism and the authoritarian personality were inseparable. To fear fascism's return and to warn constantly of catastrophe, even in places where it was unlikely to happen, was to recognize, once more, the three critical points in tandem: that fascism was not an isolated social or cultural phenomenon, that its associated pathology of authoritarianism ran very deep, and that it could emerge in different strains and modes of totality even in societies that were highly democratic. Even if Adorno's critics were more willing to accept the description of fascism as a broad social pathology, they worried that the complexity and difference Adorno so highly prized in his sociological approach was being undermined every time he read West Germany as a perversion of the more advanced United States, or the United States as a postversion of West Germany, of what West Germany could become. Overall, the critics complained that the approach was too dichotomous, too two-sided, and therefore too one-sided. Everything reduced to the same, despite the ardent play of dialectical opposites. 16. Many reviewers simply had a problem with dialectics, where antagonisms, conflicts, and oppositions were always being formed out of embattled twosomes. Moving between disciplines, Adorno's project in education was an Enlightenment project in the expansion of reason. He pursued his interest in reason and democratic education in ways not dissimilar to John Dewey in New York, crossing boundaries between disciplines and media. Most reviewers thus commented on his ability to move either effortlessly and brilliantly, 17, or most frustratingly between all the areas of philosophy, music theory and criticism, literary criticism and cultural or media studies, sociology and political theory. The critics who disliked this interdisciplinary movement quickly developed a common mode of attack. They relegated or raised Adorno's work to the level of useless, or abstract, philosophical speculation, so that they could then conclude that on the level of philosophy, dialectics might work even if as sociological analysis it fails. They said something similar of Adorno's work on music when they granted it more credibility as philosophy than as an analysis of the notes. Contrarily, the philosopher critics attacked his speculative or philosophical arguments directly to support the judgment that he was probably better a sociologist or musicologist than a philosopher. From whatever the disciplinary allegiance of the critic, Adorno was always apparently better doing what he was doing somewhere else. However, the criticisms Adorno received provided him good material for the development of his own critique. Just as much as he rejected a political concept or mode of government, such as democracy, as a given, so he increasingly rejected any too rigid compartmentalization of the academic disciplines. To reform the universities, to bring back genuine thought to the disciplines, was as necessary as the reform of other areas of society. Especially given, first, the role the professoriate had played in Nazi Germany and, second, Adorno's observation, submitted both to sociological testing and to his own experience, that the professoriate, alongside the rural communities, was continuing more than any other social group to harbor authoritarian and anti-Semitic tendencies. The connection between professors and rural communities was not arbitrary. Adorno claimed to see it already in Martin Heidegger's metaphysical search for the authentic in the rural life of the farmer's sons. Adorno rejected both the metaphysical search for the authentic and the provincial praise of rural communities. The farmer's sons had too often worked as guards in the concentration camps. Adorno was arguing as much against the post-war Heideggerians as against Heidegger himself. So when it came to articulating his own thoughts about university reform, he aimed explicitly to prevent the contemporary Heideggerians from forgetting the infamous blood and soil speech their master had delivered on assuming the rectorship at the University of Freiburg in May 1933. exaggerations and other extremes. Adorno believed that there was more than one road to Rome, different disciplinary modes of language and expression that would lead to truth. The only road he rejected was the middle road, by which he variously meant the safer a priori road that guarantees arrival, for the journey is rendered redundant if its endpoint is already known, the compromising or conformist road of those who prefer to submit to authority, the synthetic road that leads to some sort of Hegelian achievement of absolute spirit, the reductive or positivistic road that gives to a single explanatory principle or language, usually a philosophical one, a supreme authority, or, finally, the Heideggerian road of primordiality that provides one a resolute path, metaphorically a rural road, toward our knowing why or, for the sake of which, we do what we do. For Adorno there were genuinely different routes and all were indirect. This meant that none unfolded its meaning without the mediation or intervention of the others. He kept concepts, terms, and phenomena separated to show then the dynamic structures of historical mediation between them. He wanted to demonstrate the non-reductive movement, interaction, and change between the various disciplines, domains, and languages. Thus, as a thinker, he constantly moved between modes of the philosophical, aesthetic, and sociological, between the conceptual, expressive, and the critical empirical. He moved with a liberated but also a pained abandon. Pained because the truth, upon which all the different modes converged, his preferred term, was not showing itself in contemporary times to be happy. Convergence, for Adorno, led neither to a happy end nor, indeed, to an unhappy end. It led to no end at all inasmuch as it did not assume that truth was absolute. Adorno regarded truth, contrarily, to be historically conditioned at the same time that, through the act of thinking, it aimed to break free from that conditioning. Hence, the pain mixed with a gesture toward liberation, the suffering with a gesture toward hope. When Adorno spoke in rejection of the middle path as the only road that does not lead to Rome, he had one of his first, but now deceased, friends in mind, Walter Benjamin, who himself, in rejecting such a road, was thinking of the early Romantic writer Novalis. 18 There were in fact many early Romantic roots in Adorno and Benjamin's shared concept of critique. Critique increasingly became in their work a mode of ideology critic, undertaken from the various perspectives of modern culture and society. To reject within critique the middle road was to tread the road of extremes. It was the only road left to those who wanted to think in a society living at the limits of human catastrophe and total social administration. To walk at the extreme was to exaggerate, to refuse, to shock, to break through to an overly sensitized public that was apparently acting as if nothing more could get to them. For a musical analogy, Adorno usually appealed to Schoenberg, not just, however, to his own explicit rejection of the road to Rome in his 3 satires for mixed chorus, Op. 28, but also to his early monodrama, Wartung, Op. 17. 4, with its strong Freudian libretto by Marie Pappenheim. This work conveyed the suppressed pain of a slow procession of persons, thousands of people, marching no longer to Rome and certainly not conscious of their having become the living dead. 19 To speak of the living dead was again to leave a space for recovery. Adorno thought critique might manage to give a little life back to those who were now walking in exile. The critics were unimpressed. They held that extreme or exaggerated claims were inappropriate for scholarly research. 20 Surely standards of sobriety should be maintained even given the sadness of the world. With what justification can extreme despair or even extreme hope provide the normative basis for social theory? The reviewers expressed their disapproval of Adorno's radicalism. As one reviewer wrote, it is so extreme that it presents us with a caricature of reality rather than with a sober portrait of it. This, surely, is not the voice of sober scholarship. 21. Another pronounced that the scathing invective of the sort Adorno aimed at the composer Igor Stravinsky, in contradistinction to his praise for Schoenberg, or, one may add, the scathing invective he aimed at farmers' sons, or at suntanners, or at those who read astrology columns, or enjoyed the conducting of Toscanini. All of this was unsuitable in scholarly work. Many of these claims, if they are truth-functional at all, are false, the critic added, and if they are not truth-functional, what are they? 22 Yet another critic found a sort of tyranny, and even worse, an arbitrary tyranny, in Adorno's exemplary display of extreme wrongness. 23. To be sure, it was a fine line Adorno was trying to draw between being, as it were, deliberately wrong, i.e., writing with exaggeration and hyperbole, and being just plain wrong. Moreover, the line was not only fine, it also displayed the sort of narcissistic or authoritarian tendency that accompanies any interpretive insight, whereby in being deliberately wrong one has simultaneously to be entirely convinced, at least at the moment of assertion, of the truth of one's thought. Adorno's responded by reminding his readers that he was expressing truth in a form different from the usual provision of truth-functional propositions. But the question remained whether that then made his truth somehow more truthful. Insofar as the truth he told might break the most firmly entrenched of our academic habits, he believed it did. Adorno liked to repeat his extreme assertions, which did not mean, even in the case, say, of his absurdly incomprehending 24 claims about jazz, that he did not change his mind in the light of new knowledge. He recorded, in the present volume, that having gone to the United States in the late 30s, allowed him to see just how limited his knowledge of jazz and popular music had been when he lived in Germany, but that he arguably did not thereafter change his mind enough, or that he repeated so many of his claims over the course of his life's work, led some reviewers to see a decline of his work into a sort of adorned or Adornian mannerism, which is, etymologically to say, into an ornamental mannerism or a failure to keep the radical experiment in his style and thinking free from the tendency to fall either into empty platitude or boring repetition. Other critics contrarily read his late work as having liberated an impulse that he failed fully to achieve in his earlier writings, hence, the proclamation of his unfinished and posthumously published aesthetic theory as his masterpiece. Yet other critics interpreted his later or last works as a culmination rather than as a repetition, an assessment of which he himself would have disapproved, not because he died a sudden and premature death and was probably not conscious of living with last thoughts, but rather because the very idea of culmination, of tying things together neatly with a sense of finality, went utterly against his own both musical and philosophical inclination. He much preferred the idea of moving toward diminishment, of tying loose knots, of leaving the possibility open in music and in thought that something different might come next. He would even have somehow agreed with the criticism of his work, that, even if he was failing to get the whole, he was having new or brilliant insights. He would even have liked the title which he himself gave to his own beloved composition teacher, Alban Berg, that he, like Berg, was the master of the smallest transition. 25 He would not, however, have liked to hear that he more deserved this title than Berg, especially when the critics complained that Adorno was wrong about Berg's music and that his descriptions much better suited his own philosophy. 26 Adorno would have replied that the form of his philosophy is inextricably tied to the form of Berg's music, so that if the title is deserved at all then it is so equally. However, what matters is less who deserved the title and more what it suggests about Adorno's work. Hence Adorno argued that in modern times to have small insights is all one can have and to make small transitions is all one can do. No one can get the whole, because the whole as a whole is now untrue. If truth is to show itself it will do so only in momentary flashes, indirectly via the mediation of the concrete, historical, and particular. To show the truth of the whole by revealing its overall untruth was how Adorno believed he could avoid conforming either to a totalizing system of thought or the totalizing social system altogether. He articulated his argument to situate himself at the end of a movement of enlightenment that began when it was still possible to think with Hegel that the whole is the true. His own thinking, like music, should thus end, if it had to end, truthfully, which is to say, by no longer hiding the untruth of late enlightenment from one's view. It should end on the anti-idealist notes of late modernity. Adorno heard those notes tending toward nothingness, or at least toward the smallest details, in Berg's music. He heard them also in the music of Mahler and Schoenberg, especially in those works, he wrote, that had refused precisely to be whole works. On being out of date, one might form the impression when reading Adorno, especially his more sociological pieces, that much feels overly familiar or out of date. This was not completely so in the 50s when his work, collaboratively undertaken, was reaching an ever-widening public and was being judged as an epoch-making event in social science, 27 as monumental, or as blazing new trails in the investigation of prejudice. 28 it was regarded as seminal both in its sociopolitical application and for the development of the still relatively young discipline of sociology. His approach veered strongly away from the more plainly positivist and empiricist approaches, although it did develop its own testing procedures. It rejected polls and questionnaires in favor of more complex, so-called Gruppenexperimente, in which people met to converse on predetermined themes to enable researchers to gain access to the full range of the opinions both wittingly and unwittingly expressed. 29 If one thinks this approach or his findings feel all too familiar now, then arguably this testifies either to the influence his work had on the discipline of sociology thereafter or to the fact that Adorno, although not he alone, gave post-war society a powerful way to think about the problems of prejudice and authority, but that his work in the 50s and 60s was judged as too familiar even then suggests something different and less positive, namely, that it was already out of date at the moment of production. One reviewer of the time thus described the work as frozen in a time already past. 30 Another declared fascism to be no longer our problem. 31 Yet another wrote that any use of Freud, especially when crudely combined with Marx, was only confirming how much Adorno was ignoring recent developments in psychoanalysis and social theory. 32 Another more simply wrote about the work on the authoritarian personality that the results thus far obtained furnish few surprises. 33 In his work in aesthetics Adorno was constantly criticized for ignoring the most recent developments in modern music, literature, and the other arts and for using a pre-war standard of the modern by which to judge post-war artistic production. 34 One might be tempted to defend Adorno by stating that many of these sorts of criticism will always plague a theorist who chooses to be in the public eye or is committed philosophically to interpreting the here and now. Adorno, however, offered his own defense. He conceded some but not all of the reviewers' points. He wrote of the constant need, given the development of history, to revise the terms of Freud and Marx were they to have contemporary relevance. But he did not think fascism a problem of the past. Nor did he believe that every modernization or updating of Freudian theory was really that. 35 Rather than moving with the times, as one does in high fashion, he preferred to speak with Benjamin of holding on to the debris and ruins. He preferred to produce images not of a past put behind one but rather of a past remaining in the present in the form of frozen images of our repressed contemporary unrest. In the last line to his essay on the meaning of working through the past, he wrote, only because the causes continue to exist does the captivating spell of the past remain to this day unbroken. It was the continuation that made critique both possible and necessary. At the same time, he adamantly rejected any suggestion that one can think from a vantage point outside of history, as if this preserves for all time the validity of one's thought, especially if the purpose of one's thinking is to intervene in the conditions of the present. It is just that the present contains an extensive past. Adorno described his critique as immanent. It was designed to subject to rigorous investigation the opinions of the present with the tools handed down by history. While thinking is utterly compromised by its own situation in time and place, it strives to be uncompromising, even to break out of its own conditioning. To break out of its own conditioning is to imagine that the world could be different from how it presently is. Thinking brings attention, again, to the unrest simmering beneath the seemingly happy present. The technique was negative in the sense of belonging to a particular form of dialectical critique. Hence, Adorno's own description of his thought as a negative dialectic. To break out of conditioned thought did not mean that one sought or reached a safe and sound place outside, say, in the positive place of the absolute, essential, or a priori. It meant only that one sought an epistemological vantage point from which to render explicit the concealed contradictions or antinomies within. Adorno was adamant that thinkers not try to break out of the mirror, that they rather concentrate on dismantling the forms of representation or appearance from within. Thus, when criticized for not being able to jump over his own shadow, he replied in so many words that was exactly his point. 36 If one shouldn't put one's past behind one, then equally one shouldn't blank out one's present. Still, remaining in the present was utterly different from accepting its terms. Furthermore, for all the while that he was developing his more abstract terms of immanent critique, he was preoccupying himself, and perhaps more than anybody else after Nietzsche, with the very thought of how an idea or a mode of thinking comes to assume the character of familiarity. How does something come to have the feel of being out of date? Like Nietzsche, Adorno engaged in the timeliest of the most untimely meditations. He wrote about the old and the new, of the newness of the old, and the oldness of the new, of the phenomenon of lateness, aging, actuality, and of the archaic tendency as it expressed itself in philosophy, society, and the arts. Not everything proclaimed out of date is out of date, and not everything proclaimed new is new. All such claims were to be read critically, against the grain. The art and politics of language. It is worth noting just how many early critics of Adorno's work articulated their discontent in terms of his failure to be systematic, because it was a very rare piece of writing in which Adorno did not argue explicitly against this very goal. When the critics charged him with being unsystematic, resolutely anti-specialist, said 137, they revealed their despair born out of his refusal to be pigeonholed, to be held responsible to the demands that a discipline makes on a scholar's passage of thought. Much of their inclination to so criticize Adorno was fueled by the positivism strike, the furious debate on positivist method in the social and human sciences. Adorno was deeply involved. However, he was accused of arguing against a position no one had ever really held and for rendering through exaggeration the positivist position naive. For him, Viennese logical positivism was one side of a regressive, philosophical coin of which Heidegger's ontology or metaphysics of being was the other. Both were exemplary of what he regarded as a regressive tendency in all the disciplines. The positivism forced all disciplines to become like the natural sciences. The metaphysics forced philosophy into a naturalized and foundational praise of earth. In the latter he had less of a problem with essences or even being per se than with their appropriation within recent National Socialist ideology. In the former he had less of a problem with the natural sciences and much more a problem with the praise of the scientistic, with the reductionism in method, with a scientism increasingly embraced as the sole standard by which to measure the validity of all thought. In 1950, a reviewer wrote of Adorno's Philosophie der neuen Musik that this is a work of a philosopher, musician, sociologist, and psychologist who does not fit into any of the ready-made categories. 38. This might have been blame or praise. In the specific review it was praise. The difference, however, didn't matter to Adorno. He was more interested in revealing the false assumption implicit to the very idea of a ready-made, i.e., that anything ready-made is in fact ready-made, especially when it comes to ready-made ways of thinking. He concluded that there were no ready-made categories into which his work either did or didn't fit. To return us momentarily to the media, Adorno provided a nice example of how radio might be used well to resist the idea of the ready-made. Radio might be used to present listeners not with already perfected performances of fully formed works of music, but instead with the rehearsals, in days when musical groups still had sufficient rehearsals, where the difficult and repetitive labor of putting the work together, making the performance happen, would be revealed to listeners. If the same could be shown of the labor and construction that goes into the performance of a perfected political speech, the combing of the hair, the practice of the smile, the rehearsal of the scream, listeners might come also to see through the seemingly ready-made and naturalized illusions upon which propaganda depends. That radio might broadcast the rehearsals preceding concerts was a wonderfully improbable idea. It was just the sort of idea that motivated critics, who were otherwise constantly frustrated by the disciplinary disregard that seemed to follow from Adorno's indefatigable critique, to acknowledge also his flashes of brilliance, provocation, 39 and courage. 40. As a result, nearly every review of his work began with a slap against discipline and writing, followed by praise for the thought. 41. Or first came the praise and then the damnation. Certainly you have to make a stiff effort, one wrote, but it is an effort worth making. 42. For all its occasional brilliance and penetration, it does not sustain its systematic claim. 43. Another invoked the always useful, nevertheless, to follow a whole slew of criticisms. Nevertheless, this book is by far the best, the most profound, the most intelligent discussion of modern music we have. 44. Another simply asked in 1962 what one was meant to do with a tangle of shallow dogma and acute insight, systematic myopia and brilliant specific judgment. 45. Combining the praise and damnation in this way, these judgments were beginning to sound like the pleading of Wagner's master singers, if only your genius could be reined in and put to work for the good of the scholarly community. The more dangerous implications of this pleading were not lost on Adorno, whose own concern with the legacy of the responsibility of the independent thinker, and with Wagner in particular, formed a significant part of his investigation into what had gone wrong in Germany with the very idea of scholarly and artistic community. And yet Adorno never himself believed that genius or thinking ought to be unrestrained or irresponsible. He argued vehemently against any claim of arrogance and immediacy, thus against the ready given as well as the ready-made, and just as vehemently for the claim that any insight or expression of truth is mediated by the strictures of historical discipline. The mediation provided the terms of responsibility precisely to separate the responsibility from an automatic allegiance to system. To extend the point, Adorno described language or thinking, as he did society, in terms that drew upon an analogy with a work of Wagnerian art. Against his critics he argued that just as a society at its worst strives to appear as fully harmonious, perfectly ordered, gapless, seamless, without friction or fissures, so too does a perfect system of thought. When society or thought try so to appear, they assume the false or deceptive appearance of something approximating a Gesamtkunstwerk, where this term connotes more a totalized work than a multimedia production. For a total work of art attempts to have by its end no thread out of place, no sense anymore of threatening chaos or violent disorder. Analogously, it is to the advantage of an authoritarian society, as it is to an authoritarian theory, to have its conflicts or contradictions hidden from view. Media, recall, at worst tends to hide the human labor and construction of performance and production from view. By concealing the threatening disorder, the viewers are given the illusion of absolute satisfaction and perfect happiness. They no longer see what's going on before their eyes. They do not see, for example, that the troublemaker in Die Meistersinger has by this opera's happy end been more likely disappeared from than reabsorbed into the community. To speak of disappearance was to employ a euphemism that attempts to remove from a people the responsibility of knowing. How, Adorno always asked, was it possible for the Germans who stayed in Nazi Germany to remain blind to the disappearances they saw before their eyes? Adorno found in the language of philosophy, as in all other languages, the full range of seen and unseen dimensions. Part of his idea was to stress, as one reviewer noted, the metaphysical limitations and inbuilt barbarism of the available German vocabulary. 46 Adorno was especially interested in dismantling language, as the Viennese critic Karl Kraus had before him. He was led to do this in part because of his observation that in post-war West Germany, as in our present times too, it was no longer admissible to pronounce definite doctrines, such as liberal or even elitist ones. 47 It was only possible now to trace how ideology sits concealed within the iron bars of the current language. Adorno described the concealment in part to remind his readers of how, after the war, it had been pronounced inadvisable, even inadmissible, to appeal to aesthetic values in the production of art, given the profound misuse of those values in Nazi Germany, the misuse of the beautiful. Yet from this followed an interesting paradox. Ideology was no longer admissible in politics for the same reason that aesthetics was no longer admissible in art. Both had been horribly misused. But where, without the aesthetic, art now turned to explicit ideological expression, it became something like an action art. Politics contrarily turned to an ideologically silent art of language, an actionless expression. Adorno criticized both sides, the directness of art and the indirectness of politics, the former for degenerating into an art of messages and the latter for declining into a politics of deceptive silence. As such, both were more continuing than discontinuing the discourses of the recent catastrophic past. Despite their claim to be utterly opposed, some reviewers became bored by the constant warning structure implicit to Adorno's philosophical thought. They did not want constantly to hear, after the war, the near platitude that we might be making, even if in new terms, the mistakes we'd made before the war. Adorno believed, however, that the difficulty of his philosophy lay elsewhere. To dismantle the language of a society assumed the use of a language, but a language that could not itself be cleaned of the inbuilt barbarism it aimed to reveal. This meant that one had to use the given or available language and conditions against their own grain. Adorno therefore demanded of his readers that they critically read his own use of language and thoughts, and, in his writing, he would do all he could to encourage them. In other terms, if one could remain blind to what happens directly before one's eyes, then, for Adorno, it was the directness that was part of the problem. Directness had failed the German people. So a new and indirect means of communicating had to be found. Communication, he argued, as it presently stood in West Germany, clicks and puts forth as truth what should instead be suspect by virtue of prompt collective agreement. 48 The idea that truth simply clicks, or snaps into place, reminded him rhythmically of those who eagerly marched in time. So he thought as much out of and against the time as he could, although never so much as to abstract himself from time altogether. He rejected a purely instrumental view of language, replacing it with a view of how truth appears through language's different uses. He sought new, and deliberately anti-systematic forms to show the silences in his speech, the not so expressed, or sublimated dimension of his thinking about other people's thought. The models he conceived come from the most experimental developments in the modern arts. He was especially taken with experiments in montage. In his writings on new music he stressed the need for focused concentration of the internally moving form and abhorred popular forms of distraction. But within the space of concentration he did not intend to reduce listening to listening for system, for logical order, or simply for coherence. He criticized Schoenberg's middle period of 12-tone composition for tempting listeners to do just that. He wrote, rather, about advanced listening or advanced reading as a highly educated, and perhaps too educated, form of knowing how to read for what is not said. At one and the same time he described reading or listening as a form of following development that had given way under advanced modernism to diminishment, incompletion, and rupture, or, to recall the early Romantics, to a form showing only residual points of affinity between fragments. The course of history had rendered absolute claims regarding the early Romantic fragment no longer possible. What the modern fragment offered, contrarily, were shards, splinters, or the smallest details of suggestive and expressive dust, the remainders therefore constitutive of at least some modernist examples of montage. Adorno regarded his own use of language to be exhortative, suggestive, and incomplete. It frustrated much more than it satisfied. Too much satisfaction he associated with false claims of the Nazi aesthetic. He, accordingly, concurred with those of his most musically minded critics who noticed that in reading his work they grasped the brilliant insights when they somehow were hardly looking, as if they were catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of their eye or even at the corner of the text, where perhaps a catchword would be placed to hint at what was to come next. What they caught, however, was rarely something that gave them pleasure. Adorno liked to speak of grimaces, ciphers, and of how things are shown askew. Even when he wrote, as he often did, of something that is still pleasant, of colorful moments of happiness, bliss, or of ecstasy, he brought attention to the overarching grayness of catastrophe. It's as if everything Adorno wrote was to be a brutal intervention in discourses that were making the world look like everything was okay. In German, the term Stichwort, catchword, sounds like the word Stichwund, knife wound, or, by etymological association, the trauma of the knife. Whenever Adorno described the euphemisms and Stichworte of his time, encounter, authenticity, Kristallnacht, he placed, I am suggesting, a Stichwund into the description. He used catchwords to catch catchwords out, to show how a society employs euphemisms to make it look as if it is highly in control of its language, and of everything else. Adorno feared for the reification of the language, of even a term like Auschwitz, which would likely be emptied of its meaning. He said, the more of forgetful people come to terms with its past. One reviewer, a German musicologist who was brought with the help of Thomas Mann to New York, wrote with considerable understanding of Adorno's work, although what he wrote sounds platitudinous. Apparently, however, his words were needed, that the results at which Adorno arrives are not pleasant in the sense of escapism nor useful in the sense of pragmatism or utilitarian, neither proves nor disproves the validity of his way of thinking. 10 years after Adorno's death, a former student equally defended Adorno by remarking that the only chance we have of understanding his work is to recognize that to be just is, in short, to be unjust, insofar as, to quote Baudelaire, criticism must be partial, passionate, and political. The thought was right, but only if it did not reduce Adorno's critique merely to expressions of partiality or passion. Adorno argued vehemently against the reduction of philosophy to engagement, or commitment, of theory to immediate action. to be unjust as a way for Adorno's thought to be just contained much more indirection than even the use of Baudelaire's words suggested. 50. Adorno argued that no part of his thinking, however much based on empirical finding or on logical or internal coherence, would succeed in finding a place above the social fray that would protect it from the tendency toward rigidity, stasis, congealment, death. For thinking is a form of communicating, speaking to others, a public mode of address even when it appears to be written only for the most elite. Thinking matters and words matter in the deepest concrete and material sense. When he asked whether there can still be philosophy, it was the most difficult question for a country that had sustained so central a tradition of philosophy, where it actually mattered what philosophers said in the public arena, for what philosophers say in public does not matter equally in all countries. When a still young philosopher had to find the terms for continuing to think philosophically in the face of death, in an uneasy condition of survival, of having survived when others died. Adorno was attentive to small words. He asked Wozu, for what, why, canon should there be a continuation, still, of philosophy? Or what does it mean to speak of education first, toward, and then, after, given, or, in the shadow of, Auschwitz? A philosophy, he argued, most dies its death when thinkers remain blind to the reasons why thinking has historically become impossible for them. He interpreted the blindness as a false form of security encouraged by those desperately clinging onto system to complain or not to complain. Readers might by now be annoyed. They might feel that any complaint articulated against Adorno was one he'd always somehow already incorporated into his writing or subjected to critique. Sometimes one has the feeling that the only way to catch Adorno out is to close the book on a philosopher who refuses to play the game by any of the rules. There is certainly something annoying about a theorist who seems to be able to defeat every criticism marshaled against him, always by undermining its terms. Consider the criticism that Adorno complained too much and that he complained about everything. His answer even to this criticism was that it suits a conformist or authoritarian society to produce a group of complainers through which to deflect and in which to invest its own discontent. To so marginalize the complainers, he argued, is to stifle the curiosity and questions of a people. 51. He offered a similar description of how record stores and radio and concert programmers separate the music of contemporary composers into a special section as if to remind society of the boring fact that there are always people on the margin who say things or compose music the majority doesn't like. The majority has to put up with their avant-garde, although they quickly realize that if they physically separate the music they don't actually ever have to listen to it. It is enough to know it exists and that most people don't like it. What Adorno found troubling was how willing so many composers or contemporary artists seemed to be to accept the isolation, as if the fact of isolation itself alone testified to the importance or greatness of their work. The more the isolation, the greater the genius. Adorno pointed out that isolation as a socially imposed condition is different from an isolation one might freely choose for oneself, however much it might suit composers. To conflate the two, he was concerned with the former, false isolation, just because too many believed that marginalizing contemporary composers was a socially harmless matter. To see the harm, Adorno argued, one only has to connect the composition of so described difficult music first to difficult thought and then to difficult social types. To recall the jargon of the Wild West, a jargon that so often shapes political discourse, a country's most wanted are precisely their most unwanted. When I recently reread Adorno's answer to the complaint about complaint, I was reminded of the old joke about a Polish man who contacts a government official in Warsaw to tell him that he desires to emigrate to Israel. The official rhetorically asks, "But haven't we given you everything you want?" He replies, "I can't complain. And haven't we given your wife a job, your children a good education, and your grandmother an apartment?" Again, he says, "I can't complain." "Why then," the official asks, "do you want to move to Israel?" "Because there," he answers, "I can complain." The humor of this joke is subverted when subjected to Adornian critique. Adorno himself liked to subvert humor by revealing its element of hostility. The joke depends on the double meaning of the phrase, "I can't complain." When the man repeatedly answers with the phrase, "I can't complain," it seems to mean that he's happy. Why then does he want to emigrate? Because the happiness is illusory, and here is the shift in meaning, because he really desires to live in a country where he can complain, i.e., where, paradoxically, he is allowed to be unhappy. Adorno worried about false illusions of happiness, which reminds me of another exchange between a Russian and American that similarly depends on a play of double meaning. In Russian the phrase, "I am afraid I can't tell you," is uttered when someone simply does not know something. So when an American asks a Russian how she can get to the Bolshoi Theater, she is not, as she would be in New York, told to practice. She is told rather that, "I'm afraid I can't tell you," which the American misreads as a sign that the Russian must be so oppressed that she fears even to tell someone how to get somewhere. Here the misreading is arguably attributable to the American's misapprehension of her own freedom. So far I have ruined the humor with explanation. Adorno would have gone even further and perhaps suggested that if the Polish man thinks he is going to a country where he can complain, not accidentally the state for the Jews, he might find himself yet further deceived than he was before. Not because Israel is not all that it is cracked up to be, but precisely because it is, namely, a young, post-war democracy. Indeed, the Polish man might find himself more deceived when he arrives in a place that supports a culture of complaint, and so open and free a culture of complaint, that any and all of his complaints are rendered innocuous by their controlled allowance. To emigrate to a country where one can complain is a different matter from moving to a young country where either there is more or less to complain about. The political matter in this joke is one of permission, whether being allowed to do something is actually a sign of more rather than less repression. Which means that one indirect outcome of the joke might be that the man would have been happier had he stayed in the old country, where he couldn't complain. This is a joke that says that living in a democracy might be worse than living under communism, even while the joke suggests the contrary. It tells you that democracy can deceive in different ways, an indication perhaps that the joke is smarter in form than its message is really profound. But perhaps the message runs deeper than this, because if the joke is now transposed back into a society, say, post-war West Germany, where those who complained felt themselves still to be mocked in such a way as to render them outsiders, it's still only the Jews who complain, then another sort of a hostility in a post-war democracy is exposed. On a very different hand, this joke might just be a Jewish joke, where complaining is simply the most favored way of being in the world, wherever one happens to be, on the difficulties of remaining German. Adorno moved between traditional academic disciplines to loosen their boundaries much as he moved between countries, genres, cultures, and languages. It is generally thought that he was rigidly German, essentially German, that he praised the German language above all others as more suitable for his thought, and therefore that he disliked things and places outside. And all this, one might add, despite his own felt exclusion in post-war West Germany from being what some Germans still wanted a German to be. Here emerges a difference that the experience of exile made explicit to Adorno, that what it means to be German is not necessarily what blood, politics, religion, ethnicity, or citizenship decrees. Many exiles believed in fact that they were holding to what was good about Germany. its culture, for example, while the country was being falsely defined by its politics. Certainly Adorno felt the difference even if he refused in theory the hard divide between a country's politics and its culture. He argued that what an exiled German can hold on to abroad might be something much more fragile than the increasingly unyielding concept of culture. For all his writing life he experimented with alternative genres and forms. This was deemed, under one unfortunate interpretation, as being a typically Jewish thing to do. The essay form that Adorno so much favored was claimed not to belong authentically to the German tradition, despite the use extending from Goethe and Heine to Hofmannsthal and Thomas Mann. 52. The development of the essay form could alternatively be interpreted as one of the many contributions both Jewish and non-Jewish Germans made to a country seeking its enlightenment and emancipation. Hence, the increasingly widespread use in the 18th century of the title form, Versuch sur, to capture the experimental and provisional character of enlightened thought, the essay as trial or attempt. Here, as with the joke, the crucial point is about permissions, allowances, and claims of freedom, the freedom to try out a new thought. In Germany, Adorno wrote in his seminal The Essay as Form, the essay arouses resistance because it evokes intellectual freedom. To which he responded elsewhere, I will gladly put up with the reproach of essayism. 53. Adorno did not deny the grain of truth found in many of the negative descriptions of his work, especially those that saw something in his work that was clinging on to being German. But he would, I think, have been puzzled by the comment one American reviewer of his philosophy of new music offered, namely, that in this book, the style, syntax, and jargon are clearly Germanic. 54. The word clearly confuses more than the word Germanic. To use the term Germanic sounds like the normal offense of at least the English-speaking foreigner. That is so Germanic, meaning serious, heavy, impenetrable. But with the term clearly added it is as if the reviewer feared delivering the insult directly and wanted somehow to shroud it in more scholarly clothing, as if to reduce the sentence just to a statement of information. There is no doubt that this is a work in German philosophy, which is what the follow-up sentence in the review effectively says. 55. That Adorno got into trouble in the post-war Allied countries for being German is not surprising, nor is the fact that the more positivist critics balked at German philosophy. There was a long tradition for that. But that the critics gave him trouble for remaining too German proved to be a much more sensitive matter when some of the critics turned out to be exiles themselves. In the archive at Columbia University in New York, in a file of the sociologist Paul Lazarsfeld, himself exiled from Austria, there is a long and apologetically outspoken letter written from him to Adorno. It criticizes Adorno for an elitism born out of the difficulty and foreignness of his language and for his irritating propensity to use foreign words when a good English word would do. 56. In the letter examples are alluded to but not given. They are, however, given in a draft manuscript written by Adorno that Lazarsfeld commented upon and kept, at least in copy. In this copy, there are markings circled around two terms, sine qua non and prima facie, with a repeated comment added by Lazarsfeld in the margin, cultural, festish. There is no indication that Lazarsfeld's mixing up of the languages here was deliberate or even a little humorous. Adorno complained about the meddling of Americans with his manuscripts. It was one reason he said why he wanted to return home. Though he did not write this, he must have been disappointed especially by those Americans who were once also Europeans, who, in their bid to adapt, seem a bit too willing to lose touch with their native language and with the old European conventions for freely using terms from Latin and Greek. In a different context, Adorno described the discomfort at stake here, when he wrote that, to anyone in the habit of thinking with his ears, the words cultural criticism, Kulturkritik, must have an offensive ring. half the explanation Adorno attributed to the fact that the word Kulturkritik, like automobile, is pieced together from Latin and Greek. The other half, he attributed to the flagrant contradiction of the phrase itself, a contradiction that accounted exactly for the critics' unease with the phrase in the first place. For the phrase told the critics that they, as the critics of culture, are not happy with civilization, that, with Freud, civilization has produced their discontent. But they react by speaking of their discontent as if standing on a superior plane, even though they are entirely part of the problem. 57. How does this superiority manifest itself? Apparently by becoming, like many converts, more American than the Americans themselves, which means they shed exactly that which causes their discontent, in this case their terms of yore. It was not only the arguably too American Lazarsfeld who criticized Adorno for his bad language. The once Austrian now British critic Hans Keller did too, although with more biting wit. Perhaps the increased wit was encouraged by the difference in roles, since Keller was only playing the part of reviewer. Lazarsfeld, contrarily, was Adorno's editor and head of their collaborative research project, and, as such, felt responsible for his colleagues' writing. Lazarsfeld wrote of this responsibility in his own essay on exile, an essay that was published on pages preceding Adorno's own. Adorno's essay is included in the present volume under the very deliberate title, Scientific Experiences of a European Scholar in America. In writing about his early meetings with Adorno, Lazarsfeld recorded, almost as a form of self-defense, the criticism that he himself had received for remaining too German in the United States. In spite of the fact that he, Lazarsfeld, has lived in this country for 7 years or more, wrote the critic, he has a distinctly foreign appearance and speaks with a strong accent, and he does have a rather heavy Germanic way of presenting a topic. Lazarsfeld took the description to fit Adorno too. He then explained that he regarded it as a challenge to see whether he could induce Adorno to try to link his ideas with empirical research, to bring the ideas in line with the sort of social scientific research methods he was developing in America. Apparently the challenge proved too difficult. He did not know how to convince Adorno, as he wrote in his private letter, to be less globally suspicious of society, to check his data, or to avoid indulging in his own fetishisms. Lazarsfeld became increasingly annoyed with constantly having to defend his colleague against his critics. He described how he once asked Adorno to produce a straightforward summary of his ideas in a memorandum that he might use to convince the critics of the work's worth. What Adorno produced was a 160-page, single-spaced text in which, as Lazarsfeld remarked, the English had the same tantalizing attraction and elusiveness that it had in German. In the private letter, he added, it all makes for very unpleasant reading. 58. With a different tone, in the magazine Tempo in 1950, Hans Keller wrote his review of Adorno's philosophy of new music. It is worth quoting almost in full, both because it repeats the disciplinary, stylistic, formal, and substantial criticisms I have already mentioned, and because it prepares the way for the final themes that follow. Later, I shall fill in the one missing sentence. Unreadables attract each other, Keller began, on the basis of their common contempt for the common idiot. For this reason, I myself am prejudiced in favor of the present book. But, while the truth is invariably unreadable because it is always complicated and usually beneath expectations, unreadability is not always the reader's fault, but sometimes nobody's, as in the case of Kant, whose thought processes necessitated a special language, and sometimes, as in the case of Adorno, everybody's. As far as it is the author's, it consists of a condensations which cannot be due to space. considerations, since he often says the same thing 5 times over in 5 differently condensed groups of propositions, where a single full-length exposition would have needed far less space. B. His highly developed art of begging all questions of evaluation. C. His obsession for using the same word twice in a sentence, for different concepts and leaving it entirely to God to decide how far and why A is the contrary of A. This is known as dialectics. D. Anglicisms of vocabulary as well as grammar, which seem to require a readership composed of German, Austrian, or Swiss-born naturalized British or American subjects who have retained a firm knowledge of German philosophical terminology, and at the same time made English their second mother tongue. E. A snobbish and quite unforgivable partiality for what, in music, he himself detests, i.e. archaic language, den instead of als, than ward instead of word, was, etc. Yet Dr. Adorno offers innumerable penetrating and imaginative observations, interspersed even with strokes of genius-like insight, on almost everything except the subject indicated by his title. For philosophy, read often, psychology. No excuse for the reader who puts the book aside because it is too tough, which it isn't, or because it could be much less tough, which it could. I personally shall read it thrice. Meanwhile, I cannot refrain from taking my savage revenge upon the author's torrent of equivalent condensations by condensing them into a single sentence. The upshot of it all is that while Schoenberg is a true map of psychic life, Stravinsky is a false death mask of the past. True, this doesn't say all Dr. Adorno means, but then, does Dr. Adorno? 59. I suspect Adorno would have found some amusement in this review, less because it is somehow positive and more because it picks up on his own interest in the archaic or in catching others out in their own use of language. Keller was siding with Adorno even though he was prone to take savage revenge. It was somehow a most British form of savagery. Adorno brought attention to the difficulties of changing languages, of thinking philosophically in a new language, of working in institutions abroad. About the experience of exile he changed his mind, showed his anger, nostalgia, his excitement, pleasure, and interest. Yet for each experience, and experience was a central category in his thought, he tried to distinguish the feeling, or personal sentiment, from a theory placed under the constraint of objective, materialist, and historical critique. He wrote about the importance of returning to the place where he was born, yet subjected to critique the idea of nostalgia such as he witnessed after the war, when he found Germans speaking in the 60s of those 20s, a title of an essay in the present volume, as a sort of paradise before the fall, as if the 20s in all its complexity had not paved the way to the 30s. Rejecting again the idea of isolating National Socialism, or reifying decades as symbolic of a single kind of thought, Adorno argued that it was not just the Nazi era that had to be put in critical context but the eras also before and after it. Adorno described what it meant to feel at home anywhere that one happens to be. He feared the idea of home would be too quickly conflated with the idea of adaptation. He balked at the idea that those who left Germany and freed themselves from its oppression should be put under the pressure to adapt quickly and easily to living abroad, because adaptation in one place risked the same problem as adaptation in any place. Here, nationalist, they're nationalist, he quipped to one newspaper on his return. 60. Those who feel comfortable and familiar in their new home betray their own inclination to conform, to accept the conditions as they are, to simply get on with life. Had they been allowed to stay in their homes in Germany, he feared, they would have been happy there too. In part he was still thinking about his long-term colleague and friend Herbert Marcuse, about whom he had written earlier on that had he not been a Jew he would have become a Nazi. 61. He wrote this remark in private correspondence between himself and Horkheimer when living in England in 1935 and before moving to the United States. At other times, even at the same time, he showed more fondness for his friend, even if he was always critical of his approach to critical theory. 62 Some of the venom in the late 1930s seems to have been due to youthful competitive struggles over who would have the closer collaboration with the more mature, secure, and wealthier Horkheimer. Another explanation might turn on Adorno's tendency to see in Marcuse's interest in Heidegger and interest in Nazism. The struggles were not nasty for the mere sake of being nasty, although the remark is unforgivable. This was a period when many of those forced into exile were deeply worried about employment and futures, and it was not clear whether Horkheimer would choose Marcuse rather than Adorno to collaborate more closely with him on his work. To be happy nowhere, to feel in a permanent state of exile, was a sign for Adorno of one's refusal to adapt, to identify with the status quo, to keep alive the capacity for individual thought, to keep in doubt one's comfort and satisfaction. It all sounded more romantic than it was, as if the condition of exile was being posited as the safe place to be. But it was exactly the safety, and the positing, that Adorno denied when he spoke of not suspending but of removing certainty from the critical philosophical model. If the doubt that exile demands depends, as it did for so long in the Cartesian tradition, on a turn to the subject, then it does so, and here is the anti-Cartesian consequence, only if that turn to the subject is taken neither as a fixed nor Archimedean point of security. Instead it is to be a non-place of moving thought, of transition, anxiety, escape, and critique, and thus precisely not the place of safe childhood, the home or birthplace that once was. Under the proper terms, the turn to the subject under the condition of exile marks the Kantian movement of and toward a new sort of political maturity. If childhood remained in Adorno's thought, which it did so with Freud, as something like a blueprint of difference, as something like the content of a dream or promise that things might be different from how they presently were. But it also remained in thought as the place of first traumas, the first experiences of bourgeois disillusion within the family. The dynamic between parent and child, he wrote in his Minima Moralia on damaged life, reflects or, better, mediates the dynamic between social authority figures and individuals. To have a dream of childhood as a blueprint of difference without also having the interpretive critique is, as the Surrealists would have said, to have found the lock to a door but no key to turn it. Dreams without critique are insufficient to effect change. Only thought is capable of resisting the temptation to fall into satisfaction or complacency with itself. To the Freudian theme Adorno added here the reflective, dialectical movement of thought. Critique alone provides a mode of thinking where thought never finds itself in agreement with itself, a mode therefore that refuses both identity and identification. Adorno took from the tradition of dialectical philosophy the principle that a thought always contains its own negation. But then he recalled Freud and the decayed condition of civilization. So, even, he argued, if there are moments of synthesis between opposites on the path of dialectical thinking, these are passing moments or moments of standstill that precisely do not lead, as they do with Hegel, on Adorno's reading, to final steps of absolute resolution. With civilization's decay in mind, Adorno rejected two modes of finality, or two ideas that would give one, the final word. First, the anti-historicist idea that the way things are now are the way they always are, and, second, the essentialist idea that things move toward how they ultimately or essentially are, where the problem lies less in the commitment to essence than in the claims regarding the movement toward it. From which it follows, first, that in childhood we can never stay, and to childhood we can never return, and, second, that childhood does not give us the essential blueprint for our adult lives despite our living in constant longing for something childhood represents. In the background of this argument lay, also two strong but complex theological thoughts, which, given the influence of Hegel and Freud, was not surprising. The first was a rejection, within Adorno's negative dialectic, of any ultimate Christian reconciliation, and the second the comparable rejection of achieved messianic redemption. No innocence, no return, and no paradise as givens or conditions reached. Even if negatively conceived gestures toward such continue and have to continue to be made, on the impossibility of being German, Adorno applied his anti-essentialist and historicist argument to the concept of being German. His essay, in the present volume, Auf die Frage, was East Deutsch, is, as I suggested above, often misinterpreted as an essay that overly rejects an American in favor simply of a German intellectual life. To temper that reading, the essay demands to be read in the light of a long-standing obsession with the very question, what is German? Hence, Adorno's reflective title. The question gave the title first to Wagner's 1865-67 essay, where Wagner specifically argued for the failure, futility, or impotence of Germans who try to define or fix their own national character. For only those, Wagner explained, who so consciously try to define themselves demonstrate the internal lack of that which they seek through external definition. Wagner moved on to describe the impotence as a political one and not as a cultural or aesthetic one, and argued accordingly for a retreat into the domain of art to seek the potential of what in his mind could still be German greatness. It was a greatness he unfortunately premised on the idea of purity, on removing the foreign, or Jewish, elements from the aesthetic space. For Nietzsche, who critically pursued the same question, Wagner's obsession with greatness couldn't be separated from the assertions of the lateness of the German nation, from its feeling of insecurity. He did not think, as Adorno later did not think, that such ego weakness or impotency could sustain a pure space for the true, the good, and the beautiful. More likely, the space where one does things for their own sake would be appropriated back into the political sphere, an appropriation Nietzsche described in terms of Wagner's condescension to the Reich, a movement toward a purist and nationalist use of art with catastrophic consequences neither lived to see. Adorno, however, did. He answered the question, what is German, by undermining the very logic of the question. But in doing so he turned his attention away from Wagner and toward, again, his contemporary, Heidegger. 63 The concept of being German, he wrote, should not be analyzed in terms of what it is. Being German has no posited being, or essence. The reason why it is necessary to make this point now is because it's impossible after the war to separate the faith in being, Seinsgläubigkeit, from the faith in being German, Deutschgläubigkeit. 64 If the concept of being German has any meaning left, then it has so only when it is loosened up and put to work for a country's transition to humanity. For the word transition, Adorno used the term Übergang as he had used it to describe Alban Berg's compositional form. The smallest transitions in meaning, in concepts, in music, all might work against the tendency toward stasis in what West Germany could no longer call its home, Heimat. How to read Adorno. In his essay on the question, one is told about the need to write and read, in one's own, and preferably the original, language, of how one's thought moves in a specific language, and of the difficulties of translating Adorno's own particular works. It all sounds superficially as if Germany was the place for Adorno to be. Yet, to see how sharply Adorno set his critique against his own praise of being German, it helps to read this essay alongside the ones that precede and follow it. In the present volume, the essays, specifically on working through Germany's past and about his exile experiences in America, From this one acquires a suitably contrapuntal or critical perspective. Adorno was certainly concerned with the content of these essays, but as much with their form. Reading the essays together, one sees the danger of reading them apart, of isolating an essay by Adorno, as we are prone to do, especially when translations are limited in availability. Just as one needs to follow the contrapuntal movement of thought within a particular essay, so, in the present volume, as in others that Adorno compiled, one may trace catchwords that connect one essay to the next, as if one were being given hints but not explicit instructions as to how to connect all the dots. Why are the connections not to be made explicit by a single interpreter? Again, because there are many roads to take, and one path would exclude the potential of another. Whether or not Adorno wrote the essays in chronological sequence has surprisingly little bearing on the interconnectedness of the pieces. There is repetition, certainly, but more the sort of weaving that shows the often contradictory complexities of having experiences and thinking at the same time. Furthermore, the essays demonstrate how misunderstandings will result when picking a choice quotation, a single assertion, sentence, or passage. In Adorno's work, especially when this is done with the belief that it represents his thought as a whole, Adorno was as suspicious of quotation as he was of the idea that one can represent thought as a single idea. No accident was it that he titled one of his collections Ona lit bid, without guiding ideas, but also, because of the double meaning of the word build, without image or representation. Litbid was also a term favored by Nazi propagandists. Much more he preferred the production of critical and musical models, in which the thinker as either writer or reader must move. Recall that he did not think that a thinker, or a reader, could any longer produce a whole system of thought, as Hegel purportedly produced a whole system, and especially not a system that is articulated in the form of a culminating idea. Hegel, as Adorno read him, showed that what follows an idea's coming to know itself brings an end first to art and then religion, leaving a perfect system of rational philosophical thought behind in their wake. Adorno traced Enlightenment's path instead to catastrophe, to introduce the other side of the historical movement, where art, religion, and philosophy are brought to the extreme opposite of Hegel's achievement of self-knowing. Adorno is perhaps most renowned for his proclamation that there can be no art or poetry after Auschwitz, but the proclamation applies as much to religion and philosophy. For Adorno, the proclamation was as much, if not more, about the possibility of continuation as it was an announcement of a catastrophic end. The isolating of especially this proclamation has done its own damage in the interpretation of Adorno's thought. Adorno wrote an essay on how to read Hegel, where he described the threatening seeds of destruction in Hegel's increasingly paternalistic or authoritative-sounding texts of rational philosophy. It is these seeds that he, in his own writing, tried to bring to the surface, not in order to write against reason but to write against the tendency toward dogmatism in philosophy. Still, there is a problem in this contrast. Adorno read Hegel against Hegel's own grain to reveal the truth content of the texts. He seemed to demand, however, that for someone to read his own texts against the grain was no more than to be true to his intentions. If this is so, then either he falsified his claim or, better, exemplified one of the deepest paradoxes of modernism. That one defeats one's work in every act of making it, too, self-reflective. The paradox applied as much to works of art as it did to the production of philosophy. Some suggested that it was this paradox in modernism that necessitated the irony of the postmodern. And yet, sorrow, what happened in the world, prevented Adorno from moving in that direction. He was not, in my view, an ironist. Life and Work. In a brilliant essay on Goethe's elective affinities, Walter Benjamin wrote about how one comes to read a work not in the light of a life but a life in the light of a work. For both Benjamin and Adorno, a biographical approach to textual interpretation ran the risk of prioritizing the subject as unmediated by the object. To turn to the subject was to recognize its objective mediation, the shaping of and by objective conditions, the inextricably private-public character of thought. Adorno argued, in relation to educating a people toward democracy, that to turn to the subject, which, recall, was the ideal end for those who had once committed heinous crimes, required not a study of individual psychology or personal biography, but instead a critique of social conditions that might open up a space for perpetrators of the crime to come to recognize themselves as such. Adorno did not like the rationalization he so often heard after the war that those who merely went along with fascism, the Mitläufer, were also its victims, or that they as obedient Germans had suffered as much. Returning the point to Adorno himself, he was far less interested in autobiography, in the life that was his, than in incorporating the subjective elements of his experience into the movement of philosophical thought. He wrote, therefore, of his looking for a kind of restitution of experience against its empiricist deformation, and of how this search gave him, not the least important reason for returning to Germany. But, he added, that, were he now to contribute something toward political enlightenment in West Germany, then this would mean anything but neglecting, and here's the last line of scientific experiences, what I learned in and from America. Hence, once more, one sees the critical intertwining of these two countries in his life's work. From Adorno's essays one may read all about his life, but then again, nothing at all. The thought stems from Benjamin's claim that one may learn something about Goethe's life from the work, but what matters at the end is the truth content of the work itself that surpasses the life of the author. The exemplarity of genius, if we call upon the terms of Kant, is shown, for Benjamin and Adorno, by the work itself under the condition of interpretive critique and not by the life of the person who authors it. It is not wrong to see in Benjamin and Adorno's notion of critique a theory of exemplarity belonging more to Jewish theology, with its focus on textual interpretation, than to Christian theology, where truth content is to be found in exemplary individuals who act and even suffer for the sake of all. It is not the genius of a person to whom they therefore pay attention, it is to the critical thought and sedimented history contained in the necessarily interpreted texts. Texts, like musical works, Adorno always wants to remind us, exist only in the act of performance, but preferably, he adds, in critical as opposed to positivist performances. In positivism, the performance or interpretation aims to mirror the work's surface meaning without probing its depth. The surface tells us all that is the case. To aim perfectly to mirror the work is, paradoxically, to aim to jump out of the mirror as if one thereby reaches the truth about the work itself. In critical interpretation, by contrast, no leap is attempted. One traces instead the dialectical movement in the work by moving hermeneutically around and between the subject and the object, or the author and the work, as a way to turn to the critically thinking interpreter. In turning to the interpreter, the work turns away from the self-enclosure of its aesthetic form to the public conditions and dimensions of its interpretation. To read a work critically is therefore to read a work against the appearance it gives in a mirror. It is to read it for what it does not show, to expose the social conflicts and antagonisms it conceals. To read a work critically is to read it simultaneously as aesthetic form and a social document of the, perhaps, barbaric history in which it is produced. To read it critically is to read it historically, which is exactly why Adorno focused entirely on works produced more or less in the German tradition from roughly 1800 to the time of his death. communication without communicating. Given the conditions first of National Socialism and then of the Cold War, Adorno subjected himself to a certain sort of self-censorship or camouflage, whereby meaning was hidden both as a metaphysical fact about language, and out of the necessity to protect himself from his censors and readers. He often thought of his censors, for example in the United States, who were eager to find the communism in his work. This was the period of what later came to be called McCarthyism, or his readers, say, the Young West German students of the 60s, who tried to appropriate his work for their own radical ends. Adorno retreated into indirection as if persuaded from every conceivable point of reference to do so. Yet there is also a theological element present in Adorno's indirection, well captured by combining a Kantian-styled formulation of aesthetic judgment with a restatement of the Jewish Bilderverbot, namely, that critique must be a form of communication without ona, communicating. In the last line of his essay, Reason and Revelation, he thus spoke of showing an extreme loyalty of the prohibition of images, far beyond what this once originally meant. We already know that concealment and indirection did not always serve Adorno well. It was often misunderstood or simply not accepted. Still, this did little to hinder him. He continued to write everywhere and in every form. He wrote all manner of newspaper articles, magazine and academic articles, literary and critical essays, books on composers and philosophers, and increasingly, as the technology developed, radio and television addresses. He spent his time criticizing the very media that he amply used, by refusing to communicate in the way expected or in the way technology demanded of him. His communication without communicating was as unremitting as it was extreme. He used the media, like language, against itself to change the course of its own worst tendency, the tendency of technology to standardize taste and opinion. He brought the same aim into the university lecture hall, a fact increasingly dramatized in the late 60s, with the rise of the student movement. What the university shared with the public media was the propagandistic power of the loudspeaker, the microphone, the sort of one-way dictatorial relationship of which the Nazis had made such significant use. Adorno wanted to lecture to the students as befits a university professor, but not by assuming an authoritarian personality. So in the very act of undermining the authority of the loudspeaker, he refused to let the students pick it up on his or even their behalf. Influenced by the new or uncompromising music of the Second Viennese School, Adorno aimed to educate the widest and most public of audiences without compromising his thought. He aimed to crack the habits of a listening public through the most indirect strategies of estrangement. He acted, one might say, in direct contrast to the Wizard of Oz, who has authority only while he is hidden and loses it the moment he appears. However, the contrast to the wizard is not quite right. Caught between the continuation of fascist thinking and the radical student movement, Adorno separated the hidden and the distanced from false claims of superiority and authority. In this sense he less contrasts with than approaches the wizard, when the wizard himself comes out from behind his screen to show Dorothy that he and his voice are only human and small, that if he has any authority left it is one based on being truthful. Adorno effectively said the same when he resisted being made a cult figure, when he refused to give the students what they wanted of him. It was in his view a realistic and democratic gesture. For the students were told, like Dorothy, to wake up from a deceptive world of color to face the black and white world head-on. One might say that the students found themselves caught in a struggle between two images of their revolutionary activity, one tied to the post-war politics of grayness in West Germany and the other to America's strawberry fields. Kitschy this comparison to the wizard might be, but at least it provides a different context to Adorno's deep admiration for Karl Kraus's journalistic criticisms of journalism or for his long-term colleagues, the interpreters of media. Siegfried Kracauer and Walter Benjamin, or, finally, for Bertolt Brecht, Kurt Weill, and Hans Eisler's modern theater of estrangement and social refunctioning. For, all the time, while strongly influenced by each of these figures, Adorno could not help but criticize them for falling prey to that which they were most against, namely, the propagandistic directness or explicitness of messages. He accused each of them of being insufficiently dialectical, albeit in different ways. His point was part political and part aesthetic. Thought, even political thought, should be conveyed by neither hammer nor sickle. Adorno's criticism of his colleagues somehow captured the unremitting character of his own particular critique, which is to say, that although it often feels like a hammer hit hard on the reader's head, it presents itself more as a damaged arrow that refuses to release itself from the tension of its string. As such, this has made it easy for the critics, like Odysseus, inspired by Penelope, to kill Adorno, but still Adorno always claims to know better how to string the lyre. With music providing him a model for critique, he finds in music a pent-up time to signify the pent-up horror of thought. His trembling arrow captures the mediation of the two, the time and the horror. He aligns himself, in the last line of his essay, Those Twenties, which is about a world that outlived its own downfall, with only those composers and artists of the present in whose works the uttermost horror still quivers. Between man and Horkheimer, it is tempting to think that the move away from direct messages as an effective form of education brought Adorno more into the camp of the elite, or Mandarin modernists who purportedly had no interest in public life than into the camp of the hands-on reformers of West Germany. But of which modernist is one actually thinking when one has such a thought? Isolation, or solitude might be either an unwanted consequence of exile or a theoretical stand taken on the world. But such a stand is not automatically the same as the well-known and, some say, typically German retreat into the sphere of the esoteric or purely aesthetic. Thomas Mann famously described this latter retreat in his aptly titled Reflections of a Non-Political Man, but in writing this book through the years of the First World War he self-reflectively wrote himself out of the retreat. Mann spent many of his last years in Germany before 1933, and after that, when exiled in the United States, speaking against Nazi Germany, delivering public speeches for the Allied war effort, and arguing for a better future with democracy. His public speaking against National Socialism was one immediate reason for his move into exile. As a consequence of a lecture he delivered in Munich in 1933, he had to leave the country or to become literally an exile, significantly because in the lecture he attempted to take Wagner and German culture into metaphorical exile, by refusing to allow Wagner's ambivalence over what it meant to be German to be equated automatically with Hitler's Germany. Adorno also delivered public speeches in exile in America. He was not, however, as good at them and, given his young age, as much in demand as the older and more famous Mann. He found a better medium for his sort of public speaking when he returned to Germany. When, however, Adorno moved from Manhattan, New York to Brentwood, California, he lived in close enough proximity to Thomas Mann that they were able to visit each other during the years of curfew. During this time, and in the year following the war's end, Adorno contributed significantly to Mann's writing of Dr. Faustus. After the book was published in 1947, it received mixed and confused reviews and caused much trouble with Arnold Schoenberg, after whom the main character in the novel, or at least his method of composing and the associated plight of new music, was more or less fashioned. The critical reviews, but more the strife with Schoenberg, contributed to Mann's decision to publish in 1949 an account of the novel's genesis, Entstehung, in which he described Adorno's contribution and, with Adorno's help, an account of Adorno's own life. 65. While Schoenberg was apparently more willing to forgive the more famous, and his contemporary, man than the more irritating, and younger. Adorno, a different dynamic was initiated in the public arena. Schoenberg wrote with some condescension of their both providing to the public only a lay knowledge of music. The educated public, however, formed a different opinion. In writing the Entstehung, Mann certainly helped introduce Adorno to the public, a fact not lost on early reviewers, and especially reviewers in countries other than Germany, many of whom reported that their first knowledge of Adorno came from Mann's novel, The Book of its Genesis. And, for the musicologists, the strife with Schoenberg, 66, for most young Germans of the 50s, by contrast, their introduction to Adorno was via the television and radio. The foreign reviewers often used the recorded life that Adorno had given Mann to introduce their readers to the figure whose works they were reviewing, especially when that work was about modern music. This was no surprise, for just when Adorno was working with Mann on Dr. Faustus, he was completing his own book, his philosophy of new music. The polemic, as it is often described, between the extremes poles of the dialectical development of new music, between Schoenberg the progressive and Stravinsky the restaurator, between two exiled composers who lived a mere 12 miles from each other in California, with Schoenberg living closer both to Adorno and to Mann. Schoenberg was even less pleased with Adorno's book than he was with Mann's. He hated the position accorded to him and reviled the reduction, as he saw it, of his music to a dialectical and catastrophic mode of philosophizing. Reviewers regarded the matter differently. They pointed to the obvious overlaps between Mann and Adorno's works, to the Schoenbergian as well as to the Stravinskyan, Nietzschean, and Dostoevskian strands they found in The Complex Life of the Doomed Composer Adrian Leverkin, 67, but in an almost ironic preference awarded the explicitly theoretical. The reviewers attributed to Adorno's work the more philosophical and musical value. In Hans Keller's 1950 review, as I quoted it above, I left out the most significant line to save it for now. Unreadables attract each other on the basis of their common contempt for the common idiot, he began, but then, he followed with this: thus Adorno and his unsuccessful pupil in matters 12-tonal, Thomas Mann, appear to like each other more than they need. So, and thus, too, I myself am prejudiced in favor of the present book. That Keller described Adorno as the teacher and Mann as the pupil was not so wrong given the knowledge each had of new music. Still the impression this left, and the impression was encouraged by others, was that Adorno might also be the superior thinker. Perhaps it was this sort of impression that contributed to an irritation Mann albeit only once privately expressed to a colleague in 1951, that Adorno himself was taking far more credit for the novel than he ought. 68 That irritation would not have been lessened had Mann then read the comment by a British musicologist who, having just written that Adorno's book was by far the best, the most profound, the most intelligent discussion of modern music we have, added, there is a case to be made for the idea that the second most valuable, though in truth there is not much competition, might be Thomas Mann's novel, Drive. Faustus, 69 That this reviewer was claiming both books to surpass any others then written would probably not have been, for Mann, the main point. When he returned to Germany, Adorno certainly benefited from his association of Mann, although Mann did not return himself. The association was accorded a central place in the newspaper's articles that proudly announced the return. In several of those articles the journalists repeated verbatim the biographical description from Mann's Entstehung. 70 It was as if they were bringing Mann back too. But, at the same time, the association had the effect, especially in areas other than sociology, of making people think that Adorno must, like Mann, be an aesthete, a bourgeois, an elitist, and altogether a most esoteric high modernist. To think this was to be only a little more unfair to Adorno than to man. It was, it seems, one of the effects of their having written in exile that they were now regarded as being somehow utterly isolated from the culture of their concern, even if, paradoxically, it was man who so famously claimed that he'd taken German culture into exile with him and that it would remain with him wherever he happened to be. Furthermore, man himself worked against the impression that Adorno was merely an isolated elitist by describing that side of him that fitted not at all the figure of that most fastidious Kretschmer. As is well known, Mann made several references to Adorno in his novel, for example, to Adorno's middle but now lost Jewish name, Wiesengrund. But in the 25th chapter of the novel he described his consultant on musical matters with its own mild condescension as an intellectualist who writes of art, of music, for vulgar newspapers, a theorist and critic, who is himself a composer, in so far as thinking allows. That the consultant spoke brilliantly of contemporary art as a pilgrimage on a road of peas seemed momentarily to be beside the point. The fatal pilgrimage of modern art, which was actually the novel's theme, was apparently less important than acknowledging the presence of an intellectualist writing for vulgar newspapers, at least at that moment when man's aim was to capture the public side of his indefatigable consultant. If the association with Thomas Mann encouraged one reading of Adorno's writing, then the long-term association with Mann's street neighbor in Pacific Palisades, Max Horkheimer, encouraged another. Otherwise put, if Dr. Faustus was written in tandem with Adorno's philosophy of new music, then so too was Adorno and Horkheimer's collaborative dialectic of enlightenment. The alliance between the latter was even closer than that of the former, a fact corroborated by Adorno's decision to dedicate the philosophy of new music to Horkheimer rather than to Mann, a gratitude he explained in the preface to this work where he spoke of their having developed over a period of 20 years so shared a philosophy that, regarding the book's theoretical insights, it was well nigh impossible to distinguish to whom, of the two, they belonged. When Horkheimer penned a letter of recommendation to the University of Frankfurt to encourage the administration to invite Adorno to return, he didn't find it necessary, as most others apparently did, to mention the connection with Mann. The close connection with himself was sufficient. And he was right, even if it tells only half the story. 71 Thomas Mann once expressed surprise that his thinking came as close as it did to Adorno's. There was much, not least the dialectics, to keep them apart. But with Horkheimer and Adorno there was no surprise at all, for they had long worked together on authoritarianism, fascism, and anti-Semitism and developed together the critical terms of what they called the culture industry, terms that were deeply inflected by their shared experiences, first in Frankfurt and then in Los Angeles. If Adorno was a less public figure before as opposed to after his return, this had no bearing on the collaborative attitude he always displayed toward his work. He was a figure of collaboration and teamwork. Even in the 20s, as an extremely young man, he was writing as a music critic for the newspapers. He always thought, with Horkheimer, of their work as a shared intellectual labor, but a labor that sought to maintain its freedom not under the false illusion of private or personal autonomy for the authors but under the terms of a publicly mediated freedom. A freedom achieved for both was not a freedom achieved for the isolated genius of modernism, it was the freedom of enlightenment or political maturity they wanted to pass via democratic education, to every member of society. Precisely, then, what the reviewers picked up on was what Adorno prided himself on, that his thought was difficult, but where difficulty for him did not mean what it meant for them. He did not think his thought obscure or incomprehensible. He did think that it demanded effort. He did not believe it was merely elitist or snobbish or reserved for a few. He saw it as the property if not also the right of every middle-class bourgeois citizen of a society that had been promised freedom and enlightenment in the first place. He did not think his thought isolated or lonely, even if it brought to expression the deep sorrow, desolation, and loneliness of those who were continuing to live as survivors in the shadows of those who had been murdered. In reviewing Adorno's negative dialectics, Gillian Rose described Adorno as a latter-day Nietzsche, who was unwilling to make his German easy for or on the Germans. To be situated between man and Horkheimer was, one might say, for Adorno to have been conditioned by the competing but convergent perspectives of aesthetics and sociology. However, if one reads from the one perspective without from the other, one might be tempted to misread Adorno's seeming retreat into aesthetics merely as a form of modernist silence or his retreat into sociology merely as a position of resignation with regard to political praxis. It would be far too simple to recall the phrase Adorno used himself to describe the high and the low halves of culture, to speak of his own aesthetic and sociological pursuits as signifying two halves of a thinker that don't add up. Precisely the tension between the two lay at the center of his negative dialectic, a tension one constantly had to confront, he insisted, in a world overshadowed by catastrophe. Adorno always therefore described the interaction between social or political modernity and cultural modernism to cut through the inclination to read the tension between culture and society in terms of the uncompromising and isolated genius who must resist the demands of a society that would seek to restrict the freedom of thought. He aimed historically to dismantle both sides of this traditional model to show the deep implication of the true, the good, and the beautiful in the world's errors. He wrote that perhaps silence is the only appropriate form left in a world where speaking to each other is no longer possible, but he chose to write his silence in the vulgar newspapers. In this way the silence was responsive to his experience of fascism, communism, and the Cold War. It was articulated entirely within the uneasy domain of the public sphere, on the unease of public thought. In a piece written after Adorno's death in 1969, Habermas described his teacher as a post-Socratic figure. He spoke of Adorno as writing from the position of a suffering subject, a bourgeois subject radicalized by suffering rather than redemption. Had the ghost of Adorno been present, he might have asked that the figure of Moses also be introduced into the funeral oration, especially the figure as given shape by Schoenberg in his unfinished opera. For Adorno resisted the authoritarian construction of his own cult status, or more modestly his own influence, by rejecting what his followers wanted of him, namely, that he would give them a clear prescription for political action. He only needed to refuse so immodest a construction or comparison of his position, a comparison with the great figures of Socrates or Moses, because this was what followers were seeing in him, which of course did not contradict the pleasure he also felt in receiving so much attention. He was ambitious. He was also sympathetic with the students' cause. However, the students apparently preferred according him a mythic position than they did listening to his refusal to go along with their means of political action. Almost paradoxically, they declared the figure they so venerated public enemy number one. 72 Those more sympathetic contrarily found in his refusal what he himself found in Schoenberg's opera, namely, as one reviewer put it, a magnificent failure. 73. Socrates and Moses were both public figures in a city and even in a wilderness. Socrates refused to give answers to the questions he himself posed. Moses refused to reduce the Word of God to a form of compelling oratory. Traveling across America, Adorno heard in the radio voice of the Southern right-wing fundamentalist Martin Luther Thomas a rhetorical directness he took to be inseparable from the authoritarian voice of the German leader whose compelling oratory had led his country of birth into catastrophe. The propaganda of his day caused Adorno as much anxiety, he remarked, as the sophistry of a former day caused Plato. 74. Adorno refused the position of Socrates or Moses, not by proclaiming himself superior to these two paradigmatic figures, for they had long been paradigms of Western thought. His refusal consisted more in his refusal to be a figure to whom a following could devote itself. Given the terms of his own critique of the authoritarian personality, he noted that the followers he did not want were those that would take the message but not its meaning. In invoking also such a distinction, Moses had destroyed the tablets to prove himself a genuine spiritual leader. In the opera, Moses's leadership had, in Adorno's view, become secularized to such a degree that it was leadership itself that was no longer credible. Hence Schoenberg's necessary failure, in Adorno's view, for the opera to resolve its sacred issue. Apart from the thoughts about leadership, Adorno's argument of an essay entitled Resignation has a literally and metaphorically quietistic element. Loud claims of emancipation, loud actions against authority testify, contrary to all the claims of radicality, to a profound fear that things might actually be different from how they are. Student action, he explained, just before he died, would likely result less in the empowerment they sought than in a further weakening of their already historically damaged egos. Happiness, he concluded in the last line, is found not in the loud expressions of rage but in thinking. Thought is happiness even where it defines unhappiness, by enunciating it quietly. By this alone happiness reaches into the universal unhappiness. Whoever does not let it, the thinking atrophy has not resigned. The inevitable question arises whether Adorno would have been so public a figure had he not been forced by world circumstances to become so. Would he have preferred to live within the safe confines of the academic ivory tower? Some think he did anyway despite his regular appearances on television and radio. Others would have preferred that he come onto the streets alongside Sartre to take a stand on the barricades. If this is a question about preferences, then Adorno might well have responded by taking his usual step back from the question itself to say, given a preference, he'd have preferred National Socialism not to have happened. It's not fair to suggest, as one critic did, that, had Europe not experienced fascism, Adorno would have had to invent it for the sake of his philosophy. I have offered an overview of the general principles of Adorno's thought in relation to the critics of his time. There is no principle or thought in the present essay that is not given its detail in the essays by Adorno that follow. Moreover, looking recently over some reviews written for our present times, I have not found that the critics have altered much in their style and range of commentary. Whether they are justified or not is not my point. The fact that they still say the same kinds of things suggests that Adorno's preoccupations with society, relations to culture, democracy's relation to dictatorship, a people's relation to its media, philosophy's relation to truth, music's relation to suffering, a people's relation to prejudice, and a discipline's relation to system, all produce in the critics similarly complex or banal reactions of unease or concurrence. The best explanation for the continuity is that Adorno's work still has something to teach us. A less pleasant explanation is that, as critics, we rely too much on complaints of old or have simply lost our imaginations. Interventions 9 Critical Models. Introduction. Language meets its catastrophe not merely in its individual words and syntactical structure. Many words clump together in the pull of communication, prior and contrary to all meaning. Karl Kraus recognized this phenomenon and persecuted it almost tenderly in such turns of phrase as fully developed and consolidated. One such clump is the illegal intervention, which typically ensues when relations turn out not to have been without consequence. 2. Presumably the abuse of language is so much a part of objective spirit's flesh and blood that it could never be made to give it up. But perhaps what has happened to words should be taken at its word. If prohibition was already once associated with interventions, then considerations that propose to intervene should at least metaphorically recall it and transgress taboo and consent. Thematically, the articles extend from so-called grand philosophical subjects to political topics and on to relatively ephemeral, occasional pieces, from professional academic experiences to very non-academic questions. The presentation follows suit. Its rigor and density vary according to the subject being presented. An autonomous language that ignores the requirements entailed by successive changes in subject matter is no style. Everywhere, however, where topically relevant material is treated, the adversary is the same malfeasance upon which every particular depends, and which nevertheless only appears in the particular. 3. Thus a catchword that unintentionally recurs in many of the articles suggests itself reified consciousness, into which the essays seek to intervene, whether it be in the work of the human sciences or in the attitude of teachers toward philosophy, in the cliché of the 20s or the evil survival of sexual taboos, in the prefabricated world of television or in unfettered opinion. This unity at the same time prescribes the limit. Consciousness is criticized where it is merely the reflection of the reality that sustains it. The practical prospects therefore are limited. Whoever puts forward proposals easily makes himself into an accomplice. Talk of a we one identifies with already implies complicity with what is wrong, and the illusion that goodwill and a readiness to engage in communal action can achieve something where every will is powerless and where the identification with hommes de bonne volonté is a disguised form of evil. A purist attitude, however, that refrains from intervening likewise reinforces that from which it timorously recoils. Such a contradiction cannot be settled by reflection. It is the constitution of reality that dictates the contradiction. At a historical moment, however, where a praxis that would refer to the totality appears to be blocked everywhere, even paltry reforms may presume more right than they in fact are due. December 1962. Why still philosophy? To a question such as, why still philosophy? For the formulation of which I myself am responsible, although its dilettantish tone does not escape me, most people will already guess the answer. They will expect a train of thought that accumulates all kinds of difficulties and reservations in order to lead ultimately, more or less cautiously, to a nevertheless, and the affirmation of what at first had been rhetorically cast into doubt. This all too familiar circuit corresponds to a conformist and apologetic attitude that characterizes itself as positive and reckons in advance on consent. And indeed perhaps nothing better can be expected from someone whose job it is to teach philosophy, whose bourgeois existence depends on its continued survival, and who undermines his own immediate interests as soon as he contests it. All that notwithstanding, I have some right to raise the question for the simple reason that I am not at all sure of the answer. Anyone who defends a cause deemed obsolete and superfluous by the spirit of the age places himself in the most disadvantageous position. His arguments sound half-hearted. Yes, but consider, however, he says, as though trying to talk his audience into something they don't want. Anyone who doesn't want to be dissuaded from philosophy must take this misfortune into account. He must know that philosophy is no longer applicable to the techniques for mastering one's life, techniques in both the literal and figurative senses, with which philosophy was once so closely entwined. And philosophy no longer offers a medium of self-cultivation beyond these techniques, as was the case during the era of Hegel, when for a few short decades the very small class of German intellectuals communicated in their collective philosophical language. Roughly since the death of Kant, philosophy has made itself suspect because of its disparity with the positive sciences, especially the natural sciences, and it was the first discipline in public awareness to succumb to the crisis of the humanistic concept of culture, about which I need not say a great deal. The Kantian and Hegelian revivals, whose titles alone already reveal the feebleness of their programs, have not changed the situation much. Finally, in the general tendency toward specialization, philosophy too has established itself as a specialized discipline, one purified of all specific content. In so doing, philosophy has denied its own constitutive concept, the intellectual freedom that does not obey the dictates of specialized knowledge. At the same time, by abstaining from all definite content, whether as a formal logic and theory of science or as the legend of being, beyond all beings, philosophy declared its bankruptcy regarding concrete, societal goals. To be sure, philosophy thereby merely ratified a process that is largely tantamount to its own history. More and more fields were snatched away from it and transformed into science. It scarcely had any other choice but to become either a science itself or a minuscule, tolerated enclave, one which as such already conflicts with what it wants to be, a non-particularized pursuit. Newtonian physics was still called philosophy. Modern scientific consciousness would see in this an archaic relic, a vestige of that earlier epoch of Greek speculation when sound explanation of nature and sublime metaphysics were still inseparably interwoven in the name of the essence of things. This is why some resolute beings have proclaimed that such archaic themes constitute the only philosophy and have tried to restore them. But the consciousness suffering from the fissured state of the world and conjuring up a past unity out of its own deprivation contradicts the very contents it aspires to win for itself. Therefore it must autocratically promote its own primordial language. True restoration is as futile in philosophy as it is anywhere else. Philosophy has to protect itself from the chatter of culture and the abracadabra of worldviews. It also should not imagine that specialized work in epistemological theory, or whatever else prides itself on being research, is actually philosophy. Yet a philosophy forswearing all of that must in the end be irreconcilably at odds with the dominant consciousness. Nothing else raises it above the suspicion of apologetics. Philosophy that satisfies its own intention, and does not childishly skip behind its own history and the real one, has its lifeblood in the resistance against the common practices of today and what they serve, against the justification of what happens to be the case. Even the greatest achievement of philosophical speculation to date, that of Hegel, is no longer binding. Anyone whom public opinion has once categorized as a dialectician, and no one who in any way has a public life can escape being classified, must indicate how he distinguishes himself from Hegel. It is not at all a difference of individual conviction. Rather, the difference is demanded by the movement of the subject matter itself, and it was no one less than Hegel himself who demanded that thought abandon itself to the subject matter without reservation. Traditional philosophies claim to totality, culminating in the thesis that the real is rational, is indistinguishable from apologetics. 3. But this thesis has become absurd. A philosophy that would still set itself up as total, as a system, would become a delusional system. Yet if philosophy renounces the claim to totality and no longer claims to develop out of itself the whole that should be the truth, then it comes into conflict with its entire tradition. This is the price it must pay for the fact that, once cured of its own delusional system, it denounces the delusional system of reality. No longer is it then a self-sufficient, stringent network of argumentative justification. The state of philosophy in society, which philosophy itself should scrutinize rather than deny, corresponds to its own desperate state, the necessity of formulating what, nowadays under the title of the absurd, is already being recuperated by the machinery. After everything, for the only responsible philosophy is one that no longer imagines it had the absolute at its command. Indeed, philosophy must forbid the thought of it in order not to betray that thought, and at the same time it must not bargain away anything of the emphatic concept of truth. This contradiction is philosophy's element. It defines philosophy as negative. Kant's famous dictum that the critical path is the only one still open to us belongs to those propositions constituting a philosophy that proves itself because the propositions, as fragments, survive beyond the system that conceived them. Admittedly, the idea of critique itself harkens back to the philosophical tradition that today lies in ruins. While in the meantime the domain of every kind of knowledge has been confiscated by the specialized disciplines to such a degree that philosophical thought feels terrorized and fears being refuted as dilettantism whenever it takes on specific content. In reaction to this, the concept of primordiality has attained an honorable status it does not merit. The more reified the world becomes, the thicker the veil cast upon nature, the more the thinking weaving that veil in its turn claims ideologically to be nature, primordial experience. On the other hand, ever since the celebrated pre-Socratics, traditional philosophers have practiced critique. Xenophanes, whose school the current anti-conceptual concept of being dates back to, strove to demythologize the forces of nature. And Aristotle in turn saw through the Platonic hypostatization of the concept of being into an idea. In modernity, Descartes convicted the scholastic philosophy of turning mere opinion into dogma. Leibniz criticized empiricism, and Kant criticized the philosophies of both Leibniz and Hume at once. Hegel criticized Kant's philosophy, and Marx in turn criticized Hegel's. For all of these thinkers, critique was not a mere adornment accompanying what the jargon of ontology 30 years ago would have called their project. It did not document a point of view that could be adopted according to personal taste. Rather, its very existence lay in cogent argumentation. Each of those thinkers found his own truth in critique. Critique alone, as the unity of the problem and its arguments, not the adoption of received theses, has laid the foundation for what may be considered the productive unity of the history of philosophy. In the progressive continuity of such critique, even those philosophers whose doctrines insist on the eternal and the timeless acquired their temporal nucleus, their historical status. Contemporary philosophical critique is confronted with two schools of thought that, by constituting the spirit of the age, nolens volens exert an influence beyond the walls of the academic preserve. They diverge and, nonetheless, complement each other. Especially in the Anglo-Saxon countries, logical positivism, originally inaugurated by the Vienna Circle, has gained ground to the point of becoming a virtual monopoly. Many consider it modern in the sense of being the most rigorous faculty of enlightenment, adequate to the so-called technical scientific age. Whatever does not conform to it is relegated to the status of residual metaphysics, its own unrecognized mythology, or, in the terminology of those who know nothing of art. Opposed to this movement are the ontological approaches, active above all in the German-speaking countries. The school of Heidegger, who, incidentally, since his publications following the so-called turn has become rather averse to the word ontology, pursues the archaic theme farthest, whereas the French version, existentialism, modified the ontological approach with Enlightenment motives and political engagement. Positivism and ontology are anathema to one another. Rudolf Carnap, one of positivism's foremost representatives, has attacked Heidegger's theory, indeed quite wrongly, for being meaningless. 6. Conversely, for the ontologists of Heideggerian provenance, positivist thinking is forgetful of being, a profanation of the authentic question. The ontologists are afraid of getting their hands dirty with the merely factually existent, which lies in the positivists' hands alone. Thus it is all the more surprising that the two directions coincide in an essential point. Both have chosen metaphysics as their common enemy. In positivism this goes without saying, because metaphysics essentially transcends that which is the case. 7. It is not tolerated by positivism, whose very name indicates its adherence to the positive, the existent, the given. But Heidegger as well, schooled as he is in the metaphysical tradition, has tried emphatically to disassociate himself from it. With the name of metaphysics he baptizes the thinking that, at least since Aristotle, if not already in Plato, separates being, sign, and being, signed as, the concept and what is conceptualized. 1. Could, in a language Heidegger rejected, say, subject and object. According to Heidegger, a thinking that analyzes and differentiates destroys through reflection what the words themselves say. In short, everything Hegel called the labor and the exertion of the concept, and equated with philosophy 8 is, for Heidegger, already the apostasy from philosophy and beyond repair, because prefigured in the nature of being itself, through the historicity of being. In both positivism and Heidegger, at least in his later work, speculation is the target of attack. In both cases the thought that autonomously raises itself above the facts through interpreting them and that cannot be reclaimed by them without leaving a surplus is condemned, for being empty and vain concept-mongering. According to Heidegger, however, thinking, in the sense it has received in Occidental history, profoundly misses the truth. For him that truth is an appearing in itself, a self-disclosing. Legitimate thinking is nothing other than the ability to perceive this. Cryptically, philology becomes a philosophical authority. This common aversion against metaphysics lessens the immediate sense of paradox when one of Heidegger's students working in Kiel, Walter Brocker, recently attempted to combine positivism and the philosophy of being by granting positivism the entire realm of existence and superimposing over it, as on a higher plane, the doctrine of being, expressly identified as mythology. 9. Being, in whose name Heidegger's philosophy increasingly concentrates itself, is for him, as a pure self-presentation to passive consciousness, just as immediate, just as independent of the mediations of the subject as the facts and the sensory data are for the positivists. In both philosophical movements thinking becomes a necessary evil and is broadly discredited. Thinking loses its element of independence. The autonomy of reason vanishes. The part of reason that exceeds the subordinate reflection upon an adjustment to pre-given data. With it, however, goes the conception of freedom and, potentially, the self-determination of human society. If their humane compunctions did not keep most of the positivists from going so far, they would have to demand that praxis adapt itself to the facts, before which thinking is for them powerless, simply an anticipation or classification, invalid in the face of the only thing that counts, that which simply is the case. For Heidegger, however, thinking would be the everentially conceptless, passive hearkening to a being that always only speaks being, without any right to critique and constrained to capitulate equally before everything that can appeal to the shimmering mightiness of being. Heidegger's falling in with the Führerstaat, Hitler's leader state, was no act of opportunism but rather a consequence of a philosophy that equated being and Führer. If philosophy is still necessary, it is so only in the way it has been from time immemorial, as critique, as resistance to the expanding heteronomy, even if only as thought's powerless attempt to remain its own master and to convict of untruth, by their own criteria, both a fabricated mythology and a conniving, resigned acquiescence on the other of untruth. It is incumbent upon philosophy, as long as it is not prohibited as it was in the Christianized Athens of late antiquity, to provide a refuge for freedom. Not that there is any hope that it could break the political tendencies that are throttling freedom throughout the world both from within and without, and whose violence permeates the very fabric of philosophical argumentation. Whatever takes place within the interior of the concept always reflects something of the movement of reality. But if the two heteronymies are the untruth, and if this can be convincingly demonstrated, then this not only adds a new link to the dreary chain of philosophical movements but also registers a trace of the hope that unfreedom and oppression, the evil whose malevolence requires as little philosophical proof as does its existence, nonetheless may not have the last word. Such a critique would need to define the two prevailing philosophies as isolated aspects of a truth that historically was forced to diverge. As little as these two aspects can be glued together into a so-called synthesis, nonetheless they should be reflected upon individually. The error in positivism is that it takes as its standard of truth the contingently given division of labor, that between the sciences and social praxis as well as that within science itself, and allows no theory that could reveal the division of labor to be itself derivative and mediated and thus strip it of its false authority. If in the age of emancipation, philosophy wanted to provide a foundation for science, and if Fichte and Hegel interpreted philosophy as the one and only science, then the most general structure derived from the sciences, its ingrained and societally rigidified procedure, would constitute the philosophy of positivism, the mechanism for its own self-legitimation, a circle that, surprisingly, seems hardly to disturb the fanatics of logical tidiness. Philosophy resigns by equating itself with what should in fact first be illuminated by philosophy. The existence of science telle quelle, just as it occurs within and amid all the insufficiencies and irrationalities of the societal fabric, becomes the criterion of its own truth. With such a reverence for reified reality, positivism is reified consciousness. Despite all its hostility toward mythology, it forsakes the anti-mythological impulse of philosophy to smash through human-made constructions and return them to their human measure. Fundamental ontology, however, blinds itself to the mediation not of the factual but of the concept. It suppresses the knowledge that those essences, or whatever it calls the results of progressive sublimation it opposes to the facts of positivism, are always also results of thinking, subject, spirit. Precisely the existence of the subject and its conditionedness indicate a being that has not sprung whole out of being, societalized individuals. In the Hooded Sanctuary 10, in which the philosophy of repristination entrenches itself against the profanity of mere fact as well as against concepts, which are related to each other in that facts are separate from and subsumed under conceptual unities, one encounters again the schism the harbingers of the indivisible think themselves immune to. Their words are inevitably concepts to the extent that they can be thought at all, but the doctrine of being would like to be a thinking still within the ambit of resolute archaism. However, just as concepts by their very meaning require a content that fulfills them, and just as, in Hegel's unparalleled insight, the mere thought of identity requires non-identity from which alone identity can be asserted, so too even the purest concepts depend on their other immanently, and not merely from a polar duality. Thinking itself, of which all concepts are a function, cannot be imagined without the activity of someone thinking, implied in the word thinking. This reverse relation already contains the element that, according to the idealist tradition, must first be constituted by the concept, and that, according to the mythology of being, is together with the concept an epiphenomenon of a third element. Without the determination by those two elements, this third thing would be wholly indeterminate. Just to be able to indicate it at all amounts to defining it by means of the same elements that are being so assiduously denied. Even the Kantian transcendental subject, whose legacy transcendental subjectless being would like to inherit, as a unity requires the manifold as much as, inversely, the manifold requires the unity of reason. 11. Independent of the contents that constitute a unity, the concept of unity itself remains unintelligible, and it is just as impossible to conjure away the trace of the factual from those contents as it is to remove the difference between the concept and the contents it requires. No unity, no matter how formal, even if it be pure logical unity, can be conceived even as a possibility without that toward which it gestures. Even the formal logical something is the remnant of the material that pure logic was so proud of having separated out. 12. However, the reason for what Gunther Anders called the pseudo-concretion in the thinking of being, and consequently for all the fraud it propagates, is that it claims to be inviolably pure of what it ultimately is and from whose concreteness it likewise profits. 13. It celebrates its triumph in a strategic retreat. Its mythical ambiguity merely camouflages the specific imbrication of the constitutive elements of thought from which it can no more easily free itself than conditioned consciousness ever could. Because being and concept remain artfully undifferentiated in the mythology of being, this ambiguity presents being as though it were beyond being as well as concept and, as Kant would say, obtains its absolute character surreptitiously. 14. Even the mythology of being, by suppressing the human participation in the highest concepts and idolizing them, is reified consciousness. But dialectic means nothing other than insisting on the mediation of what appears to be immediate and on the reciprocity of immediacy and mediation as it unfolds at all levels. Dialectic is not a third standpoint but rather the attempt, by means of an immanent critique, to develop philosophical standpoints beyond themselves and beyond the despotism of a thinking based on standpoints. In the face of the naivete of an autocratic consciousness that considers its own limitation, namely what is given to it to be unlimited, philosophy should be the binding commitment to non-naivete. In a world that has been thoroughly permeated by the structures of the social order, a world that so overpowers every individual that scarcely any option remains but to accept it on its own terms, such naivete reproduces itself incessantly and disastrously. What people have forced upon them by a boundless apparatus, which they themselves constitute and which they are locked into, virtually eliminates all natural elements and becomes nature to them. Reified consciousness is perfectly naive and, as reification, also perfectly unnaive. Philosophy must dissolve the semblance of the obvious as well as the semblance of the obscure. The integration of philosophy and science, already inscribed in nous in the earliest documents of Western metaphysics, strove to protect thought from dogmatic tutelage, which thought resembles by its autocratic nature, and which is the negation of all freedom. But freedom was the goal of the postulate of the direct involvement of vital, active mind in all acts of cognition, the indefeasible norm of self-evidence ever since Spinoza. 15. It was, in the realm of mere logic, the anticipatory image of an actual state in which human beings would finally be free, rid of every kind of blind authority. This has reversed itself. The invocation of science, of its ground rules, of the exclusive validity of the methods that science has now completely become, now constitutes a surveillance authority punishing free, uncoddled, undisciplined thought and tolerating nothing of mental activity other than what has been methodologically sanctioned. Science and scholarship, the medium of autonomy, has degenerated into an instrument of heteronomy. 16. The original raison d'être is removed, consigned to the contingency of defamed aperçus, isolated, and in fact degraded into prattle about worldviews. The philosophical critique of scientificism, which conclusively refutes such a system of thought, is therefore not what its well-meaning adversaries accuse it of being but rather the destruction of what is already destructive. The critique of the current philosophies does not plead for the disappearance of philosophy nor for its replacement by separate disciplines such as social science. It intends both formally and materially to promote precisely that manner of intellectual freedom that has no place in the regnant philosophical movements. A thinking that approaches its objects openly, rigorously, and on the basis of progressive knowledge, is also free toward its objects in the sense that it refuses to have rules prescribed to it by organized knowledge. It turns the quintessence of the experience accumulated in it to the objects, rends the veil with which society conceals them, and perceives them anew. Were philosophy to beat back the fear caused by the tyranny of the prevailing philosophical movements, the ontological intimidation not to think anything that is not pure, and the scientistic intimidation not to think anything that is not connected to the corpus of findings recognized as scientifically valid, then it would be capable of recognizing what that fear prohibits, what in unmarred consciousness in fact would be intent upon. To the things themselves 17 that philosophical phenomenology had dreamed of, like a dreamer who dreams he's waking up 18, can only come true for a philosophy that stops hoping to acquire knowledge with the magical stroke of eidetic intuition 19, and instead thinks through the subjective and objective mediations without, however, conforming to the latent primacy of organized method, which over and over again offers phenomenological movements only a series of fetishes, homemade concepts instead of their longed-for things. Had not all positivist locutions become deeply suspect, then one could imagine that only a consciousness both free and reflected in itself would be open to what traditional philosophy has obstructed by confusing itself with what it intends to interpret. Within traditional philosophies, exhaustion at the succession of its variations lies the potential for a philosophy that could break the magic spell. Nonetheless, it is completely uncertain whether philosophy, as a conceptual activity of the interpretive mind, is still the order of the day. Whether it has fallen behind what it should conceptualize, the state of the world rushing toward catastrophe. It appears to be too late for contemplation. Whatever is manifestly absurd flies in the face of any idea of comprehending it. The abolition of philosophy was forecast more than 100 years ago. 20. The fact that in the East Diomat is proclaimed to be Marxist philosophy, as though it were compatible with Marxist theory just like that, testifies to the inversion of Marxism into a static dogma deadened to its own contents, or, as they themselves say, into an ideology. 21. Anyone who still philosophizes can do so only by denying the Marxist thesis that reflection has become obsolete. Marx believed that the possibility of changing the world from top to bottom was immediately present, here and now. But only stubbornness could still maintain this thesis as Marx formulated it. The proletariat to whom he appealed was not yet integrated into society. It was rapidly sinking into destitution, whereas on the other hand societal power did not yet command the means to assure overwhelming odds for itself in the event of any serious conflict. Philosophy, as at once both rigorous and free thought, now finds itself in an entirely different situation. Marx would have been the last person to tear thought free from the real movement of history. Hegel, who was aware of the transience of art and prophesied its end, had made its progress dependent upon the consciousness of needs. 22. But what is right for art is just as right for philosophy, whose truth content converges with that of art, by virtue of the technical procedures of art diverging from those of philosophy. The undiminished persistence of suffering, fear, and menace necessitates that the thought that cannot be realized should not be discarded. After having missed its opportunity, philosophy must come to know, without any mitigation, why the world, which could be paradise here and now, can become hell itself tomorrow. Such knowledge would indeed truly be philosophy. It would be anachronistic to abolish it for the sake of a praxis that at this historical moment would inevitably eternalize precisely the present state of the world, the very critique of which is the concern of philosophy. Praxis, whose purpose is to produce a rational and politically mature humanity, remains under the spell of disaster unless it has a theory that can think the totality in its untruth. It goes without saying that this theory should not be a warmed-over idealism but rather must incorporate societal and political reality and its dynamic. In the last 40 or 50 years, philosophy has been claiming, most of the time spuriously, to oppose idealism. What was genuine in this was the opposition to decorative platitudes, to the intellectual hubris that makes spirit into an absolute, to the glorification of this world, as though it already were freedom. The anthropocentrism inherent in all idealistic conceptions cannot be saved. One need only remember the changes in cosmology during the last 150 years. Surely not the least of the tasks incumbent upon philosophy is to help Spirit 23 appropriate the experiences of the natural sciences without recourse to amateurish analogies and syntheses. An unproductive gulf exists between the natural sciences and the so-called realm of spirit, so great a gulf that at times the spirit's engagement with itself and the social world appears to be a gratuitous conceit. Something would already be achieved if philosophy at least sought to bring people's consciousness of themselves to the same state of knowledge that they have of nature, instead of them living like cavemen in thrall to their own knowledge of a cosmos in which the hardly sapient species Homo makes a helpless go of it. In the face of this task and the undiminished insight into society's laws of motion, philosophy could hardly presume to affirm that it posits out of itself something like a positive meaning. To this extent it makes common cause with positivism, even more with modern art, before whose phenomena most of what passes today for philosophical thinking fails for lack of any relationship to them. But philosophy's turn against idealism, which has been proclaimed ad nauseum, did not intend militant enlightenment but resignation. Thought has been intimidated and no longer dares raise itself, not even in fundamental ontology's devotional submissiveness to being. In its opposition to such resignation, there is a moment of truth in idealism. The realization of materialism would mean today the end of materialism, of the blind and degrading dependence of human beings upon material conditions. Spirit is no more the absolute than it is entirely reducible to a concrete entity. It will come to know what it is only when it stops invalidating itself. The force of such resistance is the sole criterion for philosophy today. 24 It is as irreconcilable with reified consciousness as Platonic enthusiasm once was. Only the excess of this consciousness beyond the factual makes it possible to call the universally conditioned by its rightful name. Philosophy desires peace with that other being, that the affirmative philosophies degrade by praising it and adapting themselves to it. For those philosophies everything becomes functional. Even the conformity to what exists is for them a pretext for subjugating it intellectually. But what exists does not want to be deformed. Anything that has a function is already spellbound within the functional world. Only a thinking that has no mental sanctuary, no illusion of an inner realm, and that acknowledges its lack of function and power can perhaps catch a glimpse of an order of the possible and the non-existent, where human beings and things each would be in their rightful place. Because philosophy is good for nothing, it is not yet obsolete. Philosophy should not even invoke this point, lest it blindly repeat its wrong self-justification by self-positing. 25. This wrong was passed down from the idea of philosophia perennis, that philosophy is the vested bearer of eternal truth. This idea is exploded by Hegel's astounding proposition that philosophy is its own time, comprehended in thought. The requirement seemed so self-evident to him that he did not hesitate to introduce it as a definition. 26. He was the first to gain insight into the temporal nucleus of truth. This was connected for him with the confidence that every significant philosophy, by expressing its own stage of consciousness as a necessary aspect of the totality, at the same time, also expressed the totality The fact that this confidence together with the philosophy of identity met with disappointment lessens not only the pathos of subsequent philosophies but also their standing. What for Hegel was self-evident cannot possibly be claimed by the regnant philosophies today. No longer are they their own time comprehended in thought. Ontology even makes a virtue out of its provincialism. 27. The faithful counterpoint to this attitude is the helpless conceptual poverty of the positivists. They've tailored the rules of the game so that the reified consciousness of uninspired, bright boys can consider itself to be the cutting edge of the spirit of the age. However, they are merely its symptom, and they disguise their deficiencies as the incorruptible virtue of those who will not have the wool pulled over their eyes. At most both movements belong to the spirit of the age as one of regression, and Nietzsche's backwardsmen once again have literally become backwoods men. 28. Against them philosophy must prove itself the most advanced consciousness, permeated with the potential of what could be different, but also a match for the power of regression, which it can transcend only after having incorporated and comprehended it. When today's philosophical archaism evades this requirement, which it surely perceives, by offering ancient truth as an alibi, and abuses progress, which it merely prevents by pretending to have already overcome it, then these are all just so many excuses. No dialectic of progress suffices to legitimate an intellectual condition that believes itself safe and sound only because its corner has not yet been infiltrated by the deployment of objectivity, with which even that spiritual condition itself is intertwined and which ensures that all appeals to what is safe and sound immediately reinforce the calamity. 29. The self-righteous profundity that treats the progressive consciousness and canaille as flat reflections extending beyond the magical incantations of the ontologists as well as beyond the vérités de fait of the positivists are not trendy stupidities, as the ideology of the yellowed lampoons would have it. 30. Rather they are motivated by those very facts of the matter that ontologists as well as positivists pretend are the only things worthy of regard. As long as philosophy retains the faintest trace of the title of a book published by an old Kantian more than 30 years ago, from the philosophy corner, it will remain nothing more than the fun its detractors make of it. 31. Not by avuncular advice will it transcend the academic industry. All wisdom has degenerated into wizened prudence. 32. There is also no avail to philosophy in the behavior of that teacher who in the pre-fascist era felt prompted to set his age aright and inspected Marlene Dietrich's Blauer Engel so as to see firsthand how bad things really were. 33. Flights of this sort into concrete experience convict philosophy of being the refuse of precisely the history with whose agent philosophy mistakenly confuses itself out of a sense of nostalgia for its erstwhile cultural role. Not to resemble any of this in any way at all would not be the worst criterion for philosophy nowadays. Philosophy should not with foolish arrogance set about collecting information and then take a position. Rather it must unrestrictedly, without recourse to some mental refuge, experience. It must do exactly what is avoided by those who refuse to forsake the maxim that every philosophy must finally produce something positive. Rimbaud's Il faut être absolument moderne is neither an aesthetic program nor a program for aesthetes. It is a categorical imperative of philosophy. Whatever wants nothing to do with the trajectory of history belongs all the more truly to it. History promises no salvation and offers the possibility of hope only to the concept whose movement follows history's path to the very extreme. Philosophy and teachers. It is my intention to say a few words about the so-called general test in philosophy, which is part of the examination that qualifies candidates for academic posts in secondary schools in the land of Hessen. 1. What I have observed over the last 11 years has made me more and more concerned that the meaning of the test is misunderstood and that the test fails its purpose. Moreover, I have had cause to think about the mentality of those being tested. I believe I sense their own discontent with the test. From the beginning, many feel alienated and not really equal to it. Some harbor doubts about its significance. I believe I must speak about this matter because the very results of the test often depend on factors I have encountered and that are often not fully recognized by the candidates. An examiner would have the wrong attitude altogether if he did not fundamentally try to help those people whom he is professionally obliged to judge, even when such help has a sting to it. I alone answer for my words here, though my colleagues might share my opinion in many respects. In particular, I know that Horkheimer reached the same conclusions. Obviously, there are many candidates for whom my fears are unfounded. They are mainly those who personally have a specific interest in philosophy. As participants in our seminars, they have often developed a genuine relationship to philosophy. Beyond this group, there is no lack of students with wide horizons and intellectual sensibilities. Truly cultured individuals, they already bring with them at the outset what the test, fragmentarily and insufficiently enough, is supposed to detect the presence or absence of. But my critique is in no way directed only at those who have not passed the exam. Often they are only more careless, but certainly no less qualified than the majority who are passed in accordance with formal criteria. Rather, it is the sign of the fatal condition, really a condition, regardless of any particular faults of those who fail, whose marks are borne even by the students who sail through the exam, or who, as an expression that itself is already fundamentally offensive puts it, receive a solid average. Often one has the feeling that this or that candidate should be passed because he answered most of the concrete and verifiable questions more or less correctly. But this decision, no matter how welcome to the person in question, does not exactly lighten the examiner's heart. If the test were conducted strictly according to the spirit and not the letter of the exam regulations, such students would have to receive a negative evaluation, above all in consideration of the youth who will be entrusted to them once they become teachers and with whom I do not yet feel too old to identify myself. The mere need for teachers should not profit those who by their nature presumably will have the opposite effect of what that need requires. The entire situation is suspect precisely in those aspects for the sake of which the general test was first introduced. I think it better to say this openly and to stimulate discussion than to carry on silently with a practice that inevitably must lead the examiners to routine and resignation, and the candidates to disdain for what is expected of them, a disdain that often only thinly veils their disdain for themselves. It is kinder to be unkind than to disregard with an all too convenient, friendly indulgence what in the consciousness of the examinees affronts their own better aptitudes, which I am sure every candidate possesses. It goes without saying that humanitarianism embraces goodwill and consideration, and among those in our Department of Philosophy at the university who must administer examinations, none are lacking these qualities. But we wish to be humane, not only toward the candidates, whose anxiety we can well understand, but also toward those who will one day sit before them, whom we do not see, and who are threatened with greater injustice at the hands of an immature and uneducated intellect than anyone who might be threatened by our intellectual demands. One does not need what Nietzsche called the love of strangers. For this, a little imagination is quite sufficient. 2. When I said that those who are equal to the test are often the ones who participated actively in the philosophy seminars, I did not mean to exercise any institutional pressure. I take the idea of academic freedom extremely seriously and am completely indifferent as to how a student educates himself, whether as a participant in seminars and lectures or merely through private reading. I had absolutely no intention of equating the significance of this examination with professional training in the specific discipline of philosophy. I only meant to say that those who push themselves beyond the activities of a single academic specialty to that consciousness of spirit that is philosophy usually fit the conception of the examination. It would be childish to expect that everyone could or would want to become a professional philosopher. I fundamentally mistrust precisely that category. We do not want to expect from our students that déformation professionnelle, of those who automatically think that their particular field is the center of the world. Philosophy fulfills itself only where it is more than a specialty. The general test, according to paragraph 19 of the exam regulations, to which so many cling scrupulously, should determine whether the applicant has understood the educational significance and strengths of the disciplines he has studied and understands how to consider them from the vantage point of the vital philosophical, pedagogical, and political questions of the present. Page 46. There is then added expressly, yet the philosophically accentuated test should not lose itself in specialized questions, but rather must orient itself according to such questions as are essential for the living culture of today, whereby the particular disciplines of the applicant constitute the point of departure. In other words, the general test intends, to the extent that any test can do it, to give an idea of whether the candidates, in reflecting upon their specialized discipline, that is, in reflecting upon what they are fulfilling, and in reflecting upon themselves transcend the bounds of what they have actually learned. Quite simply, one could say, whether they are intellectual, spiritual people. If that phrase did not have a distinct tone of arrogance, did not evoke exactly those desires for elitist domination that prevent the academic from self-reflection. The phrase spiritual person may be abominable, but its actual significance is brought out only by something more abominable, an encounter with someone who lacks any trace of the spiritual. This test therefore should permit us to see whether those candidates, who as teachers in secondary schools are burdened with a heavy responsibility for the spiritual and material development of Germany, are intellectuals or, as Ibsen said more than 80 years ago, merely specialized technicians. 3. The fact that the term intellectual came into disrepute at the hands of the National Socialists seems to me just one more reason to use it in a positive sense. The first step towards self-reflection would be to stop cultivating vagueness as a higher ethos and stop slandering enlightenment, and instead, resist the baiting of intellectuals, no matter what disguise it might take. However, whether someone is an intellectual or not is manifested above all in his relationship to his own work and to the societal totality of which it is a part. This relationship, not the work in specialized domains like epistemology, ethics, or even the history of philosophy, is what constitutes the essence of philosophy in the first place. It was formulated in this way by a philosopher whose qualifications in the particularized philosophical disciplines would be difficult to dispute. In the deduced plan for an Institute of Higher Learning to be established in Berlin, that is, the university, Fichte says, now that which scientifically comprehends the entire spiritual activity, including all particular and further determinate expressions of it, is philosophy. Thanks to the formation given them by the art of philosophy, the specific sciences should receive that which constitutes their proper art. That part of them which up to the present has simply been their natural gift dependent on the mercy of chance should be elevated to the rank of reflected ability and activity. The spirit of philosophy would be that which understood first itself and thereby all other spirits within it. The artist in a particular science must above all else become a philosophical artist, and his particular art would merely be a further determination and a single application of his universal philosophical art. Or, perhaps even more strikingly, thus with this developed philosophical spirit, that of the purer form of knowledge, the entire scientific or scholarly material would then need to be comprehended and penetrated in its organic unity at the institution of higher learning. For these propositions are no less valid today than they were 150 years ago. The emphatic concept of philosophy intended by the movement of German idealism in the epoch when it was in accord with the spirit of the age did not add philosophy as a subject to the sciences, but rather sought philosophy in the vital self, reflection of the scientific and scholarly spirit. However, if the process of specialization, which denigrated this idea of philosophy into a platitude to be intoned by officiating orators, were viewed actually as an expression of the reification spirit itself underwent in step with an increasingly reified exchange society, then philosophy would be precisely the force of resistance inherent in each individual's own thought, a force that opposes the narrow-minded acquisition of factual knowledge, even in the so-called philosophical specialties. Please do not misunderstand me. I am not ignoring the necessity of philosophies becoming autonomous vis-a-vis the individual scientific and scholarly disciplines. Without that separation, the natural sciences, at least, could hardly have experienced such rapid development. Perhaps even philosophy itself was not able to attain its most profound insights until, like Hegel, it had voluntarily or involuntarily taken its leave from the activities of the individual disciplines. It is futile to hope for a magical reunification of what has been separated. Even the Philosophicum, the philosophy examination, must beware of this illusion. Several highly developed disciplines in the humanities, for instance classical philology, have taken on such a specific gravity and have such a refined methodology and material at their disposal that philosophical self-reflection almost inevitably appears dilettantish in comparison. There is hardly a direct path leading from the practices of those disciplines to philosophical reflection. Conversely, the development of philosophy into a specialized discipline cannot simply be ignored. In the absence of familiarity with the products of specialized philosophy, philosophical self-reflection on the part of individual disciplines easily takes on a chimerical quality. Consciousness that would behave as though in its material it were at once also philosophical not only could all too easily sidestep the density of the material and veer into arbitrariness but would moreover be condemned to regress to stages of philosophical amateurism long ago superseded. I am neither overlooking, nor intentionally ignoring this objective difficulty of the exam. But I think that one should not stop with that and, above all, that one should not get carried away. If in fact there is no direct path available between the work of the individual disciplines and that of philosophy, then this does not mean that the pursuits have nothing to do with one another. An expert in German philology would quite rightfully be indignant were he required to toss out historica philosophical interpretations of the linguistic laws governing sound shifts. But, for instance, a problem such as how the mythical legacy of folk religions in the Nibelungenlied, though archaic from a Christian point of view, nonetheless takes on post-medieval Protestant traits in the figure of Hagen, assuming that the episode on the Danube signifies something like this. 5. Such a problem would be legitimate in the eyes of the philologists and at the same time would be productive for philosophy. Or, if the great lyric poetry of the Middle Ages in large measure lacks what in the form of nature lyric then became so deeply rooted in the concept of the lyrical since the end of the 18th century, then the absence of this element that for such a long period of time is virtually taken for granted as part of later lyrical consciousness would be a theme just as much of interest to philosophers as to philologists. There are countless connections of this kind and the candidates could surely choose themes from their own areas of research. To understand Schiller it is essential to know his relation to Kant, by which I mean not the biographical and intellectual historical contexts but rather the influence of Kant upon the very contours of Schiller's dramas and poems, and likewise in order to understand Hebel one must know the historical philosophical conception that infuses his dramaturgy. I am almost never presented with proposals for themes of the sort I've just improvised here. Of course, I do not mean by this that specifically philosophical themes should be excluded or that they should be considered exceptional. Yet for the moment it is enough to indicate the difference between the usual proposals and those involving some self-reflection, if not upon particular problems within the individual disciplines, then at least upon the more extensive questions and areas of research. For my own part, one would be content with themes that reveal at least some inclination toward what I have envisioned here. The complaint is often heard that philosophy burdens future teachers with a supplementary discipline and, moreover, with one many people lack any connection with. I must return the reproach. Very often it is the candidates, and not we, who transform the general test into a specialized one. When a candidate is, in the parlance, allotted to me, then I try to discuss with him the area he has chosen and try to distill a working theme from which something like the intellectual self-conception of his work can be inferred. However, by no means does this arouse pure joy and enthusiasm. On the contrary, if it were up to the desires of the students, then the written part of the test would always set topics purely about specialized disciplines, the history of philosophy, or summaries of philosophy. Quickly enough one discovers a predilection for certain philosophers and certain writings that enjoy a reputation for being particularly easy. Thus the Meditations of Descartes, the English empiricists, Shaftesbury, Kant's Grounding of the Metaphysics of Morals, an ensemble so limited thematically that by now it has come to arouse all kinds of doubts in us. I am not easily persuaded that a Germanist or historian finds special significance or indeed any particular interest in the essay concerning human understanding of Locke, whom Kant called excellent and who is not exactly light reading for me either, and I am no less convinced when, as occurs more often of late, the candidate quickly produces pat reasons to justify his study of this extremely digressive founding text of common sense. By the way, the distinction between easy and difficult philosophers, which I suspect is paralleled by a distinction between easy and difficult examiners, is completely spurious. The abysses Locke smoothly glides over, gape wide in his texts and at times make even a coherent presentation of his thought prohibitively difficult, while such an ill-reputed thinker as Hegel reaches a much higher level of rigor precisely because in his work the problems are not obscured by comfortable opinions but are addressed openly and without reservation. The intellectual or reflective person should feel free to entertain such considerations. If, however, heeding the watchword safety first, one wants to pass the exam by taking as few risks as possible, then this behavior does not exactly reinforce the intellectual powers and ultimately endangers an already tentative sense of security. For all that, I hope that the examiners will not now be engulfed by a wave of questions on Hegel, if in fact one insists that the topic chosen be more than superficially connected to the candidate's particular area of interest, then one encounters the most peculiar difficulties. I once had the hardest time simply bringing one person to state his area of interest. Everything interested him, he replied, and thereby awakened my suspicion that nothing interested him. Finally he indicated a specific period, and I thought of a work that offers a historica philosophical interpretation of that era. I proposed that he work on this topic and ended up only terrifying him. He asked me whether the author in question actually was a renowned philosopher important for the disciplines he was studying, as the examination regulations stipulated. The verbatim text of the regulations often becomes the means of escaping their intention. Where the regulations provide points of orientation by which the examiner and the candidate can conduct the exam, some candidates hold fast and cling to them as though they were inviolable norms. One student declared that he was interested in Leibniz and his critique of Locke. When, in preparing to take the test for the second time, he proposed the same topic, and the examiner explained that he thought it inappropriate to discuss the same things again, the student's first reaction was to ask whether he again had to study two philosophers. His behavior echoes a proposition from Hofmannsthal, which indeed he puts in the mouth of Clytemnestra, consumed by fear. There must be proper rights for everything. 6. The candidates here in question search everywhere for cover, prescriptions, tracks that have already been laid down, both in order to find their way via well-worn paths and also to normalize the procedure of the examination so that precisely those questions for which the entire examination was first instituted are not posed. One encounters, in a word, reified consciousness. But this, the inability to experience and to engage with a topic in a free and autonomous manner, is the flagrant contradiction of everything one can, reasonably and without pathos, conceive to be the genuine cultivation of mind, that the exam regulations identify as the purpose of the secondary schools. In negotiating the choice of topics, one gets the impression that the candidates have taken as their maxim Brecht's phrase, "But I do not want to be a person at all," even and especially when they have learned the categorical imperative in its various formulations. 7. Those who become indignant at the imposition of philosophy as an academic discipline are the same people for whom philosophy means nothing more than an academic discipline. For more than one reason we've learned not to overrate the written parts of the test in the overall evaluation of the candidates and to place more weight upon the oral section. However, what one hears and sees there is hardly more encouraging. If a candidate expresses his aversion to the expectation that he should be an intellectual by pointedly sighing throughout the exam, then undoubtedly that is more a matter of upbringing than of spirit, although both have more to do with one another than might occur to such a candidate. But specialized personnel has, if I may be permitted this contradictio in adjecto, its orgy in the orals. 8. The candidate, as the exam regulations stipulate, should demonstrate that he grasps the fundamental concepts of the philosopher he has studied and that he understands their historical evolution. A candidate questioned about Descartes was able, as is usually the case, to give a quite accurate overview of the line of reasoning in the Meditations. The discussion came to the concept of res extensa, extended substance, its merely mathematical spatial definition, and the lack of dynamic categories in the Cartesian conception of nature. In response to a question about the consequences of this lack for the history of philosophy, the candidate explained, to his credit quite honestly, that he did not know. He had never looked beyond Descartes, whom he had down pat, even so far as to see what insufficiencies in the Cartesian system motivated Leibniz's critique and thereby also led to Kant. The specialized concentration upon a certified great philosopher had diverted him from what the exam regulations require, the knowledge of the historical evolution of the problem. Nevertheless, he passed the exam. Another candidate presented with unpleasant loquacity the line of reasoning. In the first two meditations, I interrupted him in order to see how much he understood, and asked him whether the hypothesis of doubt and the conclusion of an indubitable ego cogitans completely satisfied him. I was entertaining the less than abstruse idea that the individual empirical consciousness underpinning Cartesian theory is itself intertwined with the spatio-temporal world from which, according to Descartes, it stands apart as an irreducible and imperishable difference. The candidate looked at me for a moment, during which he was more sizing me up than reflecting about the Cartesian deduction. The result was apparently that he took me to be a man with an understanding of higher things. In order to oblige me, he answered, "No, there is indeed a genuine encounter. Let us suppose that he had really thought of something, for example, that in the recesses of his memory he had remembered something of the doctrines that accord mind an immediate and intuitive knowledge of reality. In any case, if he meant something like this, he did not know how to articulate it, and philosophy is, after all, as our old teacher Cornelius defined it, the art of self-expression." 9. What is characteristic in the response, however, is that he tossed me a platitude. taken from a run-down and, in the given context, questionable existentialist philosophy in the belief that he would thereby demonstrate his sophistication and possibly give me a name-brand pleasure. The specialists' credence in facts, for whom every consideration of what is not the case is an annoyance and possibly a sacrilege of the scientific spirit, has its complement in the faith in grandiose expressions and magical turns of phrase from the jargon of authenticity that chokes the air in Germany nowadays. 10. When reflection upon the subject matter itself, the intellectual sensibility of science and scholarship, comes to a stop, then what takes its place are platitudes steeped in worldviews, spellbound by that ill-fated German tradition according to which the noble idealists go to heaven and the base materialists go to hell. More than once I've encountered students who ask me whether they are also allowed to express their own views in their papers, whom all too innocently I have encouraged to go right ahead, and who then strive to demonstrate their independence by means of propositions such as this. Voltaire, who brought about the abolition of torture, lacked genuine religious sentiments. This alliance between the brutishness of terre-à-terre and the stereotype of an officially sanctioned worldview reveals an intellectual constitution akin to the totalitarian mind. National Socialism lives on today less in the doctrines that are still given credence, and it remains questionable whether its doctrines were ever believed, than in certain formal features of thought. These features include the eager adjustment to the reigning values of the moment, a two-tiered classification dividing the sheep from the goats, the lack of immediate, spontaneous relations to people, things, ideas, a compulsive conventionalism, and a faith in the established order no matter what the cost. Structures of thought and syndromes such as these are, strictly speaking, apolitical in their content, but their survival has political implications. This is perhaps the gravest aspect of what I am trying to say. The patchwork of acquired, which most often means memorized, facts and worldview declamations indicates that the connection between the subject matter and its reflection in thought has been sundered. This is confirmed again and again in the examinations and must be directly due to the absence of what anyone wishing to educate and cultivate others must himself have, namely, culture. Despite warnings from her examiner, a student wanted to choose Bergson for the subject of her oral exam. In order to see whether the student had any idea of what is called intellectual context, the examiner asked her about some painters contemporaneous with the philosopher and whose work might have something to do with the spirit of his philosophy. At first she maintained that it was naturalism. When queried for names she first mentioned Manet, then Gauguin, and finally, with a good deal of help from the examiner, Monet. The examiner insisted on asking for the name of this great movement in painting of the late 19th century, and the student answered triumphantly, Expressionism. Alas, she had not indicated Impressionism as her topic but only Bergson. Yet living culture would consist precisely in the awareness of such relations between the Lebensphilosophie and the impressionistic style in painting. Whoever does not understand that also cannot understand Bergson himself. And indeed the candidate actually was absolutely incapable of explaining the two texts she claimed to have read, Introduction à la Métaphysique and Matière et Mémoire. If we were countered with the question, for instance, of how a culture that would encourage the association of Bergson and Impressionism should be acquired, then we examiners in philosophy would feel quite embarrassed. For culture is precisely that for which there are no correct rules. It is acquired only by spontaneous effort and interest and is not guaranteed by courses alone, even if they be those of the type of a studium generale, general studies. In truth, culture is not even about applied effort, but rather about having an open mind and the general ability to engage in intellectual matters, to take them up productively within one's own consciousness instead of merely learning something and, as the unbearable cliché says, confronting it. 11. If I did not fear being mistaken for a sentimentalist, then I would say that culture requires love, What is lacking is probably the ability to love. Any suggestions for how this condition might be changed are dangerous. Most often it is decided in an early stage of childhood development. But anyone in want of this ability should hardly teach others. Not only do such individuals perpetuate that suffering in the classroom poets were denouncing 60 years ago and that people think, quite falsely, is now long gone, but rather the defect is passed on to the pupils and reproduces ad infinitum that intellectual condition that, in my view, is not an innocent naivete but rather was partially responsible for the catastrophe of National Socialism. This lack shows itself most palpably in the relationship to language. According to paragraph 9 of the examination regulations, particular importance should be accorded to linguistic expression. In the case of severe deficiencies in language, the work must be deemed unsatisfactory. I do not dare to imagine what would happen if the examiners adhered to this rule. I fear that even the most urgent openings for teachers could not be filled, and it would not surprise me if many candidates relied on this state of affairs. Only exceedingly few candidates have any idea of the difference between language as a means of communication and language as the precise expression of the matter under consideration. They believe that knowing how to speak is sufficient to know how to write, although it is true enough that whoever cannot write most often is also incapable of speaking. I hope I'm not one of the laudatores temporis acti, but my memories of gymnasium evoke teachers whose linguistic sensibility, or rather whose simple correctness of expression, is distinguished from the sloppiness that reigns today, a sloppiness that probably could be justified by appealing to the overall predominant usage of language and that in fact reflects the objective spirit. Sloppiness usually gets along splendidly with schoolmasterly pedantry. Whenever I meet with a candidate to discuss his theme for the Staatsexamen 12, as soon as I have the impression that he lacks a sense of responsibility toward language, and the reflection upon language is the prototype of all philosophical reflection, I bring this paragraph of the regulations to his attention and try to describe for him in advance what I expect in these examination papers. The fact that such paraneses bear so little fruit seems to indicate that it is a matter of more than just laxness. 13. The candidates have lost all relation to the language they speak. The more mediocre works teem with grammatical and syntactical errors. The basest clichés, such as somewhat, the genuine concern, and the famous encounter, are used without the least embarrassment, indeed with gusto, as though the employment of catchphrases meant that one is absolutely up to date. 14. Worst of all is the articulation of propositions. Somewhere in the back of one's mind there is probably the reminder that a philosophical text should possess logical integrity or coherence based on reasoned argument. However, this in no way bears any connection to the relations between the thoughts themselves, or rather the affirmations that so often merely pretend to be thoughts. Pseudo-logical and pseudo-causal relations are produced with the help of particles that paste together the propositions superficially at a linguistic level, but thoughtful reflection reveals them to be irrelevant. Thus, for example, of two propositions one is presented as the conclusion of the other at the level of language, whereas at the level of logic neither proposition entails the other. As for style, most of the candidates, though they may have studied linguistics, have not the slightest idea. Instead they awkwardly and affectedly sift out from their customary manner of speaking what they mistakenly think is a scientific or scholarly tone. However, the language in the examination papers is outdone by what is heard in the oral part of the exam. Often it is a stammering interspersed with vague, qualifying phrases, such as, to a certain extent, that in the same instant they are uttered try to evade responsibility for what is said. Words of foreign derivation, even names of foreigners, constitute hurdles that are seldom surmounted without some damage to either hurdle or candidate. For instance, most of the Candidates who have chosen for their exam a philosopher who is apparently as easy to classify as Hobbes, speak of him as Hobbes, as though the bees belong to the dialect in which ebas means, etvas. 15. The very idea of dialect. One may rightly expect from culture that it accustom a regional language's coarseness to more polished manners. This is out of the question. The conflict between High German and dialect ends in a draw, which pleases no one, not even the future teacher, whose disgruntlement clatters in every word. The speaker's closeness to his dialect, that sense in which, in the case of a dialect still quite rustic, he is at least speaking his own language, or as the vernacular has it, speaking off the top of his head, has been lost. 16. The objective standard language has not been achieved, but remains disfigured by the scars of the dialect. It sounds a bit the way those boys in provincial towns look who are called in to help with the Sunday dinner crowds and are rigged out in a waiter's jacket that does not fit them at all. Certainly I do not want to say anything against the friendly institution of German language courses for foreigners the university organizes, but courses for natives would perhaps be more important, even if they did nothing more than rid the future teacher of that intonation in which the brutality of the rustic indistinctly blends with his future pedagogical dignity. The complement of vulgarity is pomposity, the fondness for using words that lie beyond the speaker's horizon of experience and that therefore in their mouths sound like those foreign words they presumably one day will harass their pupils with. Such expressions are almost always sedimented cultural goods of the privileged class or, in terms less academic, a worn-out gentleman's wardrobe that enters the so-called pedagogical sector only when no one in the realm of free spirits will touch it. 17. Urbanity is part of culture, and its locus is language. No one should be reproached for coming from the country, but no one should make a virtue out of it either and obstinately continue it. Whoever does not succeed in emancipating himself from provincialism remains extraterritorial to culture. It would be good for those who intend to teach others if they would become explicitly conscious of their duty to deprovincialize themselves instead of helplessly imitating whatever is considered culture. The persistent divergence between city and country, the cultural amorphousness of the agrarian, whose traditions meanwhile are irrevocably on the ebb, is one of the forms in which barbarism perpetuates itself. It is not a matter of the refinements of intellectual and linguistic elegance. The individual becomes mature only when he frees himself from the immediacy of conditions that are in no way natural but, on the contrary, the vestiges of a historic development that has been surpassed, something that is dead and does not even know it. If one happens to be cursed with an exact imagination, then one can very well imagine how the choice of career occurs, the family discussion about what the boy should do to get somewhere in life, perhaps after having doubted that he'd pull it off on his own without the protection of a career guaranteed by a diploma. Local dignitaries may have lent their encouragement and put their connections to work, and together they would have concocted the most profitable course of study. Here a role is played by that ignominious scorn for the teacher's profession that is widespread not only in Germany, and that in turn motivates the candidates to make all too modest demands upon themselves. In truth, many have resigned themselves even before they begin, and consequently have no more esteem for themselves than they have for their intellectual work. In all this I sense a humiliating necessity that paralyzes in advance all resistance to such an attitude. The situation this type of high school graduate finds himself in probably really leaves him scarcely any other choice. It would be too much to presume him capable of perceiving the dubiousness of his enterprise at the moment he decides upon his future. Otherwise he would already be liberated from the constraint that is revealed later in the examination as a lack of intellectual freedom. The people I have in mind are trapped within a vicious circle. Their interest compels them to make the wrong decision of which they themselves ultimately become the victims. Nothing would be more unjust than to blame them for this. But if the idea of freedom still has any meaning at all, then it should allow these ill-suited students to come to the obvious conclusion at the point in their development when they become aware of the difficulty, the rupture between their existence and their profession and everything it involves, and this awareness must inevitably develop sometime at university. Either they must in good time renounce the profession with which they are incompatible. During an economic boom, the excuse hardly holds that other possibilities are blocked, or with all the energy of self-criticism they must confront the condition, some symptoms of which I have here enumerated, and must attempt to change it. Precisely, this attempt, not any determinate result, would be the culture that candidates should acquire and, I would like to add, would also be what the examination requires by way of philosophy, that the future teachers gain some insight into what it is they do, instead of remaining captured within it and understanding nothing. The handicaps that, as I well know, hamper many of them are not invariance. 18 For that reason self-reflection and critical exertion have real potential. That potential would be the opposite of the blind and dogged diligence that the majority have once and for all decided upon. This diligence contradicts culture and philosophy because from the outset it is by definition the learning of what is already given and valorized, in which the subject, the person who is actually learning, his judgment, his experience, the substrate of freedom, are all absent. For what actually alarms me about the examinations is the gulf between the philosophical work presented and the students themselves. Whereas their study of philosophy should promote the convergence of their genuine interest with the academic specialty through which they are developing themselves, instead their study merely perpetuates their own self-alienation. This self-alienation even increases to the extent that philosophy is felt to be a ballast preventing them from acquiring useful knowledge, either the candidate's preparations in his major disciplines, and thereby hindering his progress, or his learning material necessary for his profession. The philosophy studied for the exam becomes its own contrary. Instead of leading initiates to self-understanding, it serves no other function than to demonstrate to them and to us just how badly culture has failed, not only in the case of the candidates but in general. The surrogate they take in its stead is the concept of science. This concept once used to mean the requirement that nothing be accepted without first being examined and tested, the freedom and emancipation from the tutelage of heteronomous dogmas. Today one shudders at just how pervasively scientificity has become a new form of heteronomy for its disciples. They imagine that their salvation is secured if they follow scientific rules, heed the ritual of science, surround themselves with science. The approbation of science becomes the substitute for the intellectual reflection upon the facts, once the very foundation of science. The armor masks the wound. Reified consciousness installs science as an apparatus between itself and living experience. The more the suspicion grows that the best has been forgotten, the more the operation of the apparatus itself serves as consolation. Again and again I am asked by candidates whether they may, should, must use the secondary literature and what I recommend. Now a familiarity with the secondary literature is always good so that one does not lag behind the current state of research, and thus perhaps discover the North Pole all over again. Those who want to acquire academic qualifications must ultimately also demonstrate that they master the ground rules of scientific and scholarly work. But often the concern with secondary literature means something entirely different. First, the expectation that the secondary literature will furnish the thoughts the candidate masochistically believes himself incapable of generating, and then the hope, perhaps not even conscious, of belonging to sciences. Mystical predestined elect through demonstrations of scholarly falderall, citation, extensive bibliographies, and references. The students wish at least to be one of science's chosen few, because otherwise they are nothing. I have no inclination to existentialist philosophy, but in such moments it contains an element of truth. Science as ritual exempts them from thinking, and from freedom. They are told that freedom must be saved, that it is threatened from the East, and I do not delude myself about the regimentation of consciousness on the far side of the border. But sometimes, it seems to me as though freedom were already undermined among those who formally still have it, as though their spiritual habitude has already aligned itself with the regression, even in those areas where it is not expressly regulated, as though something in the people themselves waits to be relieved of the autonomy that once signified all that was to be respected and preserved in Europe. Within the inability of thought to transcend itself, there already lurks the potential for integration, for submission to any kind of authority, which is already evident today in the way people compliantly cling to the status quo. Many go so far as to glorify the captivating spell, even to themselves, exalting it into what the jargon of authenticity calls a genuine bond. But they are deceiving themselves. They have not passed beyond the isolation of autonomous spirit, but rather have fallen behind individuation and therefore cannot overcome it as they would like to believe. The idea of practical progress possesses such an unshakable supremacy for many people that for them nothing else seriously compares with it. Their attitude is one of automatic defensiveness, and for that reason I do not know whether I can reach them at all. One of the characteristics of reified consciousness is that it hunkers down within itself, stubbornly persists in its own weakness, and insists on being right no matter what the cost. I am always astounded by the acumen exhibited by even the most obtuse minds. When it comes to defending their mistakes, one could reply, with little risk of being contradicted, that this is all very well known but that nothing can be done about it. In support of this assertion, general reflections could be marshaled such as, where could anyone today find the faintest glimmer of a larger meaning that might illuminate his own work? Further, and here I would be the first to agree, one could invoke the fact that social conditions, such as where one comes from, which are beyond anyone's control, are responsible for the inability to satisfy the emphatic concept of culture. The majority have been cheated out of the experiences that precede all explicit instruction and that sustain culture. Furthermore, one could refer to the insufficiencies of the university and its own failure. Quite often the university itself does not provide what we complain of not finding in the candidates. Finally, one could draw attention to the overload of material to be learned and the awkwardness of the examination situation itself. I will not enter into a dispute about how much of all this is accurate and how much mere pretext. There are insights that in themselves are true but that become false as soon as they are used to serve narrow interests. So much I would concede, that in a situation where the virtual dependence of everyone on the structure as a whole reduces the possibility of freedom to a minimum, the appeal to the freedom of the individual rings rather hollow. Freedom is not an ideal hovering inalienably and immutably above the heads of human beings. Not without reason does the image recall the sword of Damocles, but rather its possibility varies as a function of the historical moment. In the present moment, the economic pressure upon most people is still so unbearable that it destroys all self-consciousness and critical reflection. It is no longer the material needs of former times but more the feeling of overall impotence within society as a whole, a universal dependence that no longer makes individual self-determination possible. But can one expect a man to fly? Is enthusiasm something that can be regulated? Plato, who after all knew what philosophy is, considered it to be the most important subjective condition for philosophy. 19. The answer is not as simple as the dismissive gesture might suppose. For this enthusiasm is not a contingent phase simply due to the biological stage of adolescence. It has an objective content, the dissatisfaction with a pure and simple immediacy of the subject matter, the experience of it as semblance. The subject matter itself will require that its semblance be transcended as soon as the person with goodwill immerses himself in it. The transcendence I have in mind is one with the immersion. Every person senses quite well on his own what is missing. I know that I am not saying anything new here, but, at most, what many people prefer not to admit. The most urgent recommendation would be Skelling's lectures on the method of academic study. 20 In his approach from the standpoint of identity philosophy, many themes can be found that I reached coming from completely different premises. It is astounding that the situation in 1803, when the German philosophical movement had reached its height, does not differ so much in regard to the issues here under discussion from the present day, when philosophy no longer exercises such authority. It is not so much a matter of future teachers pledging allegiance to something they find strange and irrelevant, but that they should follow the needs arising in their work and not let themselves be dissuaded by the supposed constraints of their formal course of study. Intellectual activity may be more questionable today than in Skelling's age, and to preach idealism would be foolish, even if it still had its former philosophical relevance. But spirit itself, to the extent that it does not acquiesce to what is the case, carries within itself that momentum. That is a subjective need. Every person who has chosen an intellectual profession has undertaken an obligation to entrust himself to its movement. That obligation should be no less honored than the expectation that the examination regulations will be followed. What I wanted to say, and perhaps have been unable to express with complete clarity, should not be brushed aside with an air of superiority that masks hard-boiled cynicism. It would be better if each person pursued the goals he has set for himself. It is not a question of drawing comfort from the thought that things just are that bad and nothing can be done about it. Rather, each must reflect upon this fatality and upon its consequences for one's own work, including one's examination. This would be the beginning of that philosophy that closes itself only to those who blind themselves to the reasons why it remains closed to them. The letters I have received lead me to be more precise. I do not mean that culture signifies that every trace of dialect within a pitiless standard language has been eradicated. It merely suffices, for example, to hear the Viennese intonation in order to learn just how deeply linguistic humanitarianism is realized in such tonalities. But the difference between, on the one hand, a German language that divests dialect of its coarseness by harmoniously absorbing its trace and, on the other hand, an idiom, in which both linguistic levels remain hopelessly incompatible and in which pedantic correctness is belied by the remnants of a formless dialect, this difference is decisive. It is nothing less than the difference between culture, such as it replaces nature, absorbs it within itself, and a mechanism of actual repression that perpetuates itself in spirit, imprisoned within it. Repressed nature, merely disfigured, destructively returns. Whether a person has a sense for language, his culture comes to the fore precisely in that he is able to perceive such nuances. Note on human science and culture, among the aspects of today's university, in the context of which the expression crisis is more than a mere cliché, I would like to emphasize one in particular that, though I certainly did not discover it, has hardly received sufficient attention in the public discussion. It is related to, but in no way coincides with, that general phenomenon known as the divergence between self-cultivation and specialized training. It is not easy to speak of it, and the vagueness and thesis-like style of this improvised attempt must be excused. It bears on the question of whether in the contemporary university culture still succeeds in those pursuits where its concept is thematically and traditionally maintained, that is, in the so-called human sciences. Whether in general the student of the human sciences can still gain in any measure that kind of intellectual and spiritual experience that the concept of culture meant and that inheres in the significance of the very objects he studies. There is much supporting the view that precisely the concept of science, which arose after the decline of grand philosophy, and since then has enjoyed a kind of monopoly, undermines the culture to which it lays claim by virtue of its monopoly. Scientific discipline is an intellectual form of what Goethe as well as Hegel called for under the name of externalization, to the devotion of spirit to something opposed and alien to it and through which alone spirit attains freedom. Anyone who has shirked this discipline through dilettantish, impulsive thinking and practiced gossip will easily fall below the level of what had aroused his legitimate aversion, the method heteronomously imposed upon him. But this discipline and its corresponding conception of science, which in the meantime has become the contrary of what Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel understood by the term, has acquired a fatal preponderance to the detriment of its contrary aspect, a preponderance that cannot be revoked by fiat. Spontaneity, imagination, freedom toward the subject matter, despite all explanations to the contrary, are so restricted by the omnipresent question, but is it science? That even in its native regions spirit is threatened with being dispirited. 3. The function of the concept of science has become inverted. The often invoked methodological neatness, universal confirmation, the consensus of competent scholars, the verifiability of all assertions, even the logical rigor of the lines of reasoning, is not spirit. The criterion of watertight validity always also works against spirit. Where the conflict against the unregimented understanding is already decided, dialectic and culture, the internal process between subject and object as it was conceived in the age of Humboldt, cannot arise. Organized human science is a stock-taking and a reflective form of spirit rather than its proper life. It wants to come to know spirit as something dissimilar from itself and elevates that dissimilarity into a maxim. But if human science tries to usurp spirit's place, then spirit vanishes, even in science itself. This happens as soon as science is considered the only instrument of culture and the organization of society sanctions no other. The more profoundly science senses that it does not provide what it promises, the more it tends to manifest an intolerance toward the spirit that is unlike it, and the more science insists on its own privilege. The disappointment of many students of the human sciences in the first semesters is due not only to their naivete, but also to the fact that the human sciences have renounced that element of naivete, of the immediate relation to the object without which spirit cannot live. The human sciences' lack of self-reflection is no less naive. Even when their worldview opposes positivism, they have secretly fallen under the spell of the positivistic way of thinking, that of reified consciousness. Discipline, in accord with an overall tendency of society, becomes the taboo placed on anything that does not stubbornly reproduce what already exists, but precisely that would be the definition of spirit. In a foreign university, a student of art history was told, "You are not here to think, but to do research." In Germany, indeed, out of respect for a tradition of which little more remains than that respect, such sentiments are not expressed so bluntly, but here, too, they have not left working habits unaffected. The reification of consciousness, the deployment of its ingrained conceptual apparatuses often preempts its objects and obstructs culture, which would be one with the resistance to reification. The network in which organized human science has enmeshed its objects tends to become a fetish. Anything that is different becomes superfluous, and science has no place for it. The philosophically dubious cult of primordiality practiced by the Heideggerian school would hardly have so fascinated students in the human sciences if it did not address a genuine need. Every day they see that scientific thinking, instead of elucidating the phenomena, readily makes do with the shape into which each phenomenon has already been deformed, yet because the very societal process that reifies thinking goes unrecognized, they in turn make primordiality itself into a field, into an allegedly radical and therefore specialized question. What reified scientific consciousness desires in place of its subject matter is, however, something societal, to be protected by the institutionalized branch of science that such consciousness invokes as its sole authority as soon as anyone dares to remind it of what it has forgotten. This is the implicit conformism of human science. Whereas it pretends to cultivate intellectual spiritual people, it is rather precisely these people whom it breaks. They install within themselves a more or less voluntary self-censor. This leads them first of all not to say anything that lies outside the established rules of conduct in their science. Gradually they lose the ability even to perceive such things. Even when confronted with spiritual creations, precisely those who are academically involved with them find it genuinely difficult to think of something different than what corresponds to a tacit and hence all the more powerful scientific ideal. The repressive power of this ideal is in no way restricted simply to pedagogical or technical disciplines. The dictate exercised here by practical utility has also engulfed those disciplines that cannot claim any such utility. For the dispiriting is immanent in the concept of science that has inexorably expanded ever since science and philosophy broke away from one another, due to each and to the detriment of each. Even where academic culture is engaged with spiritual matters, it unconsciously falls into step 4 with a science that takes for its standard what already exists, the factually real, and its processing, that facticity with which the vital force of spirit should not content itself. Just how profoundly deprivation of spirit and scientification are intertwined at their roots is manifest in the way that ready-made philosophemes are then imported as an antidote. They are leached into interpretations made in the human sciences in order to lend them the luster they otherwise lack, without such philosophemes being the result of coming to know the spiritual creations themselves. With ridiculous solemnity the same thing is read invariably, again and again, out of them. 5. Between spirit and science a vacuum has developed. Not only specialized education but culture itself no longer cultivates. Culture is polarized between the elements of the methodological and the informational. In the face of this, the cultivated spirit would be a form of involuntary reaction as much as its own master. Nothing in cultural and educational institutions, not even the universities, offers any support to spirit. While unreflective, scientification increasingly ostracizes spirit as a kind of extraneous nonsense, it also entangles itself ever more deeply in the contradiction between the content of its activity and the task it sets itself. If the universities are to change their orientation, then there is no less reason to intervene in the human sciences than in the disciplines they falsely imagine to be backward in spirit. Tihos 20s. For Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, slogans make themselves suspect not just because they serve to degrade thoughts into mere game-playing chips, they are also the index of their own untruth. What the public, and particularly the revivalist vogue, nowadays thinks belonged to the 1920s was in fact already fading at that time, by 1924 at the latest. The heroic age of the new art was actually around 1910. Synthetic cubism, early German expressionism, the free atonalism of Schoenberg and his school. Adolf Frise has noted this fact. In a recent radio interview with Lot Lenya, I can clearly remember that after an IGNM festival in Frankfurt in 1927 I published an article entitled The Stabilized Music. 2. It was not, as is usually assumed, the pressure exerted by the National Socialist terror that brought regression, neutralization, and a funereal silence to the arts, for these phenomena had already taken shape in the Weimar Republic, and in liberal continental European society generally. The dictatorship did not swoop down upon this society from outside in the way Cortés invaded Mexico, rather they were engendered by the social dynamic following the First World War, and they cast their shadows before them. This is immediately evident in the products of mass culture manipulated by a highly centralized economic power. One has only to listen to the record albums that are now being revived as the hits, songs, and chansons from the 20s to be astonished at how little has changed in this whole sphere. As with fashion, the packaging changes, but the thing itself, a conventional language composed of signals to suit the conditioned reflexes of consumers, essentially remained the same, as jazz, for instance, was a perennial fashion. 3. While it seems that such past fashions have a naive and awkward aspect in comparison with the current trend, that they are what the slang of American light music calls corny, this is due less to the substance of what is disseminated than to the time factor in abstracto, at most to the progressive perfecting of the machinery and of social psychological control, the quality of being not yet quite so smart, which provokes smiles from the same type of people who in those days acclaimed Mistinguett and Marlene, is of the same nature as the idealizing nostalgia that clings to those same products today. The period's comparative backwardness in the techniques of consumer culture is misinterpreted as though to mean it was closer to the origins, whereas in truth it was just as much organized to grab customers as it is in 1960. In fact, it is a paradox that anything at all changes within the sphere of a culture rationalized to suit industrial ideals. The principle of ratio itself, to the extent that it calculates cultural effects economically, remains the eternal invariant. That is why it is somewhat shocking, whenever anything from the sector of the culture industry becomes old-fashioned. The shock value of this paradox was already exploited by the Surrealists in the 20s when they confronted the world of 1880. In England at that time, a book like Our Fathers by Alan Bott had caused a similar effect. For today the shock effect is produced by the 20s, similar to the effect the world of images of the 1880s produced around 1920. But the repetition deadens the shock effect. The defamiliarization 5 of the 20s is the ghost of a ghost. In the German-speaking world, the imago of the 20s is probably not so strongly marked by the intellectual movements of the period. Expressionism and the new music at the time probably found far less resonance than do the radical aesthetic tendencies of today. It was rather an imagistic world of erotic fantasy, and was nourished by theatrical works that at the time stood for the spirit of the age and that today still easily pass for the same, even though their composition does not have anything especially avant-garde about it. The Songspiel that Brecht and Weil composed together, the Threepenny Opera and Mahogany, and Ernst Krenek's Johnny are representative of this sphere. 6. The subsequent discontent with civilization's progressive desexualizing of the world, which, at the same time paradoxically keeps pace with the lifting of taboos, transfers onto the 20s romantic desires for sexual anarchy, the red light district and the wide open city. There is something immeasurably mendacious in all this. The enthusiasm for barroom jennies goes together with the persecution of prostitutes, who catch it from society's crystal clear order when no more suitable targets are at hand. If life in the 20s had really been so nice, then it would be enough to leave the floozies in peace and stop trying to clean up the streets. Instead, antiseptically erotic films are made about the naughty 20s*, or better still, about the Toulouse-Lautrec of our grandparents' time. And yet even back then those girls weren't doing it for free. The wretched commercialized sex industry of the Kurfürstendamm, as portrayed by George Gross and transfixed by the words of Karl Kraus, was no closer to utopia than is the sterilized atmosphere of today. Nevertheless, the idea that the 20s were a world where, as Brecht puts it in Mahogany, everything may be permitted, 7 that is, a utopia, also has its truth. At that time, as again shortly after 1945, there seemed to be a real possibility of a politically liberated society. But it only seemed so. Already in the 20s, as a consequence of the events of 1919, the decision had fallen against that political potential that, had things gone otherwise, with great probability would have influenced developments in Russia and prevented Stalinism. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that this twofold aspect, on the one hand, a world that could have taken a turn for the better, and, on the other, the extinguishing of that hope by the establishment of powers that later revealed themselves fully in fascism, also expressed itself in an ambivalence in art, which in fact is quite specific to the 20s and has nothing to do with the vague and self-contradictory idea of the modern classics. Precisely those operatic works that earned fame and scandal then, seem now, in their ambiguous stance toward anarchy, as though their main function was to furnish National Socialism with the slogans it later used to justify its cultural terrorism, as though that assiduously exaggerated disorder was already lusting for the order Hitler subsequently imposed across Europe. This is not something for the 20s to boast of. The catastrophe that followed the period was engendered by its own societal conflicts, even in what is customarily called the cultural sphere. The extent to which the nostalgia for the 20s in fact clings to something intellectual, and not merely to a fata morgana of a period supposed to be at once both avant-garde and not yet enwrapped in the cellophane of modernity, is decided less by the level and quality of what was produced at the time than by the true or putative intellectual posture itself. Preconsciously one senses how much the revived culture is being absorbed by the ideology it had never ceased to be. Since one does not dare to acknowledge this, one projects an ideal image of a past condition in which spirit supposedly had not yet been forced to admit its incongruity with the forces of reality. In comparison to what has happened since then, spirit altogether takes on an aspect of triviality. It feels culpable because it could not prevent the horror, but its own tenderness and fragility in turn presuppose a reality that could have escaped barbarism. The imago of the time immediately preceding the catastrophe is invested with everything spirit nowadays is felt to be denied. The absence of intellectual movements that can intervene today, even the existentialism of the first years after the war was nothing more than a resuscitative renaissance, awakens even in the most naive people the sentiment of sterility. It contributes to the legend of the 20s as the time when the very domain of spirit tottered, while still maintaining its earlier relevance to people's lives. The fact that after 1918 Cubism lost its appeal is certainly a symptom that can be diagnosed only post-mortem. Kahnweiler reports, Picasso me dit encore bien souvent, à l'heure actuelle que tout ce qui a été fait dans les années de 1907 à 1914 n'a pu être fait que par un travail d'équipe, d'être isolé, seul. Cela est dû, l'inquiéter énormément et c'est alors qu'il y a eu changement. The isolation that destroyed the continuity of the painter's work and brought him, and not only him, to start revising, was hardly the fate of a contingent biography. That isolation reflects the loss of the collective energies that had produced the great innovations in European art. The shift in the relationship between the individual spirit and society extended even into the secret most impulses of those for whom any adaptation to the demands of society was anathema. There was no lack here of what the naive faith in culture calls creative gifts. The very idea of intellectual production had been poisoned. Its self-confidence, the certainty that it is making history, is undermined. This accords with the fact that, precisely to the extent that it is assimilated, intellectual production no longer has any actual effect. Even its most extravagant expressions are no longer safe from being integrated into industrialized culture. Because the world spirit no longer coincides with spirit, the latter's last days shine resplendently as though they had been the golden age that in fact they never were. What remains is more an echo of fascist authority than anything itself living. The cultural respect for received values, even if they are merely touted as being important. Better would be a consciousness that realized its own diminished potential. Beckett has it. It would no longer be a culture of renewed deception, but instead one that would express in its structure what denigrates spirit to the level of such deception. The only means by which culture can cure its curse of futility is by submitting that curse to interrogation. The uncertain relationship between the present day and the 20s is conditioned by a historical discontinuity, whereas the fascist decade in all its essential aspects was established in the epoch immediately preceding it, with roots deep within Expressionism, one of whose spokesmen, Hans Jost, rose to become a Nazi celebrity, and incidentally was already being parodied in the 20s by Brecht, who had good instincts. 9. The popular Nazi phrase, clean break, 10 sadly turned out to be right. The tradition, including the tradition of anti-traditionalism, was broken off, and half-forgotten tasks remain. And whatever now is artistically engaged with that epoch not only eclectically reaches back to a creative productivity that has died in the meantime, but at the same time also obeys an obligation not to forget those things that remain unfinished. It is necessary to pursue to its own logical consequences what was buried in the explosion of 1933, which itself in an entirely different sense was a consequence of that epoch. It is quite clear how contemporary art, in view of its own problematic, should behave in regard to the avant-gardism of the past, and the artists of importance know this well. Anti-conventionalism remains indispensable. Forms return only within the interior of works, not as something imposed upon them heteronomously. Such works must consciously measure themselves against the historical situation of their material. They must neither abandon themselves blindly and fetishistically to the material nor mold it from outside with subjective intentions. Only what is free from cowardice and ego weakness and advances without protection, refusing everything indicated in the German language of the post-Hitler epoch by that loathsome expression, guiding image. 11 has a chance of creating something that is not superfluous. Every consideration of possible effects, even under the pretext of social function or regard for the so-called human being, is untenable, but then so is the high-handed imperiousness of both the subject and its expression from the heroic days of modern art. It is no longer possible to evade the aspect of paradox in all art itself. This paradox, and not any existential philosophy, is what the label absurd means. In every one of its elements, contemporary artistic production must bear in mind the crisis of meaning, the meaning subjectively given a work of art as well as the meaningful conception of the world. Otherwise artistic creativity sells its services to legitimation. The only legitimately meaningful artworks today are those opposing the concept of meaning with the utmost recalcitrance. The impulses must be recovered that in the vaunted 20s were already threatening to petrify or dissipate. From the distance of the present, one may observe how many artists whose aura is identified with that of the 20s had in fact already passed their peak in that decade. In any case, toward the end of it, Kandinsky, surely Picasso, Schoenberg, even Klee. Just as it is beyond question that Schoenberg's 12-tone technique developed completely logically from his own earlier achievement, from the emancipation from tonal language as well as the radicalization of motive thematic work, so it is equally certain that some of the best was lost in the transition to systematic principles. Despite the material having been revolutionized, the musical language aligned itself with that of the tradition. More than in Schoenberg's best works before the First World War, the unfettered spontaneity and independence of the compositional subject was restrained by a need for order that revealed itself to be problematical. Because the order it produced was born of that need, not of the matter itself. The appearance of stagnation in the music of the last decades, the often and somewhat maliciously observed risk of the avant-garde's becoming a second orthodoxy, is largely the legacy of this need for order. The musical task bequeathed to us from the 20s seems to be precisely the revision of that need for order, the pursuit of a musique informelle. 12. This idea of order, passed down from the 20s, can only be warmed over, not taken up productively. It was nothing other than the abstract negation of the supposed state of chaos that was feared far too much for it to have actually existed. What requires reflection is both the necessity of pursuing without compromise the process that was suspended internally and externally, and the limits of a possible resumption. It is perfectly self-evident that after 30 or 40 years, after the absolute break, one cannot simply pick up where things were left off. The significant works of that epoch owed much of their power to the productive tension with a heterogeneous element, the tradition against which they rebelled. This was still a force confronting them, and it was precisely the most productive artists who had a great deal of that tradition within them. Much of the constraint that inspired those works was lost when the friction with this tradition disappeared. Freedom is complete, but threatens to become freewheeling without its dialectical counterpart, whereas that counterpart cannot be maintained simply by an act of the will. Contemporary art must become conscious not only of its technical problems, but also of the conditions of its own existence, so that it does not become a mere rehash of the 20s, does not degrade into precisely what it refused to be, cultural property. Art's social arena is no longer an advanced or perhaps even decayed liberalism, but rather a fully manipulated, calculated, and integrated society, the administered world. Whatever protest is made against this in terms of artistic form, and it is no longer possible to conceive of an artistic form that is not a protest, itself becomes integrated into the universal planning it is attacking and bears the marks of this contradiction. Since their material has been emancipated and processed in every dimension nowadays, artworks evolve purely from their own formal laws, without any heterogeneous element, and so they tend to become all too shiny, tidy, and innocuous. In this sense, wallpaper swatches are the writing on the wall. It is precisely the discomfort caused by this that draws attention back to the 20s, but without this nostalgic yearning being satisfied. Anybody who is sensitive to such things need only examine the titles of the innumerable books, paintings, and compositions of the past few years to have the sobering feeling of the secondhand. It is so unbearable because every work created nowadays makes its entrance, whether intentionally or not, as though it owed its existence to itself alone. The desire that proved fatal, namely, the absence of a work's necessity to exist, gives way to the abstract consciousness of up-to-dateness. This ultimately reflects the absence of any political relevance. When it is completely transposed into the aesthetic domain, the concept of radicalness becomes an ideological distraction, a consolation for the real powerlessness of political subjects. However, there is no more compelling evidence of the contemporary cultural aporia than the fact that the critique of this ideological aspect of a sanitized, pure aesthetic progress itself immediately becomes ideology again. In the entire Eastern Bloc, such a critique serves simply to make the conformity total by stifling the last unruly stirrings that have taken refuge in art. This surely means nothing less than that the foundation of art itself has been shaken, that an unrefracted relation to the aesthetic realm is no longer possible. The concept of a cultural resurrection after Auschwitz is illusory and absurd, and every work created since then has to pay the bitter price for this. However, because the world has survived its own downfall, it nonetheless needs art to write its unconscious history. The authentic artists of the present are those in whose works the uttermost horror still quivers. A. Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, Mies Galleries at Mies Painters. Intritions avec Francis Crémieux, Paris. Gallimard, 1961, 73. Translator's note. English translation of the passage Adorno quotes in the original. Picasso still tells me quite often today that everything that was done in the years from 1907 to 1917, could only have been done through teamwork. Being isolated, being alone, must have upset him enormously, and it was then that there was this change. Daniel Henry Kahnweiler with Francis Crémieux, My Galleries and Painters, trans. Helen Weaver, New York, Viking Press, 1971. 5.4. Prologue to Television. The social, technical, and artistic aspects of television cannot be treated in isolation. They are in large measure interdependent. Artistic composition, for instance, depends upon an inhibiting consideration of the mass public, which only helpless naivete dares disregard. The social effect depends upon the technical structure, also upon the novelty of the invention as such, which certainly was decisive during television's beginnings in America, but the social influence also depends upon the explicit and implicit messages television programs convey to their viewers. The medium itself, however, as a combination of film and radio, falls within the comprehensive schema of the culture industry and furthers its tendency to transform and capture the consciousness of the public from all sides. Television is a means for approaching the goal of possessing the entire sensible world once again in a copy satisfying every sensory organ, the dreamless dream. At the same time it holds the possibility of inconspicuously smuggling into this duplicate world whatever is thought to be advantageous for the real one. The gap between private existence and the culture industry, which had remained as long as the latter did not omnipresently dominate all dimensions of the visible, is now being plugged. Just as it is hardly possible to take a step outside of working hours without stumbling across some proclamation of the culture industry, so too are the various media it utilizes so seamlessly intermeshed that reflection can no longer catch its breath between them in order to realize that their world is not the world. In the theater, reflection is very much curtailed. Because of the visual and auditory amusement, Goethe's presentiment one would first find its true object in a total system where the theater has long since become a museum of intellectualization, but that in recompense works on its consumers without respite with cinema, radio, magazines, and in America especially with funnies and comic books. Only the interaction of all the processes, working together though differing from one another in terms of technique and effect, constitutes the climate of the culture industry. That is why it is so difficult for the sociologist to say what television does to people. For although the advanced techniques of empirical social research may isolate the factors characteristic of television, nonetheless these factors receive their effective force only within the totality of the system. Rather than being changed, people become welded to the unavoidable. Presumably television makes them once again into what they already are, only more so. This would correspond to the economically justified overall tendency of contemporary society not to try to progress beyond its present stage in its forms of consciousness, the status quo, but on the contrary to reinforce it relentlessly and re-establish it wherever it may appear threatened. The pressure under which people live has increased so much that they could not endure it if the precarious achievements of adjustment they had once accomplished were not again and again demonstrated to them, and repeated in them internally as well. Freud taught that the repression of the instinctual drives never succeeds entirely or for long, and that for this reason the unconscious psychic energy of the individual is ceaselessly squandered in retaining within the unconscious everything that should not enter into consciousness. This Sisyphean labor of every individual's psychic economy of drives appears to be socialized today, brought into direct control by the institutions of the culture industry for their benefit as well as that of the powerful interests they conceal. Television, such as it is, makes its own contribution to this. the more completely the world becomes appearance, the more imperviously the appearance becomes ideology. The new technology diverges from film in that, like radio, it brings the product into the home of the consumer. The visual images are much smaller than those in the cinema. The small picture is a source of complaint for the American public. Attempts are made to increase the size of the screen, but it seems questionable whether the illusion of life-size the cinema screen affords can be attained in furnished, private apartments. Perhaps the images can be projected onto the wall. Yet the need, in any case, is telling. Earlier, the miniature format of human beings on the television screen was supposed to hinder habitual identification and heroization. Those on the screen speaking with human voices are dwarfs. They are hardly taken seriously in the same way that characters in film are. To abstract from the real size of the phenomenon, to perceive it no longer naturally but aesthetically, requires precisely that ability of sublimation that cannot be assumed to exist in the audience of the culture industry and that is weakened by the culture industry itself. The little men and women who are delivered into one's home become playthings for unconscious perception. There is much in this that may give the viewer pleasure. They are, as it were, his property, at his disposal, and he feels superior to them. In this point, television borders on the funnies, those half-caricatured adventure series, in which the same figures appear from episode to episode over the years. In terms of content, too, many of the television serializations, especially farces, are related to the funnies. Contrary to the funnies, however, which do not intend any realism, the discrepancy in television between the more or less naturally rendered voices and the miniaturized figures cannot be ignored. Such discrepancies permeate all products of the culture industry, and recall the deceit of the doubled life. It has on occasion been remarked that even sound film is silent, that a contradiction reigns between the two-dimensional images and the very true-to-life speech. Such contradictions are apparently increasing, the more that elements of sensible reality are absorbed into the culture industry. The analogy to the totalitarian states of both varieties suggests itself. The more disparate elements are integrated under a dictatorial will, the more the disintegration progresses, the more those things disperse that do not inherently belong together but are merely combined externally. The seamless world of images turns out to be fragile. Too, on the surface the public is hardly disturbed by this, but it surely recognizes it unconsciously. The suspicion grows that the reality being served up is not what it pretends to be. But the first reaction is not resistance. On the contrary, what is inevitable and what one loathes in one's heart of hearts is loved, with clenched teeth, all the more fanatically. Observations such as these about the role of the physical dimensions of television programs cannot be isolated from the specific context of television, that of home viewing. It too will reinforce a tendency of the total culture industry, that of lowering the distance between product and spectator, in both the literal and figurative senses. Once again this tendency is economically predetermined. Anything that is served up by the culture industry, simply by virtue of the function of advertising avowed in America, offers itself as a commodity, an art for consumption, probably in direct proportion to how aggressively it is forced upon the consumer through the centralization and standardization of the industry itself. The consumer is encouraged to do what he is already inclined to do anyway, not to experience the work as an entity in itself, to which he owes his attention, concentration, effort, and understanding, but rather as a favor rendered him, which he may then appreciate if he finds it favorable enough. What has long since happened to the symphony, which the tired office worker tolerates with a distracted ear while sitting in shirt sleeves and slurping his soup, is now overtaking images as well. They are supposed to lend luster to his dreary quotidian life and nevertheless essentially resemble it. In this way, They are futile from the start. Anything different would be unbearable, because it would remind him of what he is being deprived of. Everything appears as though it belonged to him, because he does not belong to himself. 3. He doesn't even have to rouse himself to go to the cinema anymore, and in America whatever costs no money and requires no effort loses all the more value in his eyes. The world, threateningly devoid of warmth, comes to him like something familiar, as if specially made just for him. The contempt he feels for it is the contempt he feels for himself. The lack of distance, the parody of fraternity and solidarity has surely contributed to the extraordinary popularity of the new medium. Commercial television avoids everything that might recall, no matter how vaguely, the cultic origins of the work of art, its celebration of particular occasions. Under the pretext that watching television in the dark is painful to the eyes, people leave the lights on in the evening and refuse to close the shutters. During the day, the viewing environment should deviate as little as possible from the normal situation. It is inconceivable that the experience of the subject matter itself might remain unaffected. The border between reality and the work becomes blurred for consciousness. The artwork is perceived to be a part of reality, a kind of accessory for the apartment, something that came with the purchase of the television set, the very possession of which itself is already a symbol of prestige among children. It is hardly too far-fetched to suppose that, inversely, reality is viewed through the filter of the television screen, that the meaning given quotidian life on the screen is reflected back upon everyday life itself. Commercial television atrophies consciousness, but not because the contents of its programs are any worse than those of film or radio. Admittedly, one often hears the claim in Hollywood, especially among film people, that television programs lower the standard still further. But in this case, the older sectors of the culture industry, many of which are perceptibly threatened by the competition, are surely using television as a scapegoat. A reading of some television scripts, admittedly hardly reflecting the entire creative production, leads to the conclusion that they are no less worthwhile than film scripts, which by now have become totally normalized and ossified. For moreover, the television material is probably worth more than the soap opera so popular in radio, those serializations of family novels in which a mother figure or a seasoned older gentleman always helps the tumultuous young people out of their embarrassing predicaments. Nonetheless, there is something to the claim that television makes things worse and not better, similar to how the invention of sound recording lowered the aesthetic and social quality of film, though such a claim should not imply demanding the resurrection of silent film or the abolition of television today. The responsibility lies with the how, not the what. That awkward intimacy of television, which allegedly engenders a community through the effect of the television set around which family members and friends sit idiotically who supposedly would otherwise have nothing to say, satisfies not only an avidity that allows no place for anything intellectual, unless it is transformed into property, but, moreover, obscures the real alienation between people and things. It becomes a substitute for a social immediacy that is being denied to people. They confuse what is mediated through and through, the life deceptively programmed for them, with the solidarity they are so acutely deprived of. This reinforces the regression. The viewing situation itself stultifies, even when what is being viewed is no more stupid than the usual fodder fed to compulsive consumers. The fact that they probably indulge themselves more in television, it being convenient and inexpensive, than in cinema, and more than in radio, because they receive the visual on top of the acoustic, contributes further to the regression. Addiction is immediately regression, and the increased dissemination of visual products plays a decisive part in this regression. Whereas certainly the sense of hearing is in many respects more archaic than that of sight, which is devoted to the world of things. Nonetheless, the language of images, which escapes the mediation of the concept, is more primitive than the language of words. Yet because of television, people's familiarity with language is growing even more tenuous than it already is throughout the world. The shadows may speak on the television screen, but their speech, if possible even more than in film, is nothing more than an oral translation of the visual, a mere appendage to the images, not an expression of intention, of thought, but rather a clarification of gestures, a commentary on the directives emanating from the image. In the same vein, occasionally in comic cartoons the words are written in balloons above the characters' heads, so as to ensure that what is going on will be understood quickly enough. Only more differentiated research can conclusively ascertain viewer reactions to television today. Since the material aspires to affect the unconscious, direct questioning would not help. Preconscious or unconscious effects are inaccessible to direct verbalization by those being questioned. They would produce either rationalizations or abstract statements to the effect that television entertains them. What actually occurs in people could be detected only with difficulty. For instance, if one used television images without words as projective tests and studied the associations they evoke in the subjects, complete information could probably be obtained only through numerous psychoanalytically inflected, individual case studies of habitual television viewers. First of all, one would need to determine to what extent the reactions are actually specific at all, and to what extent the habit of watching television simply serves the need of killing meaningless free time. All the same, a medium that reaches countless millions and that especially in adolescents and children often dulls every other interest should be considered, as it were, a voice of objective spirit, even when it no longer spontaneously results from the play of societal forces but instead is industrially planned. To a certain degree, industry must still take its consumers into account, if only in order to find a match for the specific commodities of each program's patrons, the sponsors. However, notions to the effect that television as the culmination of mass culture is the authentic expression of the collective unconscious falsify the object by putting the emphasis in the wrong place. Certainly, mass culture taps into the conscious and unconscious schemata, which it rightly assumes to be widespread among its consumers. This source consists primarily of the repressed, or simply unsatisfied, instinctual impulses of the masses, which are either directly or indirectly accommodated by cultural commodities, mainly indirectly, as the American psychologist G. Legman, for example, has emphatically shown. Sexuality is replaced by the representation of desexualized brutality and acts of violence. 5. In television, this can be demonstrated even in its apparently harmless farces. Nonetheless, by virtue of these and other modifications, the will of those in charge enters that language of images, which so much wants to pretend it is the language of its consumers. By awakening and representing in the form of images what slumbers preconceptually in people, it also shows them how they should behave. Whereas the images of film and television strive to evoke those that lie buried in the viewer and indeed resemble them, they also, by flashing up and slipping away, approach the effect of writing. They are grasped, but not contemplated. The eye is carried along by the film as it is by the line of a text, and in the gentle jolt of a scene change a page is turned. As image, the image writing is a medium of regression in which producer and consumer meet. As writing, it makes the archaic images available to modernity. Disenchanted enchantment, they do not convey any mystery. Rather, they are models of behavior that corresponds to the gravitation of the total system as well as to the will of the controllers. The perplexing thing about the interaction, which promotes the mistaken belief that the mogul's own spirit is the spirit of the age, lies in the fact that the manipulations, which condition the public six according to the requirements of behavior well adjusted to the established order, can always appeal to characteristics of the conscious and unconscious life of the consumers themselves and thereby with apparent legitimacy put the blame on them. Censorship and the inculcation of conformist behavior, which are conveyed by even the most anodyne gestures of any television program, not only have to reckon with people who have had drilled into them the schema of mass culture, which dates back to the beginnings of the English novel at the end of the 17th century and has in the meantime attained an air of nobility. On the contrary, these types of behavior had established themselves throughout the early modern period long before they were deployed in ideological manipulations, and so are now internalized as second nature. The culture industry grins, "Become what you are." 7 and its deceit consists precisely in confirming and consolidating by dint of repetition mere existence as such, what human beings have been made into by the way of the world. The culture industry can insist all the more convincingly that it is not the murderer but the victim who is guilty, that it simply helps bring to light what lies within human beings anyway, instead of paying tribute to the unconscious by elevating it to consciousness and thereby simultaneously fulfilling its urge and pacifying its destructive force. 8. The culture industry, with television at the vanguard, reduces people to unconscious modes of behavior even more so than do the conditions of an existence that promises suffering to those who see through it and rewards to those who idolize it. 9. The rigidity is not dissolved but hardened even more. The vocabulary of the image writing is composed of stereotypes. They are defended with technological imperatives, such as the need to produce in a minimal period of time a terrific quantity of material, or the necessity of presenting vividly and unmistakably to the viewer the name and character traits of the protagonists in the sketches, which most often are only a quarter-hour or half-hour long. Criticism of this practice is countered with the rebuttal that art has always operated with stereotypes, but there is a radical difference between the die-cast stereotypes calculated with psychological cunning and those that are clumsy and awkward, between those that intend to model human beings like mass production and those that try to conjure up objective essences out of the spirit of allegory. One more time. Above all, the highly stylized character types, like those in the Commedia dell'arte, were so removed from the everyday life of its public that no one could possibly succumb to the idea of conceiving their own experience in terms of the model of the masked clowns. On the other hand, the stereotypes in television resemble externally, up to and including intonation and dialect, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and they propagate maxims, such as that all foreigners are suspect 10 or that success is the supreme goal of life, while they also, through the simple behavior of their heroes, present these maxims as though they were divinely sanctioned laws, cast in stone once and for all, before one might draw a moral that sometimes even means the inverse. That art supposedly has something to do with the protest of the unconscious at being disfigured by civilization, should not serve as an excuse for misusing the unconscious so that civilization may more radically ruin it. If art is to render justice to what is unconscious and pre-individual, then to that end it requires the utmost effort of consciousness and individuation. If instead of making this effort, one gratifies the unconscious by mechanically reproducing it, then the unconscious degenerates into mere ideology in the service of conscious objectives, no matter how stupid the aims may ultimately turn out to be. In an epoch where aesthetic differentiation and individuation have increased with such liberating energy as in the novelistic work of Proust, such individuation is being recanted in favor of a fetishized collectivism that has become an end in itself and a boon for a few profiteers, and this surely sanctions barbarism. During the last 40 years there have been enough intellectuals who, whether out of masochism or material interests or both, have joined the heralds of this tendency. They must realize that what is societally effective and what is societally just do not coincide, and that today, the one is nothing less than the opposite of the other. Our participation in public affairs is mostly only Philistinism. Goethe's statement from Macari's Archive 11 also holds for those public services the institutions of the culture industry claim to provide. It is impossible to prophesy what will become of television. What it is today does not depend on the invention, not even on the specific forms of its commercial exploitation, but rather on the totality in which the marvelous wonder is embedded. The cliché about modern technology being the fairy tale fulfillment of every fantasy ceases to be a cliché only when it is accompanied by the fairy tale's moral, that the fulfillment of the wishes rarely engenders goodness in the one doing the wishing. Wishing for the right things is the most difficult art of all, and since childhood we are weaned from it. Like the husband who is granted 3 wishes from the fairy and who proceeds to use 2 of them by making a sausage appear and then disappear from his wife's nose, so too whomever the genius to dominate nature has granted the ability to see far into the distance, sees only what he habitually sees, enriched by the illusion of novelty that gives its existence a false and inflated significance. His dream of omnipotence comes true in the form of perfected impotence. To this day utopias come true only so as to extirpate the idea of utopia from human beings altogether, and to make them swear their allegiance all the more deeply to the established order and its faithfulness. In order for television to keep the promise still resonating within the word 12, it must emancipate itself from everything with which it, reckless wish fulfillment, refutes its own principle and betrays the idea of good fortune for the smaller fortunes of the department store. The prologue to television, as well as television as ideology, are based on studies the author conducted in 1952-1953 as scientific director of the Hacker Foundation in America. The results can in no way be applied directly to German television. However, they indicate general tendencies of the culture industry. The interpretation of mass culture as a hieroglyphic writing is found in the unpublished part of the chapter Culture Industry, sketched out in 1943, in The Dialectic of Enlightenment by Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno. The same concept is used completely independently of this context in the article, First Contribution to the Psychoanalysis and Aesthetics of Motion Picture, Sick, by Angelo Montani and Giulio Pietranera, Psychoanalytic Review, April 1946. The differences between the two treatments cannot be discussed here. The Italian authors also contrast the status of mass culture with the unconscious of autonomous art, but do not elevate the opposition to the level of theory. Television as ideology. The treatment of the formal characteristics of television within the system of the culture industry should be supplemented by closer consideration of the specific contents of programs. In any case the contents and the form of presentation are so complicitous with one another that each may vouch for the other. Abstracting from the form would be Philistine vis a vis any work of art. It would amount to measuring by its own standard a sphere that ignores aesthetic autonomy and replaces form with function and packaging. It is advisable to submit television scripts to content analysis because they can be read and studied repeatedly, whereas the performance itself flits by. The objection that the ephemeral phenomenon hardly produces all the potential effects defined by an analysis of the script may be answered with the observation that since those effects are to a large extent specifically designed for the unconscious, their power over the viewer presumably increases when they are perceived in a mode that just as nimbly eludes the control of his conscious ego. Furthermore, the characteristics under consideration here do not belong to one particular case or another, but rather to a general schema. They recur countless times. And in the meantime the planned effects have formed a sediment. The material under study comes from 34 television shows of various genres and quality. 3. In order to obtain a representative sample with statistical validity for studies of this sort, it would have been necessary to select the material strictly by random survey, whereas in the pilot study we had to settle for the scripts that had been made available to us. Nevertheless, because of the standardization of the entire production process as well as the uniformity of the evaluated scripts, it may be expected that an investigation organized along the lines of an American content analysis would add supplementary categories to those already developed but would not produce any fundamentally new results. The investigations by Dallas W. Smythe have made this supposition even more plausible. 4. The material made available to us in Beverly Hills is probably above average. The study was limited to television dramas. These are similar to films in several respects, and incidentally, films make up a considerable part of the programs. 5. The main difference lies precisely in the brevity of the television dramas. Most often they are a quarter hour, at most a half hour long. This affects the quality as well. Even the modest development of plot and character permitted in film is impossible. Everything must be set up immediately. This supposedly technological necessity, itself dictated by the commercial system, favors the stereotypes and the ideological rigidity the industry in any case justifies on the basis of consideration for a juvenile or infantile public. These television dramas relate to films in a manner similar to the way detective novellas compare to detective novels. In both cases the formal shallowness serves an intellectual one. Aside from that, one should not exaggerate the specific character of television productions for fear of contributing to the ideology. Their similarity to films attests to the unity of the culture industry. It hardly makes any difference where it is tackled. Television dramas occupy a great deal of broadcasting time. The December 1951 edition of Los Angeles Television by Dallas W. Smythe and Angus Campbell, published by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters, showed that dramas were the most common type of program. More than a quarter of all programs offered during any given week were reserved for such dramas, for adults. During evening hours, i.e., the prime broadcasting time, the figure grew to 34.5%. And this did not include television dramas for children. 6. Meanwhile, in New York the volume of television dramas climbed to 47% of the entire production. Since the element of social psychological manipulation, which, incidentally, other types of programs do not lack, is most clearly manifested in these numerically significant programs, it seems completely legitimate to limit the pilot study to them. In order to show how these programs affect their viewers, one must recall the all too familiar notion of the multi-layered structure of aesthetic works. The fact that no work of art on its own communicates its actual content unambiguously. Rather, it is multi-layered, cannot be nailed down, and unfolds only within a historical process. Independent of the analyses in Beverly Hills, Hans Weigel in Vienna showed that film, a product of commercial planning, does not have this complexity. 7. It is the same with television. But it would be too optimistic to believe that aesthetic complexity has been replaced by informational univocity. The multi-layered structure, or rather, its degraded form, is refunctioned for the benefit of the producers. 8. They accept the legacy of aesthetic complexity by presupposing in the viewer several superimposed psychological layers, while at the same time trying to penetrate those layers in pursuit of a homogeneous and, according to the concepts of those in control, rational goal, the reinforcement of conformism in the viewer and the consolidation of the status quo. They tirelessly assail the spectators with open and hidden messages. Perhaps the latter have priority in the programming because they are psychotechnically more effective. 9. The heroine of a serialized television farce, which was awarded a prize by a teachers' association, is a young teacher. Not only does she earn a pitiful salary, she must constantly pay various fines imposed by the ridiculously pompous and authoritarian school principal. So she lacks money and goes hungry. The supposed humor consists in showing how she devises petty ruses to get invited to dinner by all her acquaintances, but in the end always without success. By the way, it appears that the culture industry considers the mere mention of food already funny. The ambitions of the farce aim no higher than such humor, and the slight sadism of the embarrassing situations in which the young woman finds herself. The sketch sells no idea. The hidden message lies wholly in the script's view of people, which seduces the audience into assuming the same attitude without realizing it. The heroine maintains so much good cheer and intellectual superiority that her pleasant qualities appear to be compensation for her wretched fate. The viewer is encouraged to identify with her. Every word she speaks is a joke. The farce says to the viewer, when you have humor, when you're good-natured, quick on the ball, and charming, then you don't need to get so worked up about your starvation wages. All the same, you remain what you are. In another farce in the same series, an eccentric old woman drafts a will for her cat and names as heirs a pair of schoolteachers from earlier shows in the series. The thought of the will seduces each heir into pretending that he knew the testator. The latter's name is Mr. Casey, consequently the heirs apparent do not know that the affair concerns a cat. No one admits never having seen his benefactor. Later it comes to light that the inheritance is worthless, nothing but cat's toys. But at the end it is discovered that the old lady hid $100 bill in each toy, and the heirs have to root through the garbage in order to get at their money. The moral of the story, which should make the viewer laugh, is, first, the cheap and skeptical maxim that everyone is ready to cheat a bit if he believes that no one will find out, and at the same time the warning not to yield to such impulses, just as moralistic ideology counts on the fact that its partisans are always ready to go too far the moment no one is looking. However, what remains concealed under this is disdain for the universal daydream of a windfall inheritance from out of the blue. One must be realistic, maintains the ideology. Whoever indulges in dreams arouses suspicion of being a lazybones, good for nothing, and a swindler. That this message is not read into the farce, as the apologetic argument runs, can be shown by the fact that similar themes perpetually recur. In one Wild West show, for instance, a character says, when a large inheritance is at stake, villainy is not far behind. Such synthetic complexity functions only within a fixed frame of reference. When a television sketch is called Dante's Inferno, and when the first scene takes place in a nightclub of the same name, where a man with his hat on sits at the bar and at some distance from him a woman with sunken eyes, too much makeup, and her legs crossed high orders herself another double cocktail, then the habitual television viewer knows that he can look forward to a murder. If he knew nothing more than the title, Dante's Inferno, perhaps he could be surprised, but he sees the show in the schema of crime drama, where care is taken to ensure that horrible acts of violence will occur. The woman perched on the barstool presumably will not be the principal criminal, but she will end up paying for her dégagé lifestyle. The hero, who has not even appeared yet, will be rescued from a situation all human reason would conclude is hopeless. Certainly, experienced viewers will not translate such shows directly into everyday life, but they are encouraged to construe their experiences just as rigidly and mechanically. They learn that crime is normal. What also contributes to this is the fact that the dime store romanticism of heinous deeds shrouded in mystery is connected with the pedantic imitation of all the accessories of real life. If one of the characters were merely to dial a telephone number different from the one usually used in the series, then the station would receive indignant letters from the audience, who is ready to complacently entertain the fiction that a murderer is lurking on every corner. The pseudo-realism provided by the schema infuses empirical life with a false meaning, the duplicity of which viewers can scarcely see through because the nightclub looks exactly like the ones they know. Such a pseudo-realism reaches into the smallest detail and corrupts it. Even chance, ostensibly untouched by the schema, bears its mark, for it is conceived under the abstract category, the accidental nature of everyday life. Nothing sounds more false than when television pretends to let people speak the way they usually do. Let us choose at random some of the stereotypes operating within the schema and deriving their power from its power while at the same time constituting it. They attest to the total structure. A play treats a fascist dictator, half Mussolini, half Peron, at the moment of his downfall. Whether his fall is due to a popular uprising or a military revolt is just as little touched on by the plot as any other social or political aspect of the situation. Everything is private, the dictator nothing but a foolish scoundrel who mistreats his secretary, and the crudely idealized figure of his wife, his opponent, a general, is the wife's former lover, although despite everything, she remains loyal to her spouse. Finally, the dictator's brutality forces her to flee, and the general saves her. The terrible moment of the horror story occurs when the guards protecting the dictator in his palace abandon him as soon as his magnificent wife is no longer at his side. Nothing of the objective dynamics of dictatorship enters the field of vision. One gets the impression that totalitarian states are the result of the character defects of ambitious politicians, and that their fall is due to the noblesse of the personalities with whom the public identifies. An infantile personalization of politics is being pursued here. Certainly, politics in the theater can only be undertaken at the level of individuals. But in this case it would be necessary to show what totalitarian systems do to the people who live under them, instead of showing the kitsch psychology of celebrated heroes and villains, whose power and greatness the viewer is supposed to respect even when the reward for their deeds is their downfall. One of the favorite maxims of television humor is that the cute girl is always right. The heroine of a highly popular comic series is what Georg Legmann called a bitch heroine, and would probably need to be labeled in German as beast, biased. 10. She behaves toward her father in an indescribably cruel and inhuman way, and her behavior is of course immediately rationalized as funny pranks. But nothing ever happens to her, and indeed, according to the operative logic, whatever befalls the principal characters in the shows should be accepted immediately by the viewers as an objective verdict. In another show from a series purporting to warn the public of swindlers, the cute girl is a criminal. Yet after the viewer is so taken by her in the opening scene, he must not be disappointed. Sentenced to a long prison term, she is immediately pardoned and has every chance of marrying her victim, especially since she nevertheless found the opportunity to radiantly preserve her sexual purity. Shows of this sort unquestionably serve to reinforce the social acceptance of parasitic behavior. A premium is placed on what psychoanalysis calls orality, the combination of dependency and aggressivity. By no means is the psychoanalytic interpretation of cultural stereotypes too far-fetched. The short skits themselves flirt with psychoanalysis, in keeping with market trends. Sometimes the latent motives presumed by psychoanalysis come to the surface. Especially widespread is the stereotype of the artist as an abnormal weakling, unsuited for life and somewhat ridiculous, or an emotional cripple. Today's over-accentuated popular art appropriates all this. It glorifies the virile man, its image of the man of action, and insinuates that artists are in fact homosexual. One farce presents a young man who not only has to wear the ever-popular mask of the fool, but moreover is supposed to be a poet, shy, and, as the jargon has it, introverted. He is in love with a boy-crazy girl but is too shy to respond to her advances. In keeping with a favorite principle of the culture industry, the sex roles are reversed. The girl is active, the man on the defensive. The heroine of the piece, of course a different girl than the boy crazy one, tells her friend of the foolish poet's infatuation. To the question, infatuated with whom? She responds, with a girl of course, and her friend replies, what do you mean, of course? The last time he was in love with a turtle, and its name was Sam. The culture industry forgets its moralism as soon as it has the opportunity to make suggestive jokes about the image of the intellectual that it has fabricated itself. Through innumerable opportunities the schema of television cozies up to the international climate of anti-intellectualism, but the perversion of truth, the ideological manipulation, is in no way limited merely to the realm of the irresponsibly anodyne or the cynically cunning. The sickness lies not in wicked individuals but in the system. That is why it also erodes whatever sets higher goals and aims at being respectable, to the extent that such ambitions are allowed. A script of serious intent contains the portrait of an actress. The plot attempts to show how the famous and successful young woman is cured of her narcissism, becomes a real person, and learns to do what she could not do before: love. She is brought to this conversion by a young and, for once, sympathetically portrayed intellectual, a dramatist who loves her. He writes a drama in which she plays the main role, and her inner confrontation with the role is supposed to act as a kind of psychotherapy, change her personality, and smooth out the difficulties between them. The role allows her to live out her manifest maliciousness as well as ultimately the noble impulses that, as the play assumes, are latently present in her. Whereas she scores a hit in keeping with the model of the success story, she has conflicts with the playwright, who functions as an amateur psychoanalyst, somewhat similar to the way amateur detectives intercede. The conflicts are caused by her psychological resistance. It comes to a severe clash after the premiere, when the actress, intoxicated by her own success, performs a hysterical, exhibitionistic scene before her friends. She sends her young daughter away to be raised in a boarding school, because her career could be damaged were it known that she has a child of that age. The girl would like to return to her mother, but senses that she is not wanted. The daughter runs away from school and takes a rowboat out onto the stormy ocean. The heroine and the playwright hurry to her rescue. Again the actress behaves egocentrically, without the least consideration for anyone else. The playwright tames her. The girl is saved by valiant sailors. The heroine collapses, renounces her resistance, and decides to love. In the end she accepts her playwright and makes a kind of profession of general religious faith. The pseudo-realism of the show is not so simple that it would smuggle into the public's consciousness such contraband as the idea that crime is something completely natural. Rather, what is pseudo-realistic is the internal construction of the plot. The psychological process that is put on view is fraudulent, in a word, phony, for which there is utterly no equivalent in German. Psychoanalysis, or whatever type of psychotherapy involved, is reduced and reified in a way that not only expresses disdain for this type of praxis but changes its meaning into its very opposite. The dramaturgical necessity of concentrating lengthy and elaborate psychodynamic processes into a half-hour episode, a necessity the producers then use as a pretext, harmonizes all too well with the ideological distortion the show diligently cultivates. Supposedly profound changes in the individual and a relationship modeled on that between doctor and patient are reduced to rationalistic clichés and illustrated by simplistic and unambiguous actions. All sorts of character traits are tossed about without the decisive point ever appearing, the unconscious origin of those character traits. The heroine, the patient, is from the very beginning lucidly self-aware. This displacement to the surface renders the entire ensuing psychological process puerile. The fundamental changes in people appear as though all anyone need do is confront their problems and trust the better insight of a confidant, and everything will be fine. Within the psychological routine and the psychodrama, there still lurks the old pernicious idea of the taming of the shrew, that a sensitive and strong man overcomes the capricious unpredictability of an immature woman. The gesture toward psychological depth serves only to make stale patriarchal conceptions palatable to the spectators, who in the meantime have heard something about complexes. Rather than the psychology of the heroine expressing itself concretely, the two protagonists chatter with each other about psychology. In flagrant contradiction to the entire modern understanding of the mind, psychology is transposed into the conscious ego. Nothing is indicated of the difficulties that a phallic character, like that of the actress, must seriously confront. Thus the television show presents to the viewer a distorted image of psychology. The viewer will expect exactly the opposite of psychology's intention, and the already widespread hostility toward affective self-reflection will intensify even more. In particular, Freud's idea of transference is perverted. The amateur analyst has to be the lover of the heroine. His practiced distance, pseudo-realistically modeled after the analyst's technique, fuses with the culture industry's vulgar stereotype according to which the man must continually protect himself from the woman's seductive arts and conquers her only by rejecting them. The psychotherapist resembles the hypnotist, and the heroine resembles the cliché of the split ego. Sometimes she is a noble, loving person, who represses her own feelings only because of certain unhappy experiences, and other times she is a hussy, pretentious and in love with herself but exaggerating her caprices far too much for one not to know from the outset that her inner loveliness will ultimately emerge. No wonder that under such conditions the cure progresses quickly. Hardly does the heroine begin to play the role of the selfless woman, with whom she is supposed to identify so as to find her so-called better ego, and already her friends realize that something is happening to her, that in her relationship to the role she is transforming herself. Any complicated childhood reminiscences are superfluous here, whereas the show intimates how familiar it is with the latest breakthroughs in the soul's anatomy. It operates with completely rigid and static concepts. The people are what they are, and the changes that they undergo reveal only what was already inside them, their true nature. Thus the show's hidden message stands in contradiction to its explicit message. On the surface it employs psychodynamic notions. In truth it preaches a conventional black and white psychology, according to which personalities are given once and for all. Like physical characteristics, they cannot be modified but at most only uncovered. This is not merely a case of erroneous scientific information, rather it goes to the very substance of the show. For the nature of the heroine, which should emerge when she becomes conscious of herself in the role, is nothing other than her conscience. Psychology presents the superego as a reaction formation to repressed impulses of the id, sexuality. Yet here the id, the physical urges of the heroine as crudely illustrated in one scene, becomes an epiphenomenon, and it is the superego that is repressed. It may be acknowledged that psychologically such manifestations really exist. Ambivalence between the instinctual and compulsive aspects of character. But there is no question of ambivalence in the television show. It clings to the sentimental idea of a human being who is good at heart but hides her inner fragility beneath an armor of egotism. In the scene affair, in which the two egos of the heroine struggle with each other while she gazes into a mirror, her unconscious is crudely equated with conventional morality and the repression of her instincts, rather than that the instincts themselves break free. It is only her conscious self that wants to disturb the peace. Thus, what is practiced is psychoanalysis in reverse. In the literal sense, the play glorifies the very defense mechanisms, the penetration and illumination of which is the goal of those analytical processes the television show claims to demonstrate. This alters the message. The viewer is apparently taught lessons such as that he should love, without having to worry about whether it can be taught, and that he should not think materialistically, whereas, since Fontaine's Frau Jenny Tribal, the people who talk of ideals without restraint are the same people who think that money is more important than anything else. 11 But in truth what is drummed into the viewer is something completely different than these surely banal and dubious, but relatively innocuous, opinions. The piece amounts to the slandering of individuality and autonomy. One should devote oneself, and moreover less to love than to respect for what society and its ground rules expect. The capital sin the heroine is accused of is that she wants to be herself. She herself says as much. And that is precisely what cannot be allowed. She is taught mores asterisk broken, just as a horse is tamed. In his grand tirade against materialism, the strongest point her educator hurls at her is tellingly enough the concept of power. He extols to her the necessity of spiritual values in a materialist world, yet he finds no more adequate expression for these values than that there is a power greater than us and our petty, conceited ambition. Of all the ideas presented in the piece, power is the only one that is concretized as brutal, physical force. When the heroine wants to jump into a boat in order to save her child, her spiritual provider slaps her across the face, completely in line with the Eisenbach tradition that claims to cure hysterical women by knocking some sense into them, since it's all just their imagination anyway. 12 In the end the heroine submissively declares that, from now on she wants to improve and to believe. This is the proof of her transformation. Nothing is more odious than the introduction and propagation of religion in the piece in the name of crude authority. The heroine's cure at the same time should convert her from the illusory world of the theater to reality. Probably the woman who wrote the piece had picked up something of religious existentialism, of Kierkegaard's distinction between the aesthetic and ethical spheres. But in her hands all this becomes the debased cultural goods of the upper estate. 13 She reduces the controversy between the moralist and the artist to the level where the latter, quite reasonably, refers to her métier and to the fact that she is just playing a role and is not really the person represented, and for this she receives a poor grade. However, the theologian Kierkegaard had demonstrated precisely the contrary in his important essay on the actress, that only a mature woman can interpret the role of a young girl, precisely because she does not resemble what she is personifying. 14 While the show ends with a pious gaze heavenward, it draws religion itself into the circle of conformism and convention. The actress discovers her religious feelings in the moment when her daughter is rescued, a bit like the saying that there are no atheists during artillery barrages. Ultimately the piece subverts its own message. Not only does it coarsely mix psychological dilettantism with the praise of humility, but the exhortation to faith at the end transforms this humility into a means used for psychological ends. The viewer is encouraged to practice religion because it is healthy for him. Once you have a belief in something, there is no more need to torture yourself with narcissism and hysteria. In fact, a figure in the show who is positively portrayed as a representative of religion says in a kind of sermon that one becomes happy when one ceases searching for happiness in oneself and for oneself. A worldly sentiment of happiness becomes the justification for transcendental faith. It would have been nice to hear Kierkegaard's voice in response to such a theology. Advertising for religion in the name of hygiene is blasphemous. For all the crassness with which products of this sort display their inferiority and falsity, nonetheless they must be investigated and taken seriously despite their own intentions. For the culture industry is not at all disturbed by the idea that none of its creations are serious, that everything is simply merchandise and entertainment. Long ago it made this a part of its own ideology. Among the scripts analyzed, several consciously play at being kitsch, and they give the less naive viewer a knowing wink as though saying that they do not take themselves seriously, they are not that stupid. They take the viewer, as it were, into their confidence by flattering his intellectual vanity. But a shameful deed is made no better by denouncing itself as such. One must do the offense the honor it refuses itself and take it at its own word, the one that sinks into the viewers. There is here no danger of overloading the chosen examples, for each is a pars pro toto and not only allows but requires drawing conclusions about the entire system. In the face of the system's omnipotence, detailed proposals for improvement have at once something ingenuous about them. The ideology is so happily fused with the specific gravity of the apparatus that every suggestion can be dismissed with the most reasonable explanations, as naive, technically unproven, and impractical. The idiocy of the whole is built up out of nothing but healthy common sense. The possibility of remedying the situation through goodwill should not be overrated. The culture industry is so fundamentally entangled with powerful interests that even the most honest efforts in its sector could not get very far. With an inexhaustible arsenal of arguments, the culture industry can justify or reason away what is obvious to everybody. The falsity and inferiority exert a magnetic attraction upon their defenders, and even the worst of them become far more astute than their intellectual capabilities would warrant when they look for arguments in favor of what they themselves in their heart of hearts know is profoundly untrue. The ideology creates its own ideologues, discussion, and points of view. In this way it has a good chance of staying alive. However, one should resist being driven into defeatism and being terrorized by that well-practiced demand for positive results, which usually only wants to thwart any change in the state of things. It is far more important, first of all, to raise consciousness about phenomena such as the ideological character of television, and that not only among those on the production side but also in the public. Precisely in Germany, where economic interests do not directly control the programming, there is some hope in trying to raise awareness. 15. If the ideology, which avails itself of a truly modest number of endlessly repeated ideas and tricks, were taken down a peg or two, then perhaps the public could develop an aversion to being led around by the nose, no matter how much the ideology gratifies the dispositions themselves produced by the societal totality of innumerable viewers. It would then be possible to imagine a kind of inoculation of the public against the ideology propagated by television and its related media. Of course, this idea would require far more extensive investigations, which would have to separate out and isolate social psychological norms in television production. Instead of tracking down vulgar words and indecency like most organs of self-censorship, the producers would need to be vigilant and remove those provocations and stereotypes that, according to the judgment of a committee of responsible and independent sociologists, psychologists, and educators, result in the stultification, psychological crippling, and ideological disorientation of the public. 16. The investigation of such norms is not as utopian as it appears at first glance, because television as ideology is not the result of evil intentions, perhaps not even of the incompetence of those involved, but rather is imposed by demonic objective spirit. Through countless mechanisms it reaches all those involved in production. A very great number of them recognize, with aesthetic sensibility if not with theoretical conceptuality, just how rotten their product is and continue producing it, solely because of economic pressure. In general, the aversion is greater the closer one gets to the writers, directors, actors, and only the business and its lackeys proclaim their consideration for the consumers. If a science that does not stultify or content itself with administrative surveys but instead takes up the research of ideology itself would give its support to those artists kept in check, then they would stand a better chance against their bosses and the censors. 17. It is obvious that the social psychological norms should not dictate what television must do. However, just as everywhere else, the canon of the negative would not be far from that of the positive. Sexual taboos and law today. In memory of Fritz Bauer, the theorist who intervenes in practical controversies nowadays discovers on a regular basis and to his shame that whatever ideas he might contribute were expressed long ago, and usually better the first time around. Not only has the mass of writings and publications grown beyond measure, society itself, despite all its tendencies to expand, in many cases seems to be regressing to earlier stages, even in its superstructure, in law and politics. Embarrassingly enough, this means that time-honored arguments must once again be trotted out. Even critical thought risks becoming infected by what it criticizes. Critical thought must let itself be guided by the concrete forms of consciousness it opposes and must go over, once again, what they have forgotten. Thought is not purely for itself, especially practical thought, so closely tied to the historical moment that in this regressive age it would become abstract and false were it to continue to evolve from its own elan regardless of the regression. This alone is the bitter truth to the talk of the thinker in indigent times. What he produces depends on the fact that in making it conscious he activates the moment of regression imposed upon him. And especially when it comes to enlightenment about sexual taboos, it is difficult to say anything that was not known already and then repressed again, most recently during the era of women's alleged emancipation. Freud's insights into infantile sexuality and the partial instincts, too, which strip the last shreds of legitimacy from conventional sexual morality, retain their full validity even in an age that would like to disarm depth psychology, and what Karl Kraus wrote in his incomparable early work Morals and Criminality, recently reprinted as the 11th volume of his works by Langenmuller III, cannot be surpassed in rigor or authority. The situation itself helps perpetuate what has become obsolescent and therefore now truly evil. It is noted that nothing new is being said, as though that alone amounted to a refutation. But the second enlightenment that is nowadays played off against the first merely amounts, in Enzensberger's phrase, to abolishing the original. 4. Yet sabotage of enlightenment in the name of its obsolescence also derives its pretexts from the object itself. Talk of sexual taboos sounds anachronistic in an era where every young girl who is to any extent materially independent of her parents has a boyfriend, where the mass media, which are now fused with advertising, incessantly provide sexual stimulation, to the fury of their reactionary opponents, and where what in America is called a healthy sex life is so to speak a part of physical and psychic hygiene. It includes, to use the nice formulation of the sociologists Wolfenstein and Laetz, a sort of morality of pleasure, a fun morality. 5. In comparison with all this, proposals for the reform of legislation on sexuality prima vista have something venerably suffragette-like about them. And the guardians of absolute order can respond with a cheap irony that rarely misses. People have their freedom, they do what they want to anyway, and only crimes should be checked by the law, so why reforms? There is no other response to this than that sexual liberation in contemporary society is mere illusion. This illusion arose together with the phenomenon sociology elsewhere describes with its favorite expression, integration, the same way in which bourgeois society overcame the proletarian threat by incorporating the proletariat. Rational society, which is founded upon the domination of inner and outer nature and disciplines the diffuse pleasure principle that is harmful to the work ethic and even the principle of domination itself, no longer needs the patriarchal commandment of abstinence, virginity, and chastity. On the contrary, sexuality, turned on and off, channeled and exploited in countless forms by the material and cultural industry, cooperates with this process of manipulation insofar as it is absorbed, institutionalized, and administered by society. As long as sexuality is bridled, it is tolerated. Formerly, society had reluctantly accepted sexuality through the sacrament of marriage. Today, it takes sexuality directly under its control without any intermediate authorities like the Church, often even without any state legitimation. But, at the same time, sexuality has changed because of this. If in his attempt to describe what is specifically sexual, Freud emphasized the element of indecency, and this means what is offensive to society, then on the one hand, this element has disappeared, and on the other hand only now is it truly loathed, rejected. This reveals nothing less than a desexualization of sexuality itself. Pleasure that is either kept cornered or accepted with smiling complacence is no longer pleasure at all. Psychoanalyst would be able to demonstrate without difficulty that in the entire sex industry, monopolistically controlled and standardized as it is, with its ready-made appliques of film stars, for pleasure and pleasure substitutes have surpassed pleasure itself. 6. The neutralization of sex, which has been traced in the disappearance of grand passion, blanches sex even where it is believed to be unabashedly satisfied. However, one can conclude from this, and the contemporary neuroses should confirm this, that in truth the sexual taboos have not fallen away. Only a new, deeper form of repression has been reached, with all its destructive potential. Whereas sexuality has been integrated, that which cannot be integrated, the actual spiciness of sex, continues to be detested by society. If it is true that what is specifically sexual is what is eo ipso forbidden, then this prohibition knows how to make itself felt even in the manifestations of sex that are allowed or sanctioned. Surely nowhere more than in the zone of what is still consistently ostracized can so much of the concealed monstrosity be revealed. In an unfree society, sexual freedom is hardly any more conceivable than any other form of freedom. Sexuality is disarmed as sex, as though it were a kind of sport, and whatever is different about it still causes allergic reactions. Thus, despite everything, it is necessary to take up once again the subject of sexual taboos and the legislation of sexuality, not only because of a presumably powerless solidarity with the victims but also in consideration of all the damage that might be done by the increasing repression accompanying societal integration. This repression may permanently feed into the reservoir of authoritarian personalities, who are ready to run behind totalitarian governments of whatever stripe. One of the most palpable results of the authoritarian personality was that those people who had the specific character structure that predisposed them to become followers of totalitarianism were especially plagued by persecution fantasies against those whom they considered to be sexual deviants and, in general, by wild sexual notions they rejected in themselves and projected onto other groups. The German sexual taboos fall within the same ideological and psychological syndrome of prejudice that helped National Socialism build its mass support and whose manifest content lives on in a depoliticized form. But it could concretize itself politically at the right moment, immanent to the system and yet also imperceptible. Today it is more dangerous to democracy than are the neo-fascist groups, which for the time being find far less resonance and have far fewer material and psychic resources at their disposal. Psychoanalysis investigated sexual taboos and their expression in law, especially in the criminological area. One need only mention Eichhorn's Studies 7, and what it revealed at that time is still valid today. But this work needs to be supplemented if it is to comprehend the state of affairs in its most recent historical phase. In Freud's era, everything stood under the sign of pre-capitalist or high bourgeois forms of authority, the patriarchalism of the nuclear family, repression by the father and its consequences, the compulsive character together with the anal syndrome ascribed to it. Of course, the thesis that the societal superstructure transforms itself more slowly than the base has also been borne out psychologically in the relative constancy of the unconscious, which Freud emphasized. In the face of the predominance of the real processes of society, the individual psyche is in fact secondary or, if you will, superstructure. Among the collective powers that have replaced the individual authority of the father imago, lives on, as Freud had already ascertained in group psychology and the analysis of the ego. 8. However, since that time changes have occurred in the authoritarian structure of society that affect at least the concrete form of sexual taboos. Genital sexuality, against which the traditional threat of castration is directed, is no longer the target. The Lebensborn stud farms of the SS, the young girls who were encouraged to enter into temporary liaisons with those who had proclaimed themselves an elite and had organized themselves as such, are, like many pioneering crimes of the Third Reich, merely an anticipation in extremis of the tendencies of society as a whole. 9. The SS state was no more a realm of erotic freedom than is the libertinage of the beaches and campsites nowadays, which by the way can be revoked at any moment and returned to the state of what the language of taboos calls healthy attitudes. Anthropological traits such as young people's overvaluation of the concrete, the atrophy of the imagination, the passive accommodation to overpoweringly given conditions, represent an aspect that rather precisely corresponds to the new form of sexual taboos. According to Freudian theory, the prevailing form of sexuality sanctioned by civilization, genital sexuality, is not what it pretends to be, originary, but on the contrary is the result of an integration. Under the constraint of social adjustment, the partial instincts of the child are combined through the agency of the family into a unified drive serving the societal purpose of reproduction. The precarious nature of this integration into genital sexuality did not escape Freud's notice and, in a thoroughly patriarchal and bourgeois gesture, he deplored it. A true, instinctually erotic life, the relations that generate pleasure, is by no means that healthy sex life that in the most advanced industrial countries today is encouraged by all sectors of the economy, from the cosmetics industry to psychotherapy. Rather, the partial libido lives on within the genitality into which it was fused. All happiness is aroused by the tension between the two, just as the partial instincts remain thwarted to the extent that they are not fulfilled genitally, as though they were part of a stage that did not yet know pleasure, so too the genitality, purged of all the partial drives proscribed as perverse, is impoverished, impassive, as though shrunken to a point. From a psychodynamic point of view, the desexualization of sexuality would surely be considered the form of genital sex in which genital sex itself becomes a powerful generator of taboos and where the partial instincts are inhibited or obliterated. It's a nice bit of sexual utopia not to be yourself, and to love more in the beloved than only her, a negation of the ego principle. It shakes that invariant of bourgeois society in the widest sense, which since time immemorial has always aimed at integration, the demand for identity. At first it had to be produced, ultimately it would be necessary to abolish it again. What is merely identical with itself is without happiness. Genital sexuality's concentration on the ego and its likewise self-centered other, and it is not by chance that the designation partner has come into fashion, harbors narcissism. Libidinal energy is displaced onto the power that dominates it and thereby deceives it. Nonetheless, the sense of indecency that Freud emphasized clings to the excess of the partial instincts beyond genitality, and confers upon genitality its force and its prestige. The traditional social taboos attacked both genitality and the partial drives in one, although they probably were chiefly directed against the latter. Chaude's oeuvre was a revolt against this attack. In tandem with the increasing social reinforcement of genitality, the pressure mounts against the partial drives and against their representatives in genital relations. What remains of the partial drives is cultivated only as socialized voyeurism, as for pleasure. Contemplation by many replaces union with one and thereby expresses the tendency to socialize sexuality that itself constitutes an aspect of sexuality's fatal integration. The desexualization of sexuality is strengthened by the premium patriarchal society places upon the female character, her passive docility, weaned from all personal affect, if possible from all aspiration to her own pleasure. Sexuality is confiscated by an ideal of the natural life and, in a culture of healthy outdoor living, is reduced as much as possible to pure genitality that rebels against every refinement. The form that taboos assume in the environment of formal freedom should be studied. Some importance should be given to such models as this idea of naturalness, but also to the standardized, as it were, cellophane-wrapped samples of sex. In a climate that mixes the subterranean force of prohibitions with the lie claiming that those prohibitions have lost their force, the latest style of persecutions is flourishing. Unless appearances are deceptive, more than ever the partial drives are being repressed mentally and materially, complementary to the ego weakness evident everywhere as a specific psychological inability to deviate from what everyone else is doing, while at the same time the partial drives are also being manipulated by society. The less, apparently, is considered indecent, the worse the vengeance exacted on what for all that is still judged to be so. The hygienic ideal is more rigorous than the ascetic ideal, which never wanted to remain what it was. However, the taboos in the midst of the illusion of freedom cannot be taken lightly, above all because no one completely believes in them anymore, whereas they are still reinforced by both the unconscious of individuals and by institutional powers. In general, the more eroded repressive ideas have become, the more cruelly they are enforced. Their application must be exaggerated so that the terror persuades people that what is so powerful must also be legitimate. The witch trials flourished after Thomistic universalism had already waned. 10. The exhibitionist confessions of sin by those who give free rein to their moralism by associating it with the word rearmament are likewise so attractive to the masses because the concept of sin, when detached from theological dogma, no longer has any substance. 11. This is also what reinforces the specific character of taboo. Whereas primitive taboos were irresistible because they were motivated by the incest prohibition, whose power of psychological repression excluded all rational justification, sexual taboos in the age of at once both total and stymied enlightenment have an augmented power, since they no longer have a raison d'etre even for those who obey them. The prohibition as such now absorbs the energies it used to receive from other sources that have become exhausted in the meantime. The lie branded onto the taboo becomes itself an element of sadism that overtakes the chosen victim, and with a knowing nod gives him to understand that his fate is due not to the offense but rather to the fact that he happens to be somehow different, that he deviates from the collective, that he belongs to a precisely designated minority. Nevertheless, the taboos nowadays do not have any new content, they are rather the imitation of more ancient ones. Lying deeply buried within the cultural imagination, these taboos can be exploited by manipulative powers. They are reawakened from above. Their imitative pallor serves social repression. They allow the accumulated ancient indignation to be redirected at whatever is timely and opportune, regardless of its quality. Otherness as such as the chosen enemy. An empirical investigation is needed to explore how taboos, which are half forgotten and from a social standpoint in fact relatively obsolete, are able to be mobilized. At present it is difficult to say whether the rage exploited by the demagogy of morality is primarily and immediately a reaction to erotic privations. It is also conceivable that it is a reaction to the entire constitution of contemporary life. In the context of formal freedom, each individual is burdened with an autonomy that, from an anthropological standpoint alone, he cannot bring off, while through the disproportion between the overpowering institutions and the minuscule scope of action granted him, the individual also objectively feels overtaxed and threatened, a threat surely containing within itself, concealed and long since become unrecognizable, the ancient threat of castration. The taboos can be reawakened because social suffering, in psychological terms, that of the ego, is repressed and displaced onto sexuality, the age-old ache. 12. In total contradiction to what takes place on the surface, sexuality becomes the nerve center of society. At present the sexual taboos are stronger than all others, even the political taboos, despite the virulence with which the latter are hammered home. The public sphere resounds with declarations either welcoming or deploring these changes in sexual morals. They are closely related to those current theses about the end of ideology that furnish stifling cynicism with the good conscience of enlightenment, while at the same time suspecting every idea that points beyond the present conditions of being anachronistic. 13. That despite all these views the taboos are not eliminated, can be discerned in the forms of objective spirit, in the unspoken conventions and mores, and even more in the sphere of law. Everywhere, prostitutes are being persecuted, whereas they were more or less left in peace during the era when sexual oppression was allegedly harsher. 14. It is a mendacious and flimsy pretense to claim that there is no need for whores anymore after the success of women's emancipation. It befits the zealots, least of all to justify their measures with the same moral freedom they want once again to abolish. The technique of police raids, the closing of bordellos, which itself degrades prostitution into the nuisance it is so often accused of being, the fervor declaring some quarters particularly menaced, only then to wax indignant at the rampant influx of whores in the places where they must seek refuge. Like the Jews, they should have no shelter. All this indicates an attitude that, while crying murder over the degradation of Eros, does all it can to degrade it once again, by condemning it to never no happiness. The prostitute, the image of what inexperience and envy imagine to be vice, is undoubtedly identified largely with the partial instinct. She is supposedly the source of perversity, in the most amazing contradiction to the miserable and miscarried way of making a living that prostitution has become in a society of glasshouses where every hiding place has been smoked out. There is no need to harbor illusions about the off-limits sector, and yet the whores, who in the meantime have become as repulsive as society's envy spitefully imagines them and treats them, should be defended against the ignominy of morality as unsuspecting representatives of an alternative sexuality. The arguments brought forward by this ignominious morality, the damages the whores cause, the offense they give, are nugatory. No one need tarry with them unless he wants to see them, even less if bordellos were tolerated. It is doubtful that the appearance of a streetwalker offers much novelty to young people, who are courted with devotion by the magazine kiosks. The harm such sights allegedly cause is fictitious, ridiculous and annoying as a quid pro quo like the one that occurred when a Protestant pastor in a metropolitan quarter promised in his sermons and meetings to eradicate prostitution instead of restricting his nightlife to the evening concerts that are planned for him and his like, and in which he can repress to his heart's content. It is even more unbearable when the pimps, instead of ignoring him as is usual, shot at his apartment. However, the eventual police explanation that those shots had nothing to do with the pastor's moral crusade does indeed represent a grave danger for public morality. In a society even remotely as politically mature as its constitution would suggest, the publicity alone would make such incidents impossible. It is indicative of the overall state of affairs that things like this occur and are flogged to death by the press without anyone perceiving the humor. Certainly it would be illusory to seek consolation in the thought that a backward and fanatical minority noisily imposes its will upon the majority. Unbridled morality could not work the street and give the offense it pretends to take if that morality were not in harmony with the population's structure of instincts. It is undeniably clear that in Germany, where there are 1,000 reasons to be wary of persecuting defenseless groups, prostitutes continue to be persecuted relentlessly. Murders of prostitutes go unpunished, and indeed perhaps in each individual case there might be a plausible reason why this is so. Nevertheless, the frequency of such unsolved cases, in comparison with the swiftness, for instance, with which justice is meted out in cases of crimes against property, indicates that society's power, however unconsciously, wishes death to those who in its eyes incarnate, erroneously, the pleasure that ought not to be. The hunt is raised against prostitutes not despite the fact that extramarital liaisons have become the rule but rather precisely because of it. Although women won emancipation professionally, they still have to bear their surplus of social burden, and even while being tolerated passively, they sense the taboo that can fall upon them at any moment. For example, they may fall foul of the law on procuration that has been expanded absurdly to cover absolutely anything, or they may become pregnant. This engenders vindictiveness, part of the hopeless dynamic of what sociology likes to call interpersonal relations is also the fact that those who feel pressure attempt to transfer it onto other, weaker groups, and either rationally or irrationally perpetuate the odium. One of the favorite targets, distinguished by their powerlessness, are prostitutes. Prostitution is made to atone not only for men's rancor at official monogamy, from which it in turn makes its livelihood, but, moreover also for the rancor of women who, while often reluctantly enough, getting involved in affairs because that's just the way things are, continue to mourn the role for which bourgeois society has been training them for centuries, and secretly cherish the quite understandable desire for the security and reputation that marriage brings. The survival of sexual taboos confirms that persecution makes things no better, neither for those women who have been integrated into bourgeois professions, because in their private life they are denied bourgeois privileges, nor for the women who are made outcasts. Of all the nefarious effects of the shady and unacknowledged sexual oppression, this is perhaps the worst. It is especially striking in that type of homosexual whose admiration of virility is coupled with an enthusiasm for order and discipline, and who, with the ideology of the noble body, is ready to set upon other minorities, intellectuals, for instance. The abominable paragraph on the law books against homosexuals managed to find safe passage into post-war liberated Germany. The mitigation that permits at least culprits of minor age to go unpunished can easily become an invitation to blackmail. Actually, there is no need to bring forth arguments against this paragraph. It suffices merely to recall its disgraceful character. Let me indicate just one, often overlooked, aspect of the ostracism of homosexuals, who of course are perceived as the portent of a sexuality alienated from its proper purpose. 15. Some people say that so long as they do not abuse minors or dependents, in praxis homosexuals are far less harried nowadays than they were earlier. But it is absurd that a law is justified with the explanation that it will not be applied, or only sparingly so. It is not necessary to spell out what such conceptual schemas imply for protection under the law and the real relation of people to the legal order. Even if homosexuals were finally left more or less in peace, the atmosphere of persistent legal discrimination would necessarily subject them to unremitting anxiety. If one accepts the psychoanalytical theory that claims that homosexuality in many cases is neurotic, a manner of resolving childhood conflicts that prevents the so-called normal resolution of the Oedipal complex, then the social and legal pressure, even if indirectly, will perpetuate and reinforce the neuroses. According to the psychological law of anaclysis 16, there are said to be many homosexuals who are intellectually gifted, psychogenetically, the probable explanation being that the extreme identification with the mother leads them to internalize those traits the mother possesses in contrast to the father, the representative of a practical sense of reality. If my observations do not deceive me, then precisely among the intellectually gifted homosexuals is the psychological shackling of their productivity conspicuous, the inability to realize all that they are surely capable of. The permanent pressure of anxiety and the social ostracism, which both inspires and in turn is reinforced by the legislation, play a large part here. Through the paragraph against homosexuality, society tends toward the same thing within the legal sphere as in countless other spheres, toward the destruction of intellectual powers. Where at least the social taboo against homosexuality is more modest, for instance in many aristocratic, closed societies, homosexuals appear to be less neurotic. In terms of characterology less deformed than in Germany, however, the strongest taboo of all at the moment concerns everything that goes by the catchword, minor age, a taboo that was already in full swing when Freud discovered infantile sexuality. The universal and well-founded feeling of guilt experienced by the world of adults cannot do without its inverse image and refuge, what it calls the innocence of children, and will use any and all means to defend it. It is common knowledge that a taboo becomes all the stronger the more its adherents themselves unconsciously desire what is proscribed and punished. The cause of the complex about minors probably lies in the extraordinarily powerful instinctual impulses against which it operates as a defense mechanism. 17. This complex should be considered together with the fact that, in the 20th century, possibly due to an unconscious homosexualization of society, the erotic ideal has become infantilized. It has become what 30 or 40 years ago with a lecherous shudder was called a girl child. The success of Lolita, which is not a lascivious novel and moreover possesses too much literary quality to be a bestseller, could only be explained by the power of this imago. It is likely that the censured Wish Image 18 also has a social aspect, the accumulated animadversion to a state of affairs that pulls people's puberty and independence apart temporally. Lolita, Tatiana, and Baby Doll 19 have as their complement the public initiative groups who, if they had their way, would post a morally mature policewoman at every playground behind each child to protect it from the evil that adults are just waiting to perpetrate. Were a descendant of Fontaine's Herr von Ribbeck in Havelin to give pears to young girls, then his humanity would immediately be suspect. 20. The zone touched on here is delicate not only because of the violent effects that are unleashed as soon as one does not echo the dominant opinion, but also because of the undeniable protective function of the law. Of course, children must be protected from becoming victims of violence, and superiors must be prevented from misusing their position to force those who are dependent upon them to do their will. If a man who has committed sexual crimes against children is allowed to roam free because his parents have taken him in and gotten him a job, as though there were the least relation between the one and the other, then that would ultimately justify those purity-crazed organizations that sue the authorities. In their thoughtlessness, the authorities may really bear the responsibility if soon afterward the man in question kills a young girl. But this kernel of truth has been encompassed by a mass of opinions that first of all must be examined, instead of sanctimonious zealotry preventing any closer reflection. For instance, the allegedly dangerous effects of reading and viewing pornography are hypothetical. It is both foolish and an infringement upon personal liberty to withhold pornography from adults who enjoy it. As for minors, it is first of all necessary to ascertain the existence and nature of the harmful effects, neurotic defects, phobias, conversion hysteria, or whatever else. 21. The awakening of interest in sexuality, which often is already present, cannot be defamed as harmful, unless one were radical enough to condemn sex altogether, an attitude that would hardly find much sympathy nowadays, and that the apostles of morality are careful to avoid. Unmutilated, unrepressed sex in itself does not do any harm to anyone. This not only should be stated without qualification but also should imbue the logic of legislation and its application. In view of the actual and potential damage that at present can be wreaked upon humankind by its administrators, the need to protect sexuality has something crazy about it. But those who dare to say so openly are even fewer in number than those who protest against such prestigious social institutions as bacteriological and atomic warfare. Concerning laws protecting minors, we should at least examine whether they really are the victims of violence or cunning ploys, or whether in fact they have not already reached that stage of development the law takes it upon itself to postpone, that is, whether they have not themselves provoked their own abuse for their own pleasure, or perhaps simply for purposes of blackmail. For the time being, a male prostitute who afterward murders and robs his clients, and then declares in court that he acted out of disgust at the things he was expected to do, has good chances of finding lenient judges. In addition, the protection afforded dependent persons is all too summary. Were the praxis to exhaust the letter of the law, there would not be prison space enough for all the offenders. Certainly this alone is no argument, but nonetheless a symptom. Moreover, it may well be that the regulations in force permit the theater director to have a liaison with his actress but forbid the theater manager from having an affair with one of his office employees. The relevant paragraphs need to be modified sensibly so that they are applied only to such cases where superiors exploit their position of power against subordinates, actually and demonstrably threaten them with dismissal and other disadvantages, but not when the situation itself brings the couple together, as for example Paolo and Francesca during their reading. 22. A cautious version of paragraph 174 of the current penal code, that excludes every misapplication, is all the more urgent as it is precisely this paragraph, though by no means only this one among the paragraphs devoted to morality, that constitutes an invitation to, as it is called in the modern German jargon so conscious of tradition, knock off, abschießen. Literally, shoot down, those who are politically or otherwise undesirable. 23. On the whole, it is not just a matter of moderating the legislation. Much should be strengthened, especially the paragraphs addressing crimes of brutality. As Karl Kraus recognized, prohibited tenderness toward minors is consistently punished more harshly than when the children are beaten half to death by parents or teachers. 24. If someone commits brutal acts of violence while drunk, then his condition will be taken into account and his punishment will be mitigated accordingly, as though in the heart of the esprit des lois there lives a code of conduct that not only tolerates drunkenness as an excess but requires it as proof of manly virtue. The fact that it is again and again affirmed to be no mere peccadillo when tipsy drivers, by the way still in full possession of their senses, have run someone down, simply shows how ingrained is the proclivity to see it precisely as a peccadillo, and jurisprudence should also take this into account. German driving practices, in contradistinction to those in the Anglo-Saxon as well as the Romance countries, surely belong to those national characteristics in which something of the spirit of Hitler's Reich visibly survives, the contempt for human life. And indeed, it is an age-old ideology, already thrashed into every gymnasium pupil, that human life is not the highest good. What earlier was an object of scorn for being merely empirical as opposed to the majesty of the moral law has now become, as a result of the evolution of a society proud of having rid itself of ideologies, an object of scorn for the most primitive impulses of self-preservation, the urge to get ahead in the non-metaphorical sense, the incarnation of a healthy will to succeed. Admittedly, this behavior too is not wholly without ideology. Where formerly the moral law held sway, now surveillance ensures that the traffic regulations are respected. The precondition for killing someone with a good conscience is the green light. In an analogous fashion, social psychology in its investigation of National Socialist mores introduced the concept of legality. 25 planned murders were covered by some kind of arrangement or other, even post festum, as when the people's representatives declared them lawful. The brutality manifested in street traffic apparently has just as much need for legal justification as does the persecution of innocent victims and innocent offenses. The endorsement of brutality and twisted instincts wherever they harmonize with institutional social forms faithfully accompanies the litany of hate against the partial drives. In principle and with unavoidable exaggeration, one could surely say that in law and morals sympathy is accorded to everything that perpetuates the modes of behavior of societal oppression, and ultimately, sadistic violence, whereas modes of behavior that are contrary to the violence of the social order itself are dealt with mercilessly. A reform of penal law worthy of the name, which admittedly is hardly imaginable here and now, would free itself from the spirit of the Volk, from those faits Socio-Durkheim had already wanted to recognize by the pain they cause. 26. In cases where actions are the results of conflicts between the ego and the id, the question of whether juridical judgments should be severe or lenient centers on the controversy concerning freedom of the will. Usually the partisans of free will decide in favor of the theory of retribution, which Nietzsche had already seen through, and in favor of severe punishment. 27. The determinists, on the other hand, opt for the theory of education, special prevention, and for the theory of deterrence, general prevention. This alternative is disastrous. The problem of freedom of the will probably cannot be resolved abstractly at all, that is, by using idealized constructions of the individual and its character as something existing purely for itself, but only with the consciousness of the dialectic of individual and society. Freedom, even that of the will, must first be realized and should not be assumed as positively given. On the other hand, the general thesis of determinism is just as abstract as the thesis of liberum arbitrium. The totality of the conditions upon which, according to determinism, acts of the will depend is not known and itself constitutes an idea and should not be treated as an available sum. At its height, philosophy did not teach one or the other alternative, but rather expressed the antinomy of the situation itself. Kant's theory that all empirical actions are determined by the empirical character that is itself originally posited by the intelligible character in an initial act of freedom, is perhaps the most extraordinary model of this antinomy. No matter how difficult it is to imagine a subject capable of giving himself his character. 28. And whereas in the meantime psychology has revealed the factors in early childhood that determine character formation, factors German philosophy, at least at the end of the 18th century, had not the faintest idea of. The more the elements of character must be attributed to the empirical sphere, the more vague and intangible becomes the intelligible character supposedly underlying everything. It probably cannot even be defined as an individual psyche at all, but only as the subjective disposition of an association of objectively free people. All this turns traditional philosophy, the field where jurisprudence locates its foundations in the debate concerning penal law, into a wasteland. This makes it easy for the arbitrariness of a mere worldview to surreptitiously assume supreme authority. Whether one adheres to determinism or the doctrine of free will depends for the time being on the alternative one chooses, for God knows what reasons. whereas all other domains of the world are being so relentlessly transformed into scientific disciplines that expertise and specialization confiscate every possible knowledge, a discipline that prides itself on its scientific rigor as much as jurisprudence does, at a decisive juncture, takes common sense as its central criterion, with all of its inherent murkiness, right down to healthy popular sentiment and the average opinion. This gives the destructive instincts psychology discovered behind the authoritarian need to punish an opportunity to come into play. Exactly where the demand for reason in jurisprudence becomes emphatic, where reason extends beyond the domain in which it is institutionally reinforced. Nevertheless, the contradiction in which philosophy has entangled itself, that is, that humanity is inconceivable without the idea of freedom while in reality people are neither internally nor externally free, is not a failure of speculative metaphysics but the fault of the society that deprives people even of inner freedom. Society is the true determining factor, while at the same time its organization constitutes the potential for freedom. After the decline of great philosophy, which was completely aware of the objective societal elements inherent in subjective freedom, the antinomy it perceived has been reduced to isolated slogans that are not even antithetical anymore. On the one hand, there is the hollow pathos of freedom evoked in official declamations, which mostly performs a rallying function in favor of unfreedom, that is, in favor of the authoritarian ranks. And on the other hand lies the obtuse and abstract determinism that goes no further than merely affirming determination and in most cases does not get at the true determining factors. At the center of the controversies in moral and legal philosophy once again absolutism and relativism shadowbox each other. The unmediated division between freedom and unfreedom is false, although even this has its element of truth, a distorted expression of the real separation of subjects from one another and from society. A rigorous determinism, for all the accuracy with which it expresses the unfreedom of people within the established order, would in effect have nothing convincing to oppose the praxis of Auschwitz. Here it encounters the limit that is neither transcended by the substitute philosophy of so-called values 29 nor dissolved in the mere subjectivity of morality. This limit marks the irresolvably differential moment within the relation of theory to praxis. Praxis is not tantamount to autarchic, immobilized thought. The hypostasis of theory as well as that of praxis is itself an element of theoretical untruth. Anyone who helps a victim of persecution is theoretically more in the right than someone who persists in meditating on whether there is an eternal, natural law or not, although moral praxis requires all one's theoretical consciousness. To this extent Fichte's proposition that the moral law is intuitively self-evident for all its dubiousness still makes a valid point. 30a. Philosophy that makes impossible demands on itself in regard to praxis, to the point where it would like to force a complete identification of praxis and theory, is just as false as a decisionistic praxis that eliminates all theoretical reflection. Healthy common sense, which simplifies this in order to have something tangibly useful, threatens the life of truth itself. Today, philosophy is not to be transformed smoothly into legislation and juridical procedures. A certain modesty is proper to them, not only because they are not on a par with the complexity of philosophy but also for the sake of the theoretical state of knowledge. Instead of just up and cheerfully thinking away and betraying the question to a false profundity or a radical superficiality, jurisprudence must first of all catch up with the most advanced level of psychological and social knowledge. Science everywhere is occupying the field of naive consciousness, to the very point of paralyzing every unregimented thought. Yet in the field jurisprudence takes for its own, the sciences of sociology and psychology indeed have at their disposal more information than do the juridical experts. The latter combine a pedantic logical systematic with an intellectual attitude that acts as though science had learned nothing about determinant factors and as though each person could choose on his or her own the philosophy that suits him or her best, and then substitutes a clattering bustle of homemade concepts for the knowledge currently available. In general, one may venture the hypothesis that a philosophy mobilized in an auxiliary role, nowadays most evident in existential ontology, actually has only a reactionary function. On the other hand, the undiluted discoveries of psychoanalysis should be applied to sexual taboos and to legislation concerning sexuality. They should be made productive for questions of criminology. Without any claim to systematicity, several possible investigations may be enumerated. 1. A representative survey should be conducted centering on the relationship between sexual prejudices and fantasies of punishment on the one hand and ideological predispositions and inclinations of an authoritarian nature on the other. The so-called F scale from the authoritarian personality could serve as the point of departure. 31. However, it would be necessary to adapt the research instrument in terms of the range and variety of opinions about sexuality. It should be stressed that at that time in America the query statements related to this area were the most powerfully selective and continue to be so in attempts to adapt the American scale to conditions in Germany. 2. For a given limited period, a sample of the judicial opinions handed down in morality trials should be selected, probably at random, and the decisive standpoints as well as the argumentative structure should be identified and analyzed. The prevailing categories as well as the logic of the presentation of evidence should be confronted with the findings of analytical psychology. It is to be expected that the justifications encountered here in many cases resemble the kinds of items recurring regularly in the newspapers, that the body of Mrs. X, a Social Security pensioner, was recovered from a river, that it is a case of suicide, and that psychological depression is assumed to be the motive of the deed. 3. A representative sample of prisoners incarcerated for having committed sexual offenses or sexual crimes should undergo psychoanalytical study for the duration of their sentence. The analyses should then be compared with the judicial opinions for the purpose of examining their soundness. 4. The categorical structure of the relevant penal laws should be critically analyzed. However, a fixed external standpoint should not be adopted. They must be examined only with a view to their immanent logical consistency. The tendency of what to expect can be discerned, for example, in the notion of a partial compos mentis. It allows for the lunacy where the same person is first consigned to prison or a correctional house when judged responsible for his actions, and then to a mental institution when subsequently judged not responsible. 5. Certain aspects of the Code of Criminal Procedure relevant to sexuality would merit specific study. Thus, in all cases where a defendant is accused of offending public decency, particular emphasis should be given to the police reports referring to the often confused situation in which the crime is supposed to have been committed. Much suggests that these reports often arise as a result of pressure exercised upon intimidated defendants caught in the course of a police raid. Certainly many of them are unaware of the significance of the statements they make to the police. Also, the fact that the accused are not permitted a lawyer during the preliminary examination often makes their defense more difficult. This too should be investigated. 6. Individual trials, which need not directly involve sexual offenses, but in which elements relating to sexuality are touched upon, should be studied in detail in order to ascertain in what manner those elements have helped determine the course of the trial and possibly the rendering of the verdict. The recent past offers the case of Vera Brunn. It is conceivable that correlations can be shown between the severe verdict handed down on the basis of hardly conclusive circumstantial evidence and the erotic matters brought up in the trial, although much of it had no plausible connection. with the murder. The indefensible belief that a woman who has a libertine sex life is also capable of murder surely played a latent role in the trial. 32. 7. Dogmatic concepts that still haunt legislation today, such as those of healthy popular sentiment, universally valid opinion, natural morality, and the like, should be isolated and analyzed by those trained in philosophy. Particular attention should be devoted to the rationalistic justifications more euridico of actions that in truth follow the laws of psychological irrationality. 8. With full awareness of the unquestionably extreme difficulties confronting such a project, one should undertake empirical studies of the question whether certain actions and behavior tacitly believed to have a harmful influence on adolescents actually do cause verifiable harm. Exhibitionists, often presented as monsters, are in reality mostly innocuous and harmless, if credence can be given to psychoanalysis. They do nothing more than look compulsively for their pathetic satisfaction and surely belong in therapy more than in prison. The psychic damage, however, they supposedly cause the minors who see them as for the time being merely asserted. Although it has not been proven, it is indeed possible that encounters with exhibitionists cause psychic disturbances in children. Yet, it is not too far-fetched that some girls and women, for psychogenic motives, invent terrible experiences with exhibitionists or, as psychoanalysis terms it, that they fantasize their pasts. Criminology is well acquainted with the situation thanks to the testimony of witnesses. Likewise, the effect that so-called indecent depictions have on youth should be investigated. A group of adolescents who have read some book considered immoral could be questioned about the various dimensions of their intellectual and psychic state, their ideas about morality, eroticism, even about their desires and urges, and another group that has not read the book could be similarly interrogated. Particular care must be taken that the groups are not self-selected, that is, that those people who read the book are not already at the outset sexually more experienced or inquisitive than those who will not read it. It is wholly to be expected that such investigations will prove to be unfeasible practically, or that it will be impossible to develop a method that guarantees sound and unambiguous results. However, even this would be instructive. The simple fact that the presumed damage can be neither proven nor denied would have to result in legislation that would proceed extremely cautiously with the concept of such damage. 9. On the question of the survival of sexual taboos within popular mores, a study should be undertaken of what the prevailing regulations and rules of voluntary self-censorship within the film industry remove from their productions, for instance, caresses, exhibitionism, and alleged obscenity, and, on the other hand, what they permit that is in fact seriously harmful, such as exemplary models of sadistic acts, violent crimes, technically perfect burglaries. Certainly it is true that the indignation at cruelty is not seldom coupled with indignation at sex. Yet in America 10 years ago, attention had already been drawn to this flagrant disproportion between what is forbidden and what is permitted, without anything in the praxis having changed in the meantime. The sexual taboos have just as lasting an effect as does society's complicity with the principle of violence. A. Cf. The meaning of working through the past. B. An illustration of how the hostility to pleasure has found expression in juridical language is the definition of the concept of sexual offense, which comes from the Reichsgericht, translator's note, German Supreme Court until 1945, and which was adopted by the Bundesgerichtshof, the post-war Federal Supreme Court. According to this juridical definition, sexual offense includes all acts that, objectively, following healthy consideration, injure the sense of shame and morality in sexual relations and that, subjectively, are undertaken with lascivious intentions. T. Meaning of working through the past. The question, what does working through the past mean, requires explication. One, it follows from a formulation, a modish slogan that has become highly suspect during the last years. In this usage, working through the past does not mean seriously working upon the past, that is, through a lucid consciousness breaking its power to fascinate. On the contrary, its intention is to close the books on the past and, if possible, even remove it from memory. The attitude that everything should be forgotten and forgiven, which would be proper for those who suffered injustice, is practiced by those party supporters who committed the injustice. I wrote once in a scholarly dispute, in the house of the hangman one should not speak of the noose, otherwise one might seem to harbor resentment. 2. However, the tendency toward the unconscious and not so unconscious defensiveness against guilt is so absurdly associated with the thought of working through the past that there is sufficient reason to reflect upon a domain from which even now there emanates such a horror that one hesitates to call it by name. One wants to break free of the past, rightly, because nothing at all can live in its shadow, and because there will be no end to the terror as long as guilt and violence are repaid with guilt and violence, wrongly, because the past that one would like to evade is still very much alive. National Socialism lives on, and even today we still do not know whether it is merely the ghost of what was so monstrous that it lingers on after its own death, or whether it has not yet died at all, whether the willingness to commit the unspeakable survives in people as well as in the conditions that enclose them. I do not wish to go into the question of neo-Nazi organizations. 3. I consider the survival of National Socialism within democracy to be potentially more menacing than the survival of fascist tendencies against democracy. Infiltration indicates something objective. Ambiguous figures make their comeback and occupy positions of power for the sole reason that conditions favor them. 4. Nobody disputes the fact that in Germany it is not merely among the so-called incorrigibles, if that term must be used, that the past has not yet been mastered. Again and again one hears of the so-called guilt complex, often with the association that it was actually first created by the construction of a German collective guilt. Undoubtedly there is much that is neurotic in the relation to the past, defensive postures where one is not attacked, intense affects where they are hardly warranted by the situation, an absence of affect in the face of the gravest matters, not seldom simply a repression of what is known or half known. Thus we often found in group experiments in the Institute for Social Research that mitigating expressions and euphemistic circumlocutions were chosen in the reminiscences of deportation and mass murder, or that a hollow space formed in the discourse, the universally adopted, almost good-natured expression, Kristallnacht, designating the pogrom of November 1938, attests to this inclination. A very great number claim not to have known of the events at that time, although Jews disappeared everywhere and although it is hardly believable that those who experienced what happened in the East constantly kept silent about what must have been for them an unbearable burden. Surely one may assume that there is a relation between the attitude of not having known anything about it, and an impassive and apprehensive indifference. In any case, the determined enemies of National Socialism knew quite early exactly what was going on. 5. We six all are also familiar with the readiness today to deny or minimize what happened, no matter how difficult it is to comprehend that people feel no shame in arguing that it was at most only 5 and not 6 million Jews who were gassed. Furthermore, the quite common move of drawing up a balance sheet of guilt is irrational, as though Dresden compensated for Auschwitz. Drawing up such calculations, the haste to produce counter-arguments in order to exempt oneself from self-reflection, already contain something inhuman, and military actions in the war, the examples of which, moreover, are called Coventry and Rotterdam, are scarcely comparable to the administrative murder of millions of innocent people. Even their innocence, which cannot be more simple and plausible, is contested. 7. The enormity of what was perpetrated works to justify this. A lax consciousness consoles itself with the thought that such a thing surely could not have happened unless the victims had in some way or another furnished some kind of instigation, and this some kind of may then be multiplied at will. 8. The blindness disregards the flagrant disproportion between an extremely fictitious guilt and an extremely real punishment. At times the victors are made responsible for what the vanquished did when they themselves were still beyond reach, and responsibility for the atrocities of Hitler is shifted onto those who tolerated his seizure of power and not to the ones who cheered him on. The idiocy of all this is truly a sign of something that psychologically has not been mastered, a wound, although the idea of wounds would be rather more appropriate for the victims. Despite all this, however, talk of a guilt complex has something untruthful to it. Psychiatry, from which the concept is borrowed with all its attendant associations, maintains that the feeling of guilt is pathological, unsuited to reality, psychogenic, as the analysts call it. The word complex is used to give the impression that the guilt, which so many ward off, abreact, and distort through the silliest of rationalizations, is actually no guilt at all but rather exists in them, in their psychological disposition. The terribly real past is trivialized into merely a figment of the imagination of those who are affected by it. Or is guilt itself perhaps merely a complex and bearing the burden of the past pathological, whereas the healthy and realistic person is fully absorbed in the present and its practical goals? Such a view would draw the moral from the saying, and it's as good as if it never happened, which comes from Goethe but, at a crucial passage in Faust, is uttered by the devil in order to reveal his innermost principle, the destruction of memory. 9. The murdered are to be cheated out of the single remaining thing that our powerlessness can offer them, remembrance. The obstinate conviction of those who do not want to hear anything of it does, indeed, coincide with a powerful historical tendency. Hermann Hampel on several occasions has spoken of how the consciousness of historical continuity is atrophying in Germany, a symptom of that societal weakening of the ego Horkheimer, and I had already attempted to derive in the Dialectic of Enlightenment 10 empirical findings, for example, that the younger generation often does not know who Bismarck and Kaiser Wilhelm I were, have confirmed this suspicion of the loss of history. 11. Thus the forgetting of National Socialism surely should be understood far more in terms of the general situation of society than in terms of psychopathology. Even the psychological mechanisms used to defend against painful and unpleasant memories serve highly realistic ends. These ends are revealed by the very people maintaining the defense, for instance, when in a practical frame of mind they point out that an all too vivid and persistent recollection of what happened can harm the German image abroad. Such zeal does not accord well with the declaration of Richard Wagner, who was nationalistic enough, to the effect that being German means doing something for its own sake, provided that it is not defined a priori as business. 12. The effacement of memory is more the achievement of an all too alert consciousness than its weakness when confronted with the superior strength of unconscious processes. In the forgetting of what has scarcely transpired there resonates the fury of one who must first talk himself out of what everyone knows, before he can then talk others out of it, as well. Surely the impulses and modes of behavior involved here are not immediately rational in so far as they distort the facts they refer to. However, they are rational in the sense that they rely on societal tendencies, and that anyone who so reacts knows he is in accord with the spirit of the times. Such a reaction immediately fits in well with the desire to get on with things. Whoever doesn't entertain any idle thoughts doesn't throw any wrenches into the machinery. It is advisable to speak along the lines of what Franz Bohm so aptly called non-public opinion. 13. Those who conform to a general mood, which to be sure is kept in check by official taboos but which for that reason possesses all the more virulence, simultaneously qualify both as party to it and as independent agents. The German resistance movement after all remained without a popular base, and it's not as if such a base was magically conjured up out of Germany's defeat just like that. One can surely surmise that democracy is more deeply rooted now than it was after the First World War. 14 In a certain sense National Socialism, anti-feudal and thoroughly bourgeois, by politicizing the masses even prepared, against its will, the ground for democratization. The Junker caste as well as the workers' movement have disappeared. For the first time something like a relatively homogeneous bourgeois milieu has developed. But the belated arrival of democracy in Germany, which did not coincide with the peak of economic liberalism and which was introduced by the Allied victors, cannot but have had an effect on the relationship of Germans to democracy. That relationship is only rarely expressed directly, because for the time being, things are going so well under democracy and also because it would go against the community of interests institutionalized by political alliances with the West, especially with America. 15 However, the resentment against re-education is sufficiently explicit. What can be said is that the system of political democracy certainly is accepted in Germany in the form of what in America is called a working proposition, something that has functioned well up until now and has permitted and even promoted prosperity. But democracy has not become naturalized to the point where people truly experience it as their own and see themselves as subjects of the political process. Democracy is perceived as one system among others, as though one could choose from a menu between communism, democracy, fascism, and monarchy, but democracy is not identified with the people themselves as the expression of their political maturity. It is appraised according to its success or setbacks, whereby special interests also play a role, rather than as a union of the individual and the collective interests, and the parliamentary representation of the popular will in modern mass democracies already makes that difficult enough. In Germany one often hears Germans among themselves making the peculiar remark that they are not yet mature enough for democracy. They make an ideology out of their own immaturity, not unlike those adolescents who, when caught committing some violent act, talk their way out of it with the excuse that they are just teenagers. The grotesque character of this mode of argumentation reveals a flagrant contradiction within consciousness. The people who play up their own naivete and political immaturity in such a disingenuous manner on the one hand already feel themselves to be political subjects who should set about determining their own destiny and establishing a free society. On the other hand, they come up against the limits strictly imposed upon them by the existing circumstances. Because they are incapable of penetrating these limits with their own thought, they attribute this impossibility, which in truth is inflicted upon them, either to themselves, to the great figures of the world, or to others. It is as though they divide themselves yet once more into subject and object. Moreover, the dominant ideology today dictates that the more individuals are delivered over to objective constellations, over which they have, or believe they have, no power, the more they subjectivize this powerlessness. Starting from the phrase that everything depends on the person, they attribute to people everything that in fact is due to the external conditions, so that in turn the conditions remain undisturbed. Using the language of philosophy, one indeed could say that the people's alienation from democracy reflects the self-alienation of society. Among these objective constellations, the development of international politics is perhaps the most salient. It appears to justify retrospectively Hitler's attack against the Soviet Union. Since the Western world essentially defines itself as a unity in its defense against the Russian threat, it looks as though the victors in 1945 had foolishly destroyed the tried and tested bulwark against Bolshevism, only to rebuild it a few years later. It is a quick jump from the obvious statement Hitler always said so, to the extrapolation that he was also right about other things. Only edifying, armchair orators could quickly ease themselves over the historical fatality, that in a certain sense the same conception that once motivated the Chamberlains and their followers to tolerate Hitler as a watchdog against the East has survived Hitler's downfall. Truly a fatality. For the threat that the East will engulf the foothills of Western Europe is obvious, and whoever fails to resist it is literally guilty of repeating Chamberlain's appeasement. 16. What is forgotten is merely the fact that precisely this threat was first produced by Hitler's campaign, who brought upon Europe exactly what his expansionist war was meant to prevent, or so thought the appeasers. Even more than the destiny of single individuals, it is the destiny of political entanglements that constitutes the nexus of guilt. The resistance to the East contains its own dynamic that reawakens the German past, not merely in terms of ideology, because the slogans of struggle against Bolshevism have always served to mask those who harbor no better intentions toward freedom than do the Bolsheviks themselves. But also in terms of reality. According to an observation that had already been made during the era of Hitler, the organizational power of totalitarian systems imposes some of its own nature upon its adversaries. As long as the economic disparity persists between East and West, the fascist variety has better chances of success with the masses than the East's propaganda has, whereas admittedly, on the other hand, one is not yet pushed to the fascist Ultima ratio. However, the same character types are susceptible to both forms of totalitarianism. Authoritarian personalities are altogether misunderstood when they are construed from the vantage point of a particular political economic ideology. The well-known oscillations of millions of voters before 1933 between the National Socialist and Communist parties is no accident from the social psychological perspective, either. American studies have shown that this personality structure does not correlate so easily with political economic criteria. It must be defined in terms of character traits such as a thinking oriented along the dimensions of power and powerlessness, a rigidity and an inability to react, conventionality, the lack of self-reflection, and ultimately an overall inability to experience. Authoritarian personalities identify themselves with real existing power per se, prior to any particular contents. Basically, they possess weak egos and therefore require the compensation of identifying themselves with, and finding security in, great collectives. The fact that one meets figures everywhere who resemble those in the film Were Wunderkinder is neither due to the depravity of the world as such nor to the supposedly peculiar traits of the German national character. 17. It is due rather to the identity of those conformists, who before the fact already have a connection to the levers of the whole apparatus of political power, as potential followers of totalitarianism. Furthermore, it is an illusion to believe that the National Socialist regime meant nothing but fear and suffering, although it certainly was that even for many of its own supporters. For countless people life was not at all bad under fascism. Terror's sharp edge was aimed only at a few and relatively well-defined groups. After the crises of the era preceding Hitler, the predominant feeling was that everything is being taken care of, and that did not just mean an ideology of KDF trips and flower boxes in the factories. 18. Compared with the laissez-faire of the past, to a certain degree Hitler's world actually protected its own people from the natural catastrophes of society to which they had been abandoned. A barbaric experiment in state control of industrial society, it violently anticipated the crisis management policies of today. The often cited integration, the organizational tightening of the weave in the societal net that encompassed everything, also afforded protection from the universal fear of falling through the mesh and disappearing. For countless people it seemed that the coldness of social alienation had been done away with thanks to the warmth of togetherness. No matter how manipulated and contrived, the Völkisch community of the unfree and the unequal was a lie, and at the same time also the fulfillment of an old, indeed long familiar, evil bourgeois dream. The system that offered such gratification certainly concealed within itself the potential for its own downfall. The economic efflorescence of the Third Reich in large measure was due to its rearmament for the war that brought about the catastrophe, but the weakened memory I mentioned earlier resists accepting these arguments. It tenaciously persists in glorifying the National Socialist era, which fulfilled the collective fantasies of power harbored by those people, who, individually, had no power and who indeed could feel any self-worth at all only by virtue of such collective power. No analysis, however illuminating, can afterward remove the reality of this fulfillment or the instinctual energies invested in it. Even Hitler's VA bank gamble was not as irrational as it seemed to average liberal thought at the time, or as its failure seems to historical hindsight today. Hitler's calculation, to exploit the temporary advantage gained over the other nations thanks to a massively accelerated armaments program, was by no means foolish in consideration of what he wanted to achieve. Whoever delves into the history of the Third Reich and especially of the war will feel again and again that the particular moments in which Hitler suffered defeat seem to be accidental, and that only the course of the whole appears necessary, the ultimate victory of the superior technical economic potential of the rest of the world that did not want to be swallowed up, so to speak, a statistical necessity, but by no means a discernible step-by-step logic. The surviving sympathy for National Socialism has no need for laborious sophistry in order to convince itself and others that things could just as well have gone differently, that in fact only some mistakes were made, and that Hitler's downfall was a world historical accident the world spirit may perhaps yet rectify. On the subjective side, in the psyche of people, National Socialism increased beyond measure the collective narcissism, simply put, national vanity. The individual's narcissistic instinctual drives, which are promised less and less satisfaction by a callous world and which nonetheless persist undiminished as long as civilization denies them so much, find substitute satisfaction in the identification with the whole. This collective narcissism was severely damaged by the collapse of Hitler's regime, but the damage occurred at the level of mere factuality, without individuals making themselves conscious of it and thereby coping with it. This is the social, psychological relevance of talk about an unmastered past. Also absent is the panic that, according to Freud's theory in group psychology and the analysis of the ego, 19 sets in whenever collective identifications break apart. If the lessons of the great psychologist are not to be cast to the wind, then there remains only one conclusion: that secretly, smoldering unconsciously and therefore all the more powerfully, these identifications and the collective narcissism were not destroyed at all, but continue to exist. Inwardly the defeat has been as little ratified as after 1918. Even in the face of the obvious catastrophe the collective Hitler integrated has held together, and clung to chimerical hopes like those secret weapons that in truth the other side possessed. Furthermore, social psychology adds the expectation that the damaged collective narcissism lies in wait of being repaired and seizes upon anything that brings the past into agreement with the narcissistic desires, first in consciousness, but that it also, whenever possible, construes reality itself as though the damage never occurred. To a certain degree this has been achieved by the economic boom, the feeling of how industrious we are. But I doubt whether the so-called economic miracle, in which, to be sure, everyone participates even while speaking of it with some disdain, social psychologically really reaches as deeply as one might suppose in times of relative stability. Precisely because famine continues to reign across entire continents when technically it could be eliminated, no one can really be so delighted at his prosperity. Just as, individually, for instance in films, there is resentful laughter when a character sits down to a very good meal and tucks the napkin under his chin, so too humanity begrudges itself the comfort it all too well knows is still paid for by want and hardship. Resentment strikes every happiness, even one's own. Satiety has become an insult a priori, whereas the sole point of reproach about it would be that there are people who have nothing to eat. The alleged idealism that especially in today's Germany so pharisically sinks its teeth into an alleged materialism frequently owes its self-proclaimed profundity merely to repressed instincts. 20 Hatred of comfort engenders in Germany discomfort at prosperity, and it transfigures the past into a tragedy. However, this malaise does not at all issue solely from dark and troubled waters but rather once again from far more rational ones. The prosperity is due to an economic upswing, and no one trusts its unlimited duration. If one seeks consolation in the view that events like the Black Friday of 1929 and the resultant economic crisis could hardly repeat themselves, then this already implicitly contains the reliance on a strong state power that, one then expects, will offer protection if economic and political freedom no longer work. Even in the midst of prosperity, even during the temporary labor shortage, the majority of people probably feel, secretly, that they are potentially unemployed, recipients of charity, and hence really objects, not subjects, of society. This is the fully legitimate and reasonable cause of their discomfort. It is obvious that at any given moment, this discomfort can be dammed up, channeled toward the past, and manipulated in order to provoke a renewal of the disaster. Today the fascist wish image unquestionably blends with the nationalism of the so-called underdeveloped countries, which now, however, are instead called developing countries. Already during the war the slogans about Western plutocracies and proletarian nations expressed sympathy with those who felt shortchanged in the imperialist competition and also wanted a place at the table. It is difficult to discern whether and to what extent this tendency has already joined the anti-civilization, anti-Western undercurrent of the German tradition and whether in Germany itself there exists a convergence of fascist and communist nationalism. Nationalism today is at once both obsolete and up-to-date. Obsolete, because in the face of the compulsory coalition of nations into great blocs under the supremacy of the most powerful country, which is already dictated by the development in weapons technology alone, the individual sovereign nations, at least in advanced continental Europe, have forfeited their historical substance. The idea of the nation, in which the common economic interests of free and independent citizens once united against the territorial barriers of feudalism, has itself become a barrier to the obvious potential of society as a totality. But nationalism is up to date in so far as the traditional and psychologically supremely invested idea of nation, which still expresses the community of interests within the international economy, alone has sufficient force to mobilize hundreds of millions of people for goals they cannot immediately identify as their own. Nationalism does not completely believe in itself anymore, and yet it is a political necessity because it is the most effective means of motivating people to insist on conditions that are viewed objectively obsolete. This is why, as something ill at ease with itself, intentionally self-deluded, it has taken on grotesque features nowadays. 21. Admittedly, nationalism, the heritage of barbarically primitive tribal attitudes, never lacked such traits altogether, but they were reined in as long as liberalism guaranteed the right of the individual, also concretely as the condition of collective prosperity. Only in an age in which it was already toppling has nationalism become completely sadistic and destructive. 22. The rage of Hitler's world against everything that was different, nationalism as a paranoid delusional system, was already of this caliber. The appeal of precisely these features is hardly any less today. Paranoia, the persecution mania that persecutes those upon whom it projects what it itself desires, is contagious. Collective delusions, like antisemitism, confirm the pathology of the individual, who shows that psychologically he is no longer a match for the world and is thrown back upon an illusory inner realm. According to the thesis of the psychoanalyst Ernst Simmel, they may well spare a half-mad person from becoming completely so. 23 To the extent that the delusional mania of nationalism openly manifests itself in the reasonable fear of renewed catastrophes, so, too, does it promote its own diffusion. Delusional mania is the substitute for the dream that humanity would organize the world humanely, a dream the actual world of humanity is resolutely eradicating. Everything that took place between 1933 and 1945 goes together with pathological nationalism. That fascism lives on, that the oft-invoked working through of the past has to this day been unsuccessful and has degenerated into its own caricature, an empty and cold forgetting, is due to the fact that the objective conditions of society that engendered fascism continue to exist. Fascism essentially cannot be derived from subjective dispositions. The economic order, and to a great extent also the economic organization modeled upon it, now as then renders the majority of people dependent upon conditions beyond their control and thus maintains them in a state of political immaturity. If they want to live, then no other avenue remains but to adapt. Submit themselves to the given conditions. They must negate precisely that autonomous subjectivity to which the idea of democracy appeals. They can preserve themselves only if they renounce their self. To see through the nexus of deception, they would need to make precisely that painful intellectual effort that the organization of everyday life, and not least of all a culture industry inflated to the point of totality, prevents. The necessity of such adaptation, of identification with the given, the status quo, with power, as such, creates the potential for totalitarianism. This potential is reinforced by the dissatisfaction and the rage that very constraint to adapt produces and reproduces. Because reality does not deliver the autonomy or, ultimately, the potential happiness that the concept of democracy actually promises, people remain indifferent to democracy, if they do not in fact secretly detest it. 24 This form of political organization is experienced as inadequate to the societal and economic reality. Just as one must adapt, so would one like the forms of collective life also to adapt, all the more so since one expects from such adaptation the streamlining of the state as a gigantic business enterprise within a certainly less than friendly competition of all against all. Those whose real powerlessness shows no sign of ceasing cannot tolerate even the semblance of what would be better. They would prefer to get rid of the obligation of autonomy, which they suspect cannot be a model for their lives, and prefer to throw themselves into the melting pot of the collective ego. 25. I have exaggerated the somber side, following the maxim that only exaggeration per se today can be the medium of truth. 26. Do not mistake my fragmentary and often rhapsodic remarks for Spenglerism. Spenglerism itself makes common cause with the catastrophe. My intention was to delineate a tendency concealed behind the smooth facade of everyday life before it overflows the institutional dams that, for the time being, are erected against it. The danger is objective, not primarily located in human beings. As I said, there is much that indicates that democracy with all it implies has a more profound hold on people than it did during the Weimar period. By failing to emphasize what is so obvious, I have neglected what circumspect consideration must not ignore, that within the German democracy from 1945 to today the material life of society has reproduced itself more richly than during any other time in living memory, and this is also relevant from a social psychological perspective. It certainly would not be all too optimistic to affirm that the German democracy is not doing badly. these days, and that therefore the real reappraisal of the past is also doing fine, provided that it is given enough time and much else besides. Except that the concept of having enough time contains something naive and at the same time contemplative in the bad sense. We are neither simply spectators of world history, free to frolic more or less at will within its grand chambers, nor does world history, whose rhythm increasingly approaches that of the catastrophe, appear to allow its subjects the time in which everything would improve on its own. 27. This bears directly on democratic pedagogy. Above all, enlightenment about what has happened must work against a forgetfulness that all too easily turns up together with the justification of what has been forgotten. For instance, 28 parents who must endure embarrassing questions from children about Hitler and in response, indeed to whitewash their own guilt, speak of the good aspects and say that, in fact, it was not so awful. In Germany it is fashionable to complain about civic education, and certainly it could be better, but sociology already has data indicating that civic education, when it is practiced earnestly and not as a burdensome duty, does more good than is generally believed. However, if one takes the objective potential for the survival of National Socialism as seriously as I believe it must be taken, then this sets limits even for a pedagogy that promotes enlightenment, whether it be sociological or psychological. Such a pedagogy in practice will probably reach in general only those people who are open to it anyway and who therefore are hardly susceptible to fascism. 29. On the other hand, it is certainly not at all superfluous to fortify this group with enlightened instruction against the non-public opinion. On the contrary, one could easily imagine that from this group something like cadres could develop, whose influence in the most diverse contexts would then finally reach the whole of society, and the chances for this are all the more favorable, the more conscious the cadres become. Obviously, the work of enlightenment will not be limited to these groups. Here I will refrain from a question that is very difficult and laden with the greatest responsibility, namely, of how far it is advisable to go into the past when attempting to raise public awareness, and whether precisely the insistence on it does not provoke a defiant resistance and produce the opposite of what it intends. It seems to me rather that what is conscious could never prove so fateful as what remains unconscious, half-conscious, or preconscious. Essentially, it is a matter of the way in which the past is made present, whether one remains at the level of reproach or whether one withstands the horror by having the strength to comprehend even the incomprehensible. For this, however, it would be necessary to educate the educators themselves. But such education is gravely impaired by the fact that what in America are called the behavioral sciences are either not represented at all or woefully underrepresented in Germany at present. It is absolutely imperative that universities strengthen a sociology that would work together with the historical research about our own era, instead of holding forth with second-hand profundities about the being of man. 30. Pedagogy should set itself the task re-education is so vehemently accused of having superficially handled. Criminology in Germany is not yet up to modern standards at all. But above all, one should think of psychoanalysis, which is still being repressed today as much as ever. Either it is altogether absent, or it is replaced by tendencies that, while boasting of overcoming the much maligned 19th century, in truth fall back behind Freudian theory, even turning it into its very opposite. A precise and undiluted knowledge of Freudian theory is more necessary and relevant today than ever. The hatred of it is directly of a piece with anti-Semitism, by no means simply because Freud was a Jew, but rather because psychoanalysis consists precisely of that critical self-reflection that makes anti-Semites livid with rage. Although it is so difficult to carry out something like a mass analysis because of the time factor alone, nonetheless, if rigorous psychoanalysis found its institutional place, its influence upon the intellectual climate in Germany would be a salutary one, even if that meant nothing more than taking it for granted that one should not lash outward but should reflect about oneself and one's relation to whatever obdurate consciousness habitually rages against. In any case, however, attempts to work subjectively against the objective potential for disaster should not content themselves with corrections that would hardly approach the severity of what must be confronted. 31 Likewise, attention to the great achievements of Jews in the past, however true they may be, are hardly of use and smack of propaganda. And propaganda, the rational manipulation of what is irrational, is the prerogative of the totalitarians. Those who resist totalitarians should not imitate them in a way that would only do themselves a disservice. Panegyrics to the Jews that isolate them as a group already give anti-Semitism a running start. Anti-Semitism is so difficult to refute because the psychic economy of innumerable people needed it and, in an attenuated form, presumably still needs it today. Whatever happens by way of propaganda remains ambiguous. I was told the story of a woman who, upset after seeing a dramatization of the Diary of Anne Frank, said, "Yes, but that girl at least should have been allowed to live." To be sure, even that was good as a first step toward understanding. But the individual case, which should stand for, and raise awareness about, the terrifying totality, by its very individuation became an alibi for the totality the woman forgot. 32 The perplexing thing about such observations remains that even on their account one cannot advise against productions of the Anne Frank play and the like, because their effect nonetheless feeds into the potential for improvement, however repugnant they also are and however much they seem to be a profanation of the dignity of the dead. I also do not believe that too much will be accomplished by community meetings, encounters between young Germans and young Israelis, and other organized promotions of friendship. All too often the presupposition is that anti-Semitism in some essential way involves the Jews and could be countered through concrete experiences with Jews, whereas the genuine anti-Semite is defined far more by his incapacity for any experience whatsoever, by his unresponsiveness. If anti-Semitism primarily has its foundation in objective society, and only derivatively in anti-Semites, then, as the National Socialist joke has it, if the Jews had not already existed, the anti-Semites would have had to invent them. As far as wanting to combat anti-Semitism in individual subjects is concerned, one should not expect too much from the recourse to facts, which anti-Semites most often will either not admit or will neutralize by treating them as exceptions. Instead, one should apply the argumentation directly to the subjects whom one is addressing. They should be made aware of the mechanisms that cause racial prejudice within them. A working through of the past understood as enlightenment is essentially such a turn toward the subject, the reinforcement of a person's self-consciousness and hence also of his self. This should be combined with the knowledge of the few durable propaganda tricks that are attuned exactly to those psychological dispositions we must assume are present in human beings. Since these tricks are fixed and limited in number, there is no overwhelming difficulty in isolating them, making them known, and using them as a kind of vaccine. The problem of how to carry out practically such a subjective enlightenment probably could only be resolved by the collective effort of teachers and psychologists, who would not use the pretext of scholarly objectivity to shy away from the most urgent task confronting their disciplines today. Yet in view of the objective power behind the continuing potential of anti-Semitism, subjective enlightenment will not suffice, even if it is undertaken with a radically different energy and in radically deeper psychological dimensions than it has been up to now. If one wishes to oppose the objective danger objectively, then no mere idea will do, not even the idea of freedom and humanitarianism, which indeed, as we have learned in the meantime, in its abstract form does not mean very much to people. If the fascist potential links up with their interests, However limited those interests may be, then the most effective antidote is still a persuasive, because true, demonstration of their own interests and, moreover, their most immediate ones. One would really be guilty of speculative psychologizing in these matters if one disregarded the fact that the war and the suffering it brought upon the German population, although indeed being insufficient to remove the fascist potential, nonetheless offers some counterweight against it. If people are reminded of the simplest things, that open or disguised fascist revivals will cause war, suffering, and privation under a coercive system, and in the end probably the Russian domination of Europe, in short, that they lead to a politics of catastrophe, then this will impress people more deeply than invoking ideals or even the suffering of others, which is always relatively easy to get over, as La Rochefoucauld already knew. 33 Compared with this prospect, the present malaise signifies little more than the luxury of a certain mood. Despite all the psychological repression, Stalingrad and the night bombings are not so forgotten that everyone cannot be made to understand the connection between the revival of a politics that led to them and the prospect of a third Punic War. Even if this succeeds, the danger will still exist. The past will have been worked through only when the causes of what happened then have been eliminated. Only because the causes continue to exist does the captivating spell of the past remain to this day unbroken. 34. A. Cf. Opinion Delusion Society. Opinion Delusion Society. Despite its several meanings, the concept of public opinion is widely accepted in a positive sense. Derived from the philosophical tradition since Plato, the concept of opinion in general is neutral, value free, insofar as opinions can be either right or wrong. Opposed to both these concepts of opinion is the notion of pathogenic, deviant, delusional opinions, often associated with the concept of prejudice. According to this simple dichotomy, there is, on the one hand, something like healthy, normal opinion and, on the other, opinion of an extreme, eccentric, bizarre nature. In the United States, for instance, the views of fascistic splinter groups are said to belong to the lunatic fringe, an insane periphery of society. Their pamphlets, whose body of ideas also includes ritual murders and the protocols of the Elders of Zion, despite their having been conclusively disproved, are considered farcical. Indeed, in such products one can scarcely overlook an element of madness, which nevertheless is quite likely the very ferment of their effect. Yet precisely that should make one suspicious of an inference habitually drawn from the widely held idea, namely, that in the majority the normal opinion necessarily prevails over the delusional one. The naive liberal reader of the Berliner Tageblatt between the wars thought no differently when he imagined the world to be one of common sense that, although troubled by rabid extremists on the right and the left, nonetheless must be right in the end. So great was the trust in normal opinion versus the idée fixe that many elderly gentlemen continued to believe their favorite paper long after it had been forced into line by the National Socialists who, cleverly enough, retained only the paper's original masthead. What those subscribers experienced when their prudence toppled overnight into helpless folly as soon as things no longer followed the approved rules of the game should have made them critically examine the naive view of opinion as such, which depicts a peaceful and separate juxtaposition of normal and abnormal opinion. Not only is the assumption that the normal is true and the deviant is false itself extremely dubious, but so is the very glorification of mere opinion, namely, of the prevailing one, that cannot conceive of the true as being anything other than what everyone thinks. Rather, so-called pathological opinion, the deformations due to prejudice, superstition, rumor, and collective delusion that permeate history, particularly the history of mass movements, cannot at all be separated from the concept of opinion per se. It would be difficult to decide a priori what to ascribe to one kind of opinion and what to the other. History also admits the possibility that in the course of time hopelessly isolated and impotent views may gain predominance, either by being verified as reasonable or in spite of their absurdity. Above and beyond that, however, pathological opinion, the deformed and lunatic aspects within collective ideas, arises within the dynamic of the concept of opinion itself, in which inheres the real dynamic of society, a dynamic that produces such opinions, false consciousness. Necessarily, if resistance to that dynamic is not to be condemned at the outset to harmlessness and helplessness, then the tendency toward pathological opinion must be derived from normal opinion. Opinion is the positing, no matter how qualified, of a subjective consciousness restricted in its truth content. The form of such an opinion may actually be innocuous. If someone says that in his opinion the new faculty building is 7 stories high, then that can mean that he heard it from someone else but does not know exactly. Yet the sense is completely different when someone says that at all events in his opinion the Jews are an inferior race of vermin, as in Sartre's instructive example of Uncle Armand, who feels special because he detests the English. To hear the "in my opinion" does not qualify the hypothetical judgment, but underscores it. By proclaiming his opinion, unsound, unsubstantiated by experience, conclusive without any deliberation, to be his own, though he may appear to qualify it, simply by relating the opinion to himself as subject, he in fact lends it an authority, that of a profession of faith. What comes across is that he stands behind his statement with heart and soul. He supposedly has the courage to say what is unpopular but in truth all too popular. Conversely, when confronted with a convincing and well-grounded judgment that nevertheless is discomfiting and cannot be refuted, there is an all too prevalent tendency to disqualify it by declaring it to be mere opinion. A lecture on the 100th anniversary of Schopenhauer's death presented evidence that the difference between Schopenhauer and Hegel is not so absolute as Schopenhauer's own invectives would indicate, and that both thinkers unwittingly converge in the emphatic concept of the negativity of existence. A newspaper reporter, who may have known nothing about Hegel other than that Schopenhauer reviled him, qualified his account of the lecturer's thesis with the addendum, in his view, thus giving himself an air of superiority over thoughts he in fact could hardly follow, let alone evaluate. The opinion was the reporter's, not the lecturer's. The latter had recognized something. Yet, whereas he suspected the lecturer of mere opinion, the reporter himself had for his own benefit already obeyed a mechanism that foists opinion, namely, his own unauthoritative one, on his readers as a criterion of truth, and thereby virtually abolishes the latter. Things rarely remain at the level of such innocuous opinions as how many floors a new building might have. Of course, the individual can reflect upon his opinion and guard against hypostatizing it. Yet the very category of opinion, as an objective state of mind, is shielded against such reflection. This is first of all due to simple facts of individual psychology. Whoever has an opinion about a question that is still relatively open and undecided, and likewise the answer to which cannot be as easily verified as the number of floors in a building, tends to cling to that opinion, or, in the language of psychoanalysis, to invest it with affect. It would be foolish for anyone to claim to be innocent of this tendency. The tendency is based on narcissism, that is, on the fact that human beings to this day are obliged to withhold a measure of their ability to love from, for instance, other loved ones, and instead to love themselves in a repressed, unacknowledged, and therefore insidious manner. Personal opinion becomes, as one's possession, an integral component of one's person, and anything that weakens that opinion is registered by one's unconscious and preconscious as though it were a personal injury. self-righteousness, the propensity to insist on defending ridiculous opinions even when their falsity has become obvious to reason, attests to the prevalence of this situation. Solely in order to ward off the narcissistic injury he undergoes in exposing his opinion, the self-opinionated person develops an acumen that often far surpasses his intellectual means. The cleverness that is expended in the world for the purpose of defending narcissistic nonsense would probably be sufficient to change what is being defended. Reason in the service of unreason. In Freud's language, rationalization rushes to the aid of opinion and so hardens it that nothing more can affect it or reveal its absurdity. 3. Sublime theoretical systems have been built upon the most insane opinions. With regard to the genesis of such a hardened opinion, and its genesis is also its pathogenesis, one may go beyond psychology. The positing of an opinion, the mere statement that something is such and such, already implies the potential for fixation, reification, even before the psychological mechanisms come into play that bewitch the opinion into a fetish. The logical form of a judgment, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, has in it something lordly, proprietary, that is then reflected in the insistence upon opinions as though they were property. Having an opinion at all, judging, already to a certain extent seals itself off from experience and tends toward delusion, while on the other hand only the person capable of judging possesses reason. This is perhaps the most profound and irredeemable contradiction inherent in holding an opinion. Without a firmly held opinion, without hypostatizing something that is not fully known, that is, without accepting something as the truth while it is impossible to be completely certain that it is the truth, experience, indeed the very preservation of life, is hardly possible. The timid pedestrian who hesitates at the yellow light, judging that if he now crosses the street he will be hit by a car, is not completely sure that this will actually occur. The next automobile could be driven by a humane driver for once, who will not immediately step on the gas. For but the moment the pedestrian were to rely on that and cross the street on the light he would, simply because he is no prophet, most probably be killed. In order to behave as the common sense of self-preservation dictates, the pedestrian must, as it were, exaggerate. All thinking is exaggeration, in so far as every thought that is one at all goes beyond its confirmation by the given facts. Yet this difference between thought and its factual confirmation harbors the potential for delusion as well as for truth. Delusion can then really appeal to the fact that, in general, no thought can ever be given the guarantee that the expectation it contains will not be disappointed. There are no discretely conclusive, absolutely reliable, independent criteria. The decision is taken only through a structure of complex mediations. Husserl once pointed out that the individual must presume the validity of innumerable propositions he can neither reduce to their conditions nor completely verify. The daily interaction with technology, which is no longer the privilege of a specialized training, incessantly gives rise to such situations. The difference between opinion and reasoned insight, namely that insight should be verified opinion, as the usual epistemological theory holds, was mostly an empty promise only, rarely fulfilled by empirical acts of knowledge. Individually and collectively, human beings are also obliged to operate with opinions that are, in principle, beyond examination. Yet as the difference between opinion and insight itself thereby slips away from lived experience and hovers on the horizon as an abstract assertion, it forfeits its substance subjectively in the consciousness of people. People have no means available to defend themselves readily against the suspicion that their opinions are in fact reasoned insights and their reasoned insights mere opinions. If philosophers, since Heraclitus, have carped at the many for remaining captive to mere opinion instead of knowing the true essence of things, then their elitist thinking only put the blame on the underlying population for what properly lies with the institution of society. For the authority that relieves people of the decision between opinion and truth, deferred ad calendas Graecas, is society. The communis opinio replaces truth, factually, ultimately indirectly even in many positivistic theories of epistemology. What is deemed true and what mere opinion, that is, chance and caprice, is not decided according to the evidence, as the ideology would have it, but rather by societal power, which denounces as mere caprice whatever does not agree with its own caprice. The border between healthy and pathogenic opinion is drawn in praxis by the prevailing authority, not by informed judgment. The more blurred this border becomes, the more unrestrained and rampant opinion grows. Its corrective, that is, the means by which opinion can become knowledge, is the relation of thought to its object. By satiating itself with its object, thought transforms and divests itself of the element of arbitrariness. Thinking is no mere subjective activity but, as philosophy at its height recognized, essentially the dialectical process between subject and object in which both poles first mutually determine each other. The very organ of thinking, prudence, consists not only in the formal strength of the subjective faculty to form concepts, judgments, and conclusions correctly, but at the same time in the ability to apply this faculty to what is unlike it. The moment called cathexis in psychology, thought's effective investment in the object, is not extrinsic to thought, not merely psychological, but rather the condition of its truth. Where cathexis atrophies, intelligence becomes stultified. A first indication of this is blindness to the difference between the essential and inessential. Something of this stupidity triumphs whenever the mechanisms of thought run of their own accord, like an engine idling, when they substitute their own formalisms and systemic definitions in place of the matter itself. Traces of this are contained in the opinion that, entrenched solely within itself, continues without meeting any resistance. Opinion is above all consciousness that does not yet have its object. Should such consciousness progress merely by dint of its own motor, without contact with what it intends and what it actually must begin by grasping, then it has an all too easy time of it. Opinion, as ratio still separated from its object, obeys a kind of economy of forces, following the path of least resistance, when it abandons itself completely to simple logical consistency. Opinion sees logical consistency as a merit, whereas in many ways such consistency is the lack of what Hegel called freedom toward the object, that is, the freedom of thought to lose and transform itself in its encounter with the subject matter. 5. Brecht very graphically contrasted such thought with the principle that he who says A must not say B. 6. Mere opinion tends toward that inability to stop that may be called pathological projection. B. However, the constant proliferation of opinions is likewise grounded in the object itself. For naive consciousness the opacity of the world is obviously increasing, whereas in so many aspects it is becoming more and more transparent. The predominance of this opacity, which prevents the thin facade from being penetrated, reinforces such naivete rather than diminishing it, as the innocent faith in education would believe. 7. Yet, whatever eludes the grasp of sufficient knowledge is usurped by its imitation. Opinion. Opinion deceptively removes the otherness between the epistemological subject and the reality that slips away from him, but that very alienation betrays itself in the inadequacy of mere opinion. Because the world is not our world, because it is heteronomous, it can express itself only distortedly in stubborn and inflexible opinions, and such delusion within opinions in turn ultimately tends to increase the predominance of alienation in totalitarian systems. Therefore, it is not enough for knowledge, or for a transformative praxis to reveal the nonsense of immensely popular views, according to which people submit themselves to character topologies and predictions that a commercially revived and standardized astrology ascribes to the signs of the zodiac. see people turn themselves into a Taurus or a Virgo not only because they are stupid enough to heed the suggestions of newspaper columns implying that there obviously is something to the whole exercise, but also because those cliches and that idiotic practical advice, which merely reiterates what has to be done anyway, give them, no matter how spuriously, some orientation and momentarily soothe their feelings of alienation from life, even from their own lives. Mere opinion's vigorous powers of resistance can be explained by its psychological function. It proffers explanations through which contradictory reality can without great exertion be rendered free of contradiction. And there is the narcissistic satisfaction that the facile opinion affords by reinforcing its adherents' belief that they themselves have always known it, and that consequently they belong to the ones in the know. The self-confidence of the unflinchingly opinionated feels immune to every divergent, contrary judgment. This psychological function, however, is much more readily fulfilled by pathological opinions than by the supposedly healthy ones. Karl Mannheim once pointed out how ingeniously racial mania satisfies a mass psychological need by allowing the majority to think of itself as an elite and to avenge its own intimations of weakness and inferiority upon a potentially defenseless minority. 8. The weakness of the ego nowadays, which beyond its psychological dimension also registers the effects of each individual's real powerlessness in the face of the societalized apparatus, would be exposed to an unbearable degree of narcissistic injury if it did not seek a compensatory identification with the power and the glory of the collective. This is why pathological opinions are particularly useful, since they ceaselessly issue from the infantile narcissistic prejudice that only I am good and all else is inferior and bad. The development of opinion into its pathological variant is reminiscent of the evolution of dinosaurs that, as the increasing specialization of their organs adapted them ever more closely to the struggle for existence, in the final phase brought forth deformities and excrescences. Such a development is trivialized if it is seen to derive only from people, their psychology, or at most from a tendency within thought itself. The undermining of truth by opinion, with all the disaster it entails, is a result of what happened irresistibly, not as an aberration that might be corrected, to the idea of truth itself. This idea of truth as an objective, unchanging, self-identical, unified being in itself, was the standard from which Plato derived the opposing concept of mere opinion, which he then criticized for being dubiously subjective. The history of spirit, however, has not left unchallenged this rigid opposition separating ideas as the true essence from the mere existence to which feeble opinions are enthralled. Very early on, Aristotle objected that idea and existence are not separated by an abyss but are interdependent. The idea of autonomous truth in itself, which in Plato is opposed to opinion, doxa, has itself been increasingly criticized as mere opinion, and the question of objective truth has been turned back upon the subject who recognizes it, indeed who perhaps even produces such truth out of himself. At its height in Kant and Hegel, modern Western metaphysics tried to save the objectivity of truth by means of its subjectivization, finally equating truth's objectivity with the epitome of subjectivity, namely, mind. But this conception did not gain any acceptance with people, let alone in science. The natural sciences owe their most fascinating successes to their having abandoned the doctrine of the independence of truth, of pure forms, in favor of the unqualified reduction of what is true first and foremost to subjectively observed, and then processed, facts. Thus the doctrine of truth in itself was repaid with some of its own untruth by the arrogance of the subject that finally sets itself up as objectivity and truth and asserts an equality or reconciliation of subject and object that the contradictory nature of the world readily belies. Of late the aporia of the concept of objective reason is suffering obscurantist exploitation. Since what is true and what is opinion cannot be ascertained immediately, absolutely, as though per administrative decree, their difference is simply denied, to the greater glory of opinion. The fusion of skepticism and dogmatism, of which Kant was already aware and whose tradition could be traced back to the origins of bourgeois thinking. 2. Montaigne's defense of Sebond. 9. Returns with a vengeance in a society that must tremble in fear before its own reason because it is not yet reason. There is an established term for it, faith in reason. It holds that because every judgment first of all requires that the subject assume whatever is being judged to be the case, that is, that he believe in it, the difference between mere opinion or belief and well-grounded judgment is therefore rendered untenable in principle. Anyone who behaves rationally believes in ratio just as the irrational person believes in his dogma. For that reason, the profession of a dogmatic belief in a putatively revealed verity presumably has the same truth content as rational insight emancipated from dogma. The abstractness of the thesis conceals its duplicity. Belief is completely different in the one case and in the other. In dogma, belief attaches itself to statements that are contrary to or incompatible with reason, whereas for reason, belief constitutes nothing other than the commitment to an intellectual posture that neither arrests nor effaces itself but advances determinately in the negation of false opinion. 10. Reason cannot be subsumed under any more general concept of belief or opinion. Reason finds its specific content in the critique of what falls within and aligns itself with these categories. The individual act of holding something to be true, which, by the way, a refined theology itself rejects as insufficient, is inessential to reason. What interests reason is knowledge, not whatever knowledge considers itself to be. Reason's orientation leads the subject away from himself rather than reinforcing him in his ephemeral convictions. Only by a high-handed abstraction can opinion and reason, insight be reduced to the commonality of a subjective appropriation of the contents of consciousness. Rather, this commonality, the subjective confiscation of the object, already is the transition to the false. In the kind of motivation underlying each individual proposition, no matter how erroneous it might be, the difference between opinion and reasoned insight emerges concretely. With admirable impartiality, unmarred even by his heavy-handed psychological tone, Arthur Schnitzler outlined this phenomenon a generation ago. It is for the most part deliberate insincerity to equate the dogmas of the Church with the dogmas of science, even where the latter are apparently dubious. What counts, already unjustly, as scientific dogma, in every case owes its stature to the honesty and exertion of thinkers and researchers and to confirmation by 1,000 observations. The Church dogma is in the best of cases the naive assertion of a visionary, the belief in which is often imposed upon thousands of people only through terrorism. One could add that reason, if in fact it does not want to subscribe to a second dogmatism, must also reflect critically upon the concept of science that Schnitzler still somewhat naively assumes. Philosophy has its place in such reflection. While philosophy still relied on itself, its science was nothing other than the achievement of such self-reflection, and the renunciation of this self-reflection is itself a symptom of the regression to mere opinions. 11. For in the meantime consciousness, weakened and ever more subservient to reality, is losing the ability to make the exertion of reflection required by a concept of truth that does not stand in abstract and reified contraposition to mere subjectivity but rather develops itself through critique, by means of the reciprocal mediation of subject and object. And so in the name of a truth that liquidates the concept of truth as a chimera, a vestige of mythology, the distinction between truth and opinion itself becomes ever more precarious. Of course, these considerations are not entertained by societal consciousness, which long ago took its leave from philosophical consciousness as though from a specialized department. Nevertheless, they are reflected in the procedures of scientific research, which have become the general model of knowledge in contradistinction to mere opinion. Hence, their power. Processes that, if one may speak this way, take place within the philosophical concept, have their consequences for everyday consciousness, and especially in its social dimensions. Societal consciousness tacitly renounces a distinction between truth and opinion, a renunciation that does not leave the movement of spirit unaffected. 12. Frequently truth becomes opinion to the consciousness that is wise to the world, as with that journalist. But opinion replaces truth with itself. In place of the both problematical and binding idea of truth in itself, there appears the more comfortable idea of truth for us, whether it be for everyone, or at least for many. 13 million Americans can't be wrong. Goes a popular advertising slogan, a more faithful echo of the spirit of the age than the isolated pride of those who consider themselves the cultural elite would care to admit. The average opinion, along with the societal power concentrated in it, becomes a fetish, and the attributes of truth are displaced onto it. It is incomparably easier to detect its meagerness, to become outraged or amused by it, than to confront it cogently. Even the strange, presumptuous claims made by the latest form of the dissolution of the concept of truth in many, not all, directions of logical positivism spring to mind. At the same time, they can be refuted on their own terrain, only with great difficulty. For any refutation presupposes precisely the very relationships of thought to the subject matter, the very experience that is thrown on the scrap heap in the name of the transformation of thought into a method that should be as independent as possible from the subject matter. More in keeping with the times is good old common sense that, while priding itself on its own reasonableness, at the same time spitefully repudiates reason, knowing that what matters in the world is not thought so much as property and power, a hierarchy it would have no other way. What parades as the incorruptible skepsis of someone who will have no dust thrown in his eyes is the citizen shrugging his shoulders. What in God's name could there be on the horizon, as is said at one place in Beckett's Endgame, the complacent announcement of the subjective relativity of all knowledge. 13. It amounts to the view that stubborn and blind subjective self-interest is and should remain the measure of all things. This may be studied, as though in a test tube, in the history of one of the most important concepts of social theory, that of ideology. In its full theoretical elaboration, the concept of ideology was related to a doctrine of society that claimed to be objective, inquired into the objective rules of societal change, and conceived a correct society, one in which objective reason would be realized and the illogicality of history, its blind contradictions, would be resolved. According to this theory, ideology signified a societally necessary false consciousness, that is, the antithesis to a true one, and was determinable only in this antithesis, but at the same time, ideology could itself be derived from the objective societal laws, especially from the structure of the commodity form. Even in its untruth, as the expression of such necessity, ideology was also a fragment of truth. The later sociology of knowledge, particularly that of Pareto and Mannheim, 14. took some pride in its scientifically purified concepts and its enlightened, dogma-free viewpoint, when it replaced the older concept of ideology with one that, not by coincidence, was called total ideology, and that fit in only all too well with blind, total domination. The theory holds that any consciousness is conditioned from the beginning by interests, that it is mere opinion. The idea of truth itself is attenuated into a perspective that is a composite of these opinions, vulnerable to the objection that it too is nothing but opinion, that of the free-floating intelligentsia. Such universal expansion empties the critical concept of ideology of its significance. Since, in honor of beloved truth, all truths are supposedly mere opinions, the idea of truth gives way to opinion. Society is no longer critically analyzed by theory, rather it is confirmed as that which it in fact is, increasingly becoming a chaos of undirected, accidental ideas and forces, the blindness of which drives the social totality toward its downfall. The difficulty of accepting Nietzsche's grandiose anticipation of the self-destruction of truth, resulting from a process of enlightenment unreflected ly set loose, can be observed in just such eccentricities as the attitude toward the pathological opinion par excellence, superstition. Kant, the Enlightenment philosopher of subjectivity in the name of objective truth, had unmasked superstition in his treatise against Swedenborg, Dreams of a Spirit Seer. 15. Some empiricists, who indeed, in contrast to Kant, do not want to know anything about constitutive subjectivity, yet in their reduction of the concept of truth embrace a very unconscious and therefore all the more uninhibited subjectivism, no longer stand so decidedly opposed to superstition. They would be inclined, even regarding superstition, to retreat to the neutrality of a scientific enterprise based on pure conceptless observation. Even occult facts could be approached patiently, through observation, without prejudice. They relinquish the prerogative of rejecting the swindle out of hand, that what by its own definition exceeds the limits of the possibility of sensuous experience could then be made the object of such experience. They are still receptive to delusion. There is also a false impartiality, where thought is cut short and entrusts itself without reflection to the isolated materials under examination. Partiality and impartiality cannot be defined in the abstract at all, rather the distinction is drawn solely in the context of knowledge as well as of reality, the context in which the question itself is posed. In a science disposed to apologia, indeed, there are also those who calmly record even the pathological prejudices and dismiss their theoretical examination, their reduction to social and psychological defects, as itself biased, whereas in their opinion an impartial science can just as well develop a coordinate system in which, as with the late Marburg psychologist Jentsch, the authoritarian personality would be the positive character type and the potentially free people who resist it would be decadent weaklings. 16. From here it is but a short step to a scientific attitude that is indifferent to the concept of truth and contents itself with the production of more or less harmonious classificatory systems that elegantly ensnare whatever is observed. The immanence of pathological opinion within so-called normal opinion is demonstrated graphically by the fact that, in crass contradiction to the official misrepresentation of a reasonable society of reasonable people, groundless and absurd ideas of every stripe are by no means the exception, and are by no means on the wane. More than half the population of the Federal Republic of Germany believes that there is something to the astrology that in the early days of the bourgeois age, when the methods of scientific critique were less developed than they are today, Leibniz already characterized as the only science for which he felt nothing but contempt. Exactly how many people still believe racial theories that have been refuted innumerable times, for instance, the conviction that certain distinctive marks on the skull coincide with character traits, probably cannot be ascertained, if only because of the prevailing fear in the Federal Republic of the outcome of such surveys, which leads to the result that they are not even undertaken. The conviction that rationality is normality is false. Under the spell of the tenacious irrationality of the whole, the very irrationality of people is normal. 17. This irrationality and the instrumental reason of their practical activity diverge widely, yet irrationality is constantly poised, ready in political attitudes to overflow even this instrumental reason. This touches upon one of the most serious of all difficulties encountered by the concept of public opinion in relation to private opinion. If public opinion legitimately exercises that control function that the theory of democratic society since Locke has attributed to it, then public opinion itself must be controllable in its truth. At present it is considered controllable only as the statistical mean value of the opinions of all individuals. In this mean value, the irrationality of that opinion, its arbitrary and objectively gratuitous element, necessarily returns. Therefore, it is precisely not that objective authority it claims to be according to its own concept, namely, a corrective to the fallible political actions of individuals. However, if instead of this one wanted to equate public opinion with what are called its organs, which are supposed to know and understand more, then the criterion of public opinion would be the very same control over the means of mass communication, the criticism of which is not the least important task of public opinion. 2. Equate public opinion with the very stratum of society that considers itself. The elite would be irresponsible, because in such a group the actual expertise, and hence the possibility of a judgment that is worth more than mere opinion, is indissolubly entangled within particular interests that elite perceives as though they were universal. The moment when an elite knows and declares itself as such, it already makes itself into the opposite of what it claims to be and draws irrational domination from circumstances that could grant it a good deal of rational insight. One may be an elite, for heaven's sake, but one should never feel like one. However, in view of such aporias, simply to delete the concept of public opinion, completely to renounce it, on the other hand, would mean losing an element that can still avert the worst in an antagonistic society as long as it stays this side of totalitarian. The revision of the Dreyfus trial, even the fall of the Minister of Culture in Lower Saxony because of the opposition by Göttingen students, would have been impossible without public opinion. 18 Especially in the Western countries, even in the age of the administered world, public opinion has preserved some of the function it had in the struggle against absolutism. Indeed, in Germany, where public opinion never really developed into the voice, however problematical, of an independent bourgeoisie, even now, when for the first time public opinion seems to be stirring more forcefully, it retains something of its old impotence. 19. The characteristic form of absurd opinion today is nationalism. With new virulence it infects the entire world, in a historical period where, because of the state of the technical forces of production and the potential definition of the Earth as a single planet, at least in the non-underdeveloped countries, nationalism has lost its real basis and has become the full-blown ideology it always has been. In private life, self-praise and anything resembling it is suspect, because such expressions reveal all too much the predominance of narcissism. The more individuals are caught up in themselves and the more fatally they pursue particular interests that are reflected in that narcissistic attitude, which in turn reinforces the rigid power of the interests, the more carefully this very principle must be concealed and misrepresented, so that, as the National Socialist slogan has it, service before self. 20 However, it is precisely this force of taboo on individual narcissism, its repression, that gives nationalism its pernicious power. The life of the collective has different ground rules than those at work in the relations between individuals. In every soccer match the local fans, flouting the rules of hospitality, shamelessly cheer on their own team. Anatole France, today so prone to being treated en canaille, and not without some justification, remarked in Penguin Island that each fatherland stands above all others in the world. 21 People would only need take the norms of bourgeois private life to heart and raise them to the level of society. But well-meaning recommendations in this vein overlook the fact that any transition of this kind is impossible under conditions that impose such privations on individuals, so constantly disappoint their individual narcissism, in reality damn them to such helplessness, that they are condemned to collective narcissism. As a compensation, collective narcissism then restores to them as individuals some of the self-esteem the same collective strips from them and that they hope to fully recover through their delusive identification with it. More than any other pathological prejudice, the belief in the nation as opinion as dire fate, the hypostasis of the group to which one just happens to belong, the place where one just happens to be, into an absolute good and superiority. It inflates into a moral maxim, that abominable wisdom born of emergency situations, that we are all in the same boat. It is just as ideological to distinguish healthy national sentiment from pathological nationalism as it is to believe in normal opinion in contrast to pathogenic opinion. The dynamic that leads from the supposedly healthy national sentiment into its overvalued excess is unstoppable, because its untruth is rooted in the person's act of identifying himself with the irrational nexus of nature and society in which he by chance finds himself. In view of all this, we are left with the dictum of Hegel, who already perceived the contradiction at the heart of the concept of public opinion, before it could fully unfold in reality. According to him, public opinion is to be both respected and disdained. This paradox stems not from the wavering indecisiveness of those who must reflect on opinion, but rather is immediately at one with the contradiction of reality toward which opinion is intended and from which opinion is produced. There is no freedom without an opinion that diverges from reality, but such divergence endangers freedom. The idea of the free expression of opinion, which indeed cannot be separated from the idea of a free society, necessarily becomes the right to propose, defend, and if possible successfully champion one's own opinion, even when it is false, mad, disastrous. Yet if for that reason one wanted to curb the right of free expression, then one would be heading explicitly for the kind of tyranny that lies implicitly within the logic of opinion itself. The antagonism within the concept of free expression boils down to the fact that the concept posits society as composed of free, equal, and emancipated people, whereas society's actual organization hinders all of that and produces and reproduces a condition of permanent regression among its subjects. The right to freely express one's opinion presumes an identity of the individual and his consciousness with the rational general interest, an identity that is hindered in the very world in which it is formally viewed as a given. Nowadays it is altogether problematical to oppose mere opinion in the name of truth, because a fatal elective affinity has been established between the former and reality, which in turn proves useful to the stubborn rigidity of opinion. Certainly the opinion of the fool who moves her bed around her bedroom in order to shield herself from the danger of evil rays is pathogenic, but the risk of exposure in a radioactively contaminated world has grown so great that the anxiety is belatedly honored by the same faculty of reason that eschews its psychotic character. The objective world is approaching the image persecution mania renders of it. The concept of persecution mania and pathological opinion as a whole are not spared the same tendency. Anyone who nowadays hopes to comprehend the pathogenic element of reality with the traditional categories of human understanding falls into the same irrationality he imagines himself to be protected from by his loyal adherence to healthy common sense. One may risk the general definition that pathological opinion is hardened opinion, reified consciousness, the damaged capacity for full experience. 22. The identification of doxa with mere subjective reason, repeated many times since the Platonic critique of the sophists, identifies only one aspect, opinion, and certainly the pathological kind, is always also a lack of subjectivity and allies itself with this weakness. This is clearly inscribed in the Platonic caricatures of the swaggering adversaries of Socrates. When the subject no longer has the strength of rational synthesis, or desperately denies it in the face of overwhelming power, then opinion settles in. And usually subjectivism does not count for much here. Rather, subjectivism is used almost automatically as an excuse by a consciousness that is precisely not the self-consciousness knowledge needs in order to become objective. What the subject, in the name of opinion, takes for his personal prerogative, is in every respect merely the reproduction of the objective relations in which he is entangled. The supposed opinion of the individual repeats the congealed opinion of everyone. To the subject, who has no genuine relation to the matter at hand, who recoils from its otherness and coldness, everything he says about it, both for the subject and in itself, becomes mere opinion, something that is reproduced and registered and could just as easily be otherwise. The subjectivistic reduction to the contingency of individual consciousness submits itself perfectly to a servile respect for an objectivity that lets such a consciousness stand unchallenged, and to which that consciousness still shows reverence in the assurance that whatever it thinks is not binding in view of the force of this objectivity. By its standard, reason is nothing at all. The contingent nature of opinion reflects the rift between the object and reason. The subject honors the elemental powers by degrading himself into his own contingency. For this reason, the condition of pathological opinion can hardly be changed by mere consciousness. The reification of the consciousness that deserts and defects to the world of things capitulates before that world and makes itself resemble it. The desperate conformity of the person who is unable to withstand the coldness and predominance of the world, except by outdoing it if possible, is grounded in the world that is reified, divested of the immediacy of human relations, dominated by the abstract principle of exchange. If there really is no correct life in the false life, then actually there can be no correct consciousness in it either. 23 False opinion cannot be transcended through intellectual rectification alone, but only concretely. A consciousness that, here and now, would completely renounce this hardening of opinion, which constitutes the pathological principle, would be just as problematic as the hardening itself. It would fall victim to the fleeting and unstructured alternation of ideas, that mollusk-like monstrosity that can be observed in many so-called sensitive people and that has not even attained the synthesis of rational insight that then freezes solid in reified consciousness. Such a, so to speak, paradisiacal consciousness would be a priori unequal to the reality it must come to know, and which is the hardness itself. Every instruction for attaining correct consciousness would be in vain. In reality, consciousness consists solely in the exertion of reflecting unceasingly upon itself and its aporias. The Anglo-Saxon form of the problem of opinion is the watering down of truth by skepticism. The objective knowledge of reality, and hence the question of how it is fashioned, is reduced to the epistemological subjects, and thus to the way in which their interests, not being reconciled in any objective general concept, should, according to the doctrine of liberalism, blindly reproduce the whole that at the same time they nonetheless continually threaten to tear apart. The latent, self-concealed subjectivism within the objective scientific mentality of the Anglo-Saxon cultural milieu coincides with the distrust of unbridled subjectivity and with the constant, already automatic, tendency to relativize knowledge by referring to its conditionedness in the epistemological subject. Strong effects defend consciousness from being reminded of its own subjectivism, from the fact that the position that one takes has no other source of legitimacy than what, in the final analysis, is immediately given to mere individuals, and hence, ultimately, merely opinion. The German temptation, if not that of all peoples who live east of the Mediterranean cultural sphere and were never fully Latinized, is the inviolate hardening of the idea of objective truth, which is thereby made into something that is no less subjective than opinion. The capitulation before facts not permeated by thought and the adaptation of thought to given reality in the West corresponds in Germany to the lack of self-reflection, the inexorability of megalomania. Both forms of consciousness, the one that bows before the facts and the other that mistakes itself for an overlord or creator of facts, are like the shattered halves of the truth that was not fulfilled in the world and the failure of which also affects thought. The truth cannot be patched together from its pieces. In effect, those pieces get along with each other fairly well. 24 Anyone who, in seeking out his spot in the world along with everyone else, leaves the world as it is, confirms it as the true reality, precisely as the law the world is and the imperious mind imagines itself to be. Traditional German metaphysics, and the spirit that produced it and in which it lives on, latches onto the truth and tendentiously counterfeits it into an arbitrary opinion, an eternal pars pro toto. Positivism sabotages truth by reducing it to so-called mere opinion and, because nothing remains for it but opinion, sides with it. In both cases nothing helps but the unwavering exertion of critique. Truth has no place other than the will to resist the lie of opinion. 25. Thought, and probably not just contemporary thought, proves itself in the liquidation of opinion, literally the dominant opinion. This opinion is not due simply to people's inadequate knowledge but rather is imposed upon them by the overall structure of society and hence by relations of domination. How widespread these relations are provides an initial index of falsity. It shows how far the control of thought through domination extends. Its signature is banality. The belief that the banal is something self-evident, and hence unproblematic, and that levels of more sophisticated differentiation rise above it is itself a part of opinion that must be liquidated. The banal cannot be true. Whatever is universally accepted by people living under false social conditions already contains ideological monstrosity prior to any particular content, because it reinforces the belief that these conditions are supposedly their own. A crust of reified opinions, banality, shields the status quo and its law. To defend oneself against it is not yet the truth and may easily enough deteriorate into abstract negation, but it is the agent of the process without which there is no truth. The force of thought, however, is measured by the extent to which, in its effort to liquidate opinion, thought does not gratify itself all too easily by sharpening only its outward edge. It should resist as well the opinion within itself, namely, the momentarily prevailing position or tendency, and that, in the stage of total societalization, also includes anyone who passionately struggles against it. Societalization constitutes within thought this element of opinion thought must reflect about, whose limitedness it must explode. Everything within thought that repeats a position without reflecting upon it, like those who, from the very beginning share an author's opinion, is bad. In this attitude, thought is brought to a standstill, degraded into the mere recital of what is accepted, and becomes untrue. For the thought expresses something it has not permeated yet, as though it had reached its own conclusion. There is no thought in which the remnants of opinion do not inhere. They are at once both necessary and extrinsic to it. It is the nature of thought to remain loyal to itself by negating itself in these moments. That is the critical form of thought. Critical thought alone, not thought's complacent agreement with itself, may help bring about change. Cf. Max Horkheimer, Die Aktualität Schopenhauers, in Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno, Sociologica 2, Reden und Vorträge, 2d ed. Frankfurt, Europäische Verlagsanstalt, 1967, 124 ff. Translator's note. English. Schopenhauer Today, in the Critical Spirit. Essays in honor of Herbert Marcuse, eds. Kurt H. Wolff and Barrington Moore, Jr. Boston. Beacon Press, 1967, 55, 71. B. Cf. Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno, Dialectic der Aufklärung, Amsterdam. Carrido, 1947, 220 ff. Translator's note. References to the chapter, Elements of Antisemitism, Limits of Enlightenment, in Dialectic of Enlightenment by Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno, trans. John Cumming, New York. Continuum, 1989. 168–208. Cf. Theodor W. Adorno, Aberglaubhaus Zweiter Hand, in Sociologica 2, 142 ff. Now NGS. 8–147 ff. Translator's note. Original English version, The Stars Down to Earth. The Los Angeles Times Astrology Column. A Study in Secondary Superstition. Jahrbuch für Amerikastudien, 2. 1957, 19–88. Reprinted in Telos 19. Spring 1974, 13–90. The complete original study is now in GS 9.2, 7–142 and was reprinted in Theodor W. Adorno, The Stars Down to Earth and Other Essays on the Irrational in Culture, ed. Stephen Crook, London, New York, Routledge, 1994. D. Arthur Schnitzler, Bemerkungen aus dem Nachlass, in Die Neue Rundschau 73, 1962, 350. E. Cf. Ideologie, in Institut für Sozialforschung, Soziologische Exkurs, nach Vorträgen und Diskussionen, Frankfurt, Europäische Verlagsanstalt, 1956, 162 ff. Cf. The Meaning of Working Through the Past, Catchwords Critical Models 2. Introduction. Catchwords may be considered the second part of interventions. If possible, there is here an even greater tension between so-called philosophical and currently topical subjects, if that traditional distinction still has any meaning at all. The Notes on Philosophical Thinking offer reflection upon the procedure that can provide an introduction to the content of thought. 1. Reason and Revelation formed the basis for a discussion with Eugen Kogon in Munster. Its theses helped to protect the author's critique of positivism from reactionary misunderstanding. Progress, with all the deficiencies of a preliminary study, belongs within the complex of negative dialectics. 2. The Gloss on Personality sketches a concise model of the relationship of traditional categories to their downfall. It is connected with the text on progress. Free Time is a resume, comparable to that on the culture industry in Ona Lit Bid. 3. The two essays on pedagogy were freely improvised and do not try to deny it. What was said about the teaching vocation in 1965 has only now gained its full relevance. The author was unable to revise the essay on Auschwitz and had to content himself with removing the crudest deficiencies of expression. Where the text speaks of the most extreme things, of harrowing death, the form arouses shame, as though it were sinning against the suffering by unavoidably reducing it to so much available material. Many phenomena of neobarbarism could be understood under this aspect. The invasion of inhumanity into sequestered culture transforms culture itself, which must defend its sublimations, into something brutish as soon as it takes up the defense, by remaining gentle. Culture denies the real brutality. With a logic immanent to spirit, the terror that temporarily culminated in Auschwitz brings about the regression of spirit. It is impossible to write stylistically well about Auschwitz. One must renounce subtle nuances in order to remain faithful to the emotional impulses underlying them, and yet with this renunciation one in turn falls in with the universal regression. It must be strongly emphasized that education after Auschwitz can succeed only in a global situation that no longer produces the conditions and the people that bear the responsibility for Auschwitz. This global situation has not yet changed, and it is unfortunate that those who desire the transformation obstinately refuse this idea. In On the Question, What is German?, the author attempted to use the currently all too popular Brechtian expression, to refunction a question that was put to him. For this work should be considered together with the essay on scientific experiences in America. The latter concerns the subjective side of the author's controversy with positivism as well, the dialectical epilegomena, which directly pertain to negative dialectics, were intended for a lecture course in the summer semester of 1969, which was disrupted and had to be discontinued. 5. What is said about theory and praxis brings together, intentionally, philosophical speculation, and drastic experience. The title catchwords alludes to the encyclopedic form that, unsystematically, discontinuously, presents what the unity of experience crystallizes into a constellation. Thus the technique of a small volume with somewhat arbitrarily chosen catchwords perhaps might make conceivable a new dictionnaire philosophique. The association with polemics that the title conveys is a welcome one to the author. June 1969. Notes on Philosophical Thinking, dedicated to Herbert Marcuse on his 70th birthday. 1. If one is obliged to say something about philosophical thinking, stopping in mid-stride as it were, and not wanting to slip into the arbitrary, then one should confine oneself to just a single aspect. Therefore I want only to recount a few things I believe I have observed in my own thinking, without going into the question of what thinking is in general or into the psychology of thought. In this regard it is useful to separate philosophical thinking from what is thought, from its contents. This brings me into conflict with Hegel's unsurpassed insight into philosophical thinking. According to him, the fissure between what is thought and how it is thought constitutes precisely the error, that bad abstraction it is the task of philosophy to correct by its own means. 2. It is ironic that philosophy so easily arouses the fury of common sense by being mistaken for the very abstractness it struggles against. It is certainly better, as in pre-philosophical knowledge so in philosophy, not to proceed without a measure of autonomy of thought in relation to its subject matter. The logical apparatus owes its immeasurable improvement beyond primitive consciousness to this autonomy. It contains, intensified, at the level of content, the force of enlightenment that marks the historical development of philosophy. 3. Yet as it became autonomous and developed into an apparatus, thinking also became the prey of reification and congealed into a high-handed method. 4. Cybernetic machines are a crude example of this. They graphically demonstrate to people the nullity of formalized thinking, abstracted from its contents insofar as such machines perform better than thinking subjects much of what used to be the proud achievement of the method of subjective reason. Should thinking subjects passionately transform themselves into the instruments of such formalization, then they virtually cease being subjects. They approach the machine in the guise of its imperfect replica. Philosophical thinking begins as soon as it ceases to content itself with cognitions that are predictable and from which nothing more emerges than what had been placed there beforehand. The humane significance of computers would be to unburden the thinking of living beings to the extent that thought would gain the freedom to attain a knowledge that is not already implicit in Kant thinking according to its narrow, subjective concept, that is, divorced from the objective rules of logical thought, appears under the name of spontaneity. 5. According to him, thinking is first of all an activity, such as registered by naive consciousness when it distinguishes sensory intuitions, the impressions that seem to be granted to the individual, without any exertion on his part, from the experience of the strenuous activity that is involved in thinking. However, Kant's greatness, his ability to subject even his own so-called fundamental positions to a tenacious critique, proved true not least of all when, completely befitting the actual nature of thinking, he did not simply equate spontaneity, which for him is thinking, with conscious activity. The definitive, constitutive achievements of thinking were for him not the same as acts of thought within the already constituted world. Their fulfillment is hardly present to self-consciousness. The illusion of naive realism, the view that in experience one is dealing with things in themselves, is based, as one could read in Kant, also on the following: the acts through which consciousness in anticipation forms the sensible material are not yet conscious to it as acts, that is their depth. Thoroughly passive. 6. This idea is characterized system immanently by the fact that the I think, which must be able to accompany all of my representations, the formula for defining spontaneity, signifies nothing more than that there exists a unity of subjective, indeed personal, consciousness, and thus that, with all the difficulties involved, it is my representation, which can be replaced by that of no other. No one can reproduce the pain of another in one's own imagination. The transcendental apperception comes down to the same thing. 7. Defined by its mere affiliation, the I think itself becomes a passive entity, completely distinct from the active reflection upon a my. Kant thus captured the passive moment in the activity of thinking faithfully, just as even in his most precarious propositions his impressive honesty constantly attends to what presents itself in the phenomena. The critique of pure reason is already, in the sense in which Hegel later entitled his analysis of consciousness, a phenomenology of spirit. Thinking in the conventional sense of this activity is only one aspect of spontaneity and hardly the central one, and in fact is localized solely within the region of what is already constituted, correlative to the world of things. At the level Kant calls the transcendental, activity and passivity are by no means administratively separated from each other in the way suggested by the external architecture of the philosophical work. This passive moment conceals the fact, which Kant did not mention, that what is apparently independent, the originary apperception, is actually dependent upon the objective realm, however undetermined it may be, and which in the Kantian system took refuge in the doctrine of the thing in itself situated beyond experience. No objectivity of thinking as an act would be possible at all if thinking in itself, according to its own form, were not bound to what is not itself properly thinking. This is where one must seek and work out what is enigmatic in thinking. 8. Where thinking is truly productive, where it creates, it is also always a reacting. Passivity lies at the heart of the active moment. The ego models itself on the non-ego. Something of this still affects the empirical form of philosophical thinking. In order to be productive, thinking must always be determined from its subject matter. This is thinking's passivity. Its efforts coincide with its capacity for such passivity. Psychology calls this object relation, or object cathexis. 9. However, it extends far beyond the psychological dimension of the thought process. Objectivity, the truth of thoughts, depends on their relation to the subject matter. From the subjective point of view, philosophical thinking is incessantly confronted with the necessity of proceeding via its own internal logical consistency and, nevertheless, also of accepting what is different from it and what is not a priori subject to its own lawfulness. Thinking as a subjective act must initially surrender itself to the subject matter, even when, as Kant and the idealists taught, thinking constitutes or indeed even produces its subject matter. Thinking still depends on the subject matter even when the concept of a subject matter is problematic and thinking alleges that it first establishes it. 10. There is hardly a stronger argument for the fragile primacy of the object and for its being conceivable only in the reciprocal mediation of subject and object than that thinking must snuggle up to an object, even when it does not yet have such an object, even intends to produce it. 11. In Kant, such factuality of method finds its expression in the content. It is true that his thought is indeed directed toward the forms of the subject, yet it seeks its goal in the definition of objectivity. Despite the Copernican turn, and thanks to it, Kant inadvertently confirms the primacy of the object. 12. The act of thinking can no more be reduced to a psychological process than to a timelessly pure, formal logic. Thinking is a mode of comportment, and its relation to the subject matter with which it comports itself is indispensable. The active moment of the thinking process is concentration. It struggles against whatever might distract it from the matter at hand. Concentration mediates the exertions of the ego through what is opposed to it. Hostile to thought is avidity, the distracted gaze out past the window that wants nothing to escape it. Theological traditions such as that of the Talmud have warned of it. The concentration of thought bestows upon productive thinking a quality the cliché denies it. Not unlike so-called artistic inspiration, it lets itself be directed, to the extent that nothing distracts it from the matter at hand. The subject matter opens up to patience, the virtue of thinking. The saying, genius is diligence, 13 has its truth not in a slavish drudgery but rather in this patience toward the subject matter. The passive connotation of the word patience expresses well the nature of this behavior. Neither zealous bustling about nor stubborn obsession but rather the long and uncoercive gaze upon the object. The current scientific and scholarly discipline requires that the subject disengage itself for the sake of a naively imputed primacy of the subject matter. 14 Philosophy contradicts this. Thinking should not reduce itself to method. Truth is not the residue that remains after the subject has been eradicated. Rather, it must incorporate all innervation and experience into the contemplation of the subject matter in order, according to its ideal, to vanish within it. Mistrust of this is the current avatar of hostility toward thinking. It fastens upon reflective thinking in the narrower sense, which reveals itself to be useful, not through zeal but by dint of its dimension of passivity and concentration. Its calmness retains something of that happiness the conventional notion of thinking finds unbearable. 15 The Americans have their own pejorative expression for this. Armchair thinking, the behavior of one who comfortably sits in an easy chair like a friendly and superfluous grandfather, enjoying his retirement, yet the malicious resentment against the person who sits and thinks has its detestable justification. Frequently such thinking behaves as if it had no material. It plunges into itself as though into a sphere of alleged purity. Hegel denounces this sphere as empty profundity. 16 The chimera of a being that is not commandeered or defiled by anything concrete is finally nothing other than the mirror reflection of a thinking in itself, completely indeterminate and formal. It condemns thinking to the parody of the wise man gazing at his navel. It falls prey to an archaism that by undertaking to save for philosophical thinking its specific object, which should not at any price be an object, forfeits the moment of the subject matter itself. The non-identical wisdom today simulates a historically irretrievable agrarian form of spirit, cast from the same mold as those sculptures that mime originality by practicing a proto-historical naivete, and by this ceremony hope to attain an ancient verity that never existed and that nowadays the late industrial world supplies only all too faithfully. 17 The synthetic archaism of philosophizing will fare no better than the plaster of Paris classicism of Canova and Thorwaldsen compared to the Attic classics. 18 But there is just as little ground for transforming reflective thinking into a form of indirect practical activity that would only foster, from a societal perspective, the repression of thinking. It is characteristic that independent academic institutions were established, reactively, to offer those appointed to them the opportunity to meditate. Without a contemplative moment, praxis degenerates into conceptless activity, but meditation as a carefully tended special sphere, severed from possible praxis, would hardly be better. Certainly reflective thinking has not been described accurately enough. Most likely it should be called expansive concentration. By gauging its subject matter, and it alone, thinking becomes aware of what within the matter extends beyond what was previously thought and thereby breaks open the fixed purview of the subject matter. For its part, the subject matter can also be extremely abstract and mediated. Its nature should not be prejudged by a surreptitiously introduced concept of concretion. The cliché that thinking is a purely logical and rigorous development from a single proposition fully warrants every reservation. Philosophical reflection must fracture the so-called train of thought that is unrefractedly expected from thinking. Thoughts that are true must incessantly renew themselves in the experience of the subject matter, which nonetheless first determines itself in those thoughts. The strength to do that, and not the measuring out and marking off of conclusions, is the essence of philosophical rigor. Truth is a constantly evolving constellation, not something running continuously and automatically, in which the subject's role would be rendered not only easier, but, indeed, dispensable. The fact that no philosophical thinking of quality allows of concise summary, that it does not accept the usual scientific distinction between process and result. Hegel, as is known, conceived truth as process and result in 119, renders this experience palpably clear. 20. Philosophical thoughts that can be reduced to their skeleton or their net profit are of no worth. That countless philosophical treatises are Philistine, and could not care less about being so, is more than just an aesthetic shortcoming. It is the index of their own falsity. Where philosophical thought, even in important texts, falls behind the ideal of its constant renewal through the subject matter itself, it is defeated. To think philosophically means as much as to think intermittences, to be interrupted by that which is not the thought itself. In emphatic thinking, the analytic judgments it unavoidably must use become false. The force of thinking, not to swim with its own current, is the strength of resistance to what has been previously thought. Emphatic thinking requires the courage to stand by one's convictions. The individual who thinks must take a risk, not exchange or buy anything on faith. That is the fundamental experience of the doctrine of autonomy. Without risk, without the imminent possibility of error, there is objectively no truth. 21. Most stupidity in thinking takes shape where that courage, which is immanent to thinking and which perpetually stirs within it, is suppressed. Stupidity is nothing privative, not the simple absence of mental ability, but rather the scar of its mutilation. Nietzsche's pathos knew that his imperialistically adventurous slogan about the dangerous life basically meant instead to think dangerously, to spur on thought, to shrink back from nothing in the experience of the matter, not to be intimidated by any convention of received thought. 22. Autarkic logical consistency, however, from its societal perspective has not least of all the function of hindering this idea. Wherever thinking today exercises an emphatic and not an agitating influence, this is probably not to be ascribed to individual qualities like talent or intelligence. The reasons are objective. One of them, for instance, is that the thinking person, favored by biographical circumstances, did not allow his vulnerable thinking to be completely extirpated by the control mechanisms. Science needs the person who has not obeyed it. What satisfies his spirit is what defames science, the memento of obtuseness, to which science inevitably condemns itself and for which it feels a preconscious sense of shame. The mode of philosophical thinking is affected by the fact that in it the relationship between process and subject matter qualitatively diverges from that in the positive sciences. In a certain sense, philosophical thinking continually attempts to express experiences. Indeed, they are in no way adequately covered by the empirical concept of experience. Understanding philosophy means assuring oneself of this experience by reflecting on a problem autonomously and yet always remaining in the closest contact with the problem in its given configuration. With every expectation of cheap ridicule, one could say that philosophical thought is so constituted that it tends to have its results before it has thought them. 23. One may radically distrust the Heideggerian philology and yet not disavow that reflective thinking, as opposed to thinking, linguistically refers to the idea of philosophical construction as one of reconstruction. 24 In this lies at once also the worst temptation, that of apologetics, of rationalization, of the justification of blindly professed convictions and opinions. The thema, probandum, is just as much the truth and untruth of thinking. It relinquishes its untruth insofar as it attempts, through negation, to follow its experience. Inadequate philosophical thinking is not only critical of the status quo and its reified replica in consciousness but is equally critical of itself. It does justice to the experience animating it not through compliant codification, but rather by means of objectification. Whoever thinks philosophically hardens intellectual experience by the same logical consistency whose antithesis he wields. Otherwise intellectual experience would remain rhapsodic. Only in this way does reflective thought become more than a repetitive presentation of what is experienced. Its rationality, as a critical one, transcends rationalization. Nonetheless, to him who observes it in itself, philosophical thinking seems to make possible the knowledge of what he wants to learn, and only to the extent that he really knows what he wants to learn. 25 This self-experience of thinking contradicts the Kantian limitation, his intention of using thought to lessen thought's power. It also answers the sinister question, how one could think what one thinks and yet live, precisely by thinking it. Cogito, ergo sum. Because the discipline of philosophical thinking manifests itself at first in the formulation of the problem, presentation in philosophy constitutes an indispensable aspect of the subject matter. 26 Probably this is also why cogent solutions that occur to the thinker do not emerge like the sums from a difficult addition, after the line has been drawn and the figures tallied. That much is legitimate in idealism, but it distorts the characteristic nature of philosophical thought into hubris by claiming that, because truth does not join thought externally, the latter is identical with this very truth itself. Philosophy's power of attraction, its happiness, is the fact that even the desperate thought conveys something of this certainty about the product of thinking, a final trace of the ontological proof of God, possibly its ineradicable core. 27 The notion of someone who sits down and reflects about something in order to ascertain something he did not know beforehand is as distorted as the inverse idea of winged intuition. Thinking begins in the labor upon a subject matter in its verbal formulation. They ensure its passive element. Put extremely, I do not think, and yet that itself is surely thinking. 28 A not wholly inappropriate material sign for it would be the pencil or fountain pen one holds in the hand while thinking, as is said of Simmel or of Husserl, who apparently couldn't think at all except while writing, similar to how the best thoughts come to many writers while they are writing. Such instruments, which one doesn't even need to use practically, are an admonishment that one should not just up and start thinking, but rather think of something. For this reason texts to be interpreted and criticized are an invaluable support for the objectivity of thought. Benjamin once alluded to this with the dictum that to every respectable thought belongs a respectable portion of stupidity as well. 29 If thought avoids this dictum for the sake of the chimera of its primordiality, if it scents in every concrete object at once the danger of concretization, 30. Then the thought is not only lost to the future, which would be no objection, almost the contrary, but in itself it will be unconvincing. Yet it is therefore all the more decisive that those very tasks, the fecundity of which determines in turn the fecundity of thought, are autonomous, that they not be imposed but pose themselves. This is the threshold separating thinking from intellectual technique. Thinking must desperately navigate between such intellectual technique and amateurish dilettantism. Amateurish is the thinking that completely ignores the intellectual division of labor, instead of respecting and transcending it. A naive, fresh beginning stultifies thought no less than does a fervid conformity to the division of labor. Philosophy that, to speak with Kant, would do justice to its cosmical concept, would raise itself above its conception as a specialized science. According to Kant, its scholastic concept that a priori is incompatible with its proper concept 31, no less than above the prattle about worldviews that derives the illusion of its superiority from the pitiful meagerness of the leftovers from specialized knowledge out of which it makes its own specialty. Resistance to the decline of reason would mean for philosophical thinking, without regard for established authority and especially that of the human sciences, that it immerse itself in the material contents in order to perceive in them, not beyond them, their truth content. That would be, today, the freedom of thinking. It would become true where it is freed from the curse of labor and comes to rest in its object. Reason and revelation. 1. The dispute regarding revelation was fought out in the 18th century. It ended in a negative resolution and during the 19th century actually fell into oblivion. Its revival today owes more than a little to that oblivion. Because of this revival, however, the critic of revelation at the outset finds himself in a difficult position, and he would do well to describe it lest he become its victim. If one repeats the rather comprehensive catalogue of arguments made during the Enlightenment, then one opens oneself up to the reproach of being eclectic, of relying on old truisms that no longer interest anyone. If one finds reassurance in the thought that the religion of revelation at that time could not withstand critique, then one is suspected of old-fashioned rationalism. There is a widely accepted habit of thinking these days that, instead of objectively reflecting about truth and falsity, shifts the decision onto the age as such and even plays a more remote, historical past against a more recent one. If one does not want either to fall under the sway of the notion that whatever has long been well known is for that reason false, or to accommodate oneself to the current religious mood, that, as peculiar as it is understandable, coincides with the prevailing positivism, then one would do best to remember Benjamin's infinitely ironic description of theology, which today, as we know, is wizened and has to keep out of sight. A nothing of theological content will persist without being transformed. Every content will have to put itself to the test of migrating into the realm of the secular, the profane. In contrast to the richly and concretely developed religious imagination of old, the currently prevailing opinion, which claims that the life and experience of people, their immanence, is a kind of glass case, through whose walls one can gaze upon the eternally immutable ontological stock of a philosophia or religio perennis, is itself an expression of a state of affairs in which the belief in revelation is no longer substantially present in people and in the organization of their relationships and can be maintained only through a desperate abstraction. What counts in the endeavors of ontology today, its attempt to leap without mediation out of the ongoing nominalistic situation into realism, the world of ideas in themselves, which then for its part is rendered into a product of mere subjectivity, of so-called decision, namely, an arbitrary act. All this is also in large measure valid for the closely related turn toward positive religion. 2. Those in the 18th century who defended faith in revelation maintained a fundamentally different position than do those who defend it today, just as in general the same ideas can acquire extremely divergent meanings according to their respective historical moments. At that time a scholastic concept, which was inherited from the tradition and more or less supported by the authority of society, was being defended against the attack by an autonomous ratio that refuses to accept anything other than what stands up to examination on its own terms. Such a defense against ratio had to be carried out with rational means and was in this respect, as Hegel pronounced in the Phenomenology, hopeless from the very start. With the means of argumentation it used, the very defense already assumed the principle that belonged to its adversary. 1. Today the turn toward faith in revelation is a desperate reaction to just these very means, to ratio. The irresistible progress of ratio is seen solely in negative terms, and revelation is invoked so as to halt what Hegel calls the fury of destruction, too, because supposedly it would be a good thing to have revelation. Doubts about the possibility of such a restoration are muffled by appealing to the consensus of all the others who also would like it. Today it is no longer at all unmodern to believe in God, a lady once told me whose family had returned to the religion of her childhood after a stormy Enlightenment intermezzo. In the best case, that is, where it is not just a question of imitation and conformity, it is desire that produces such an attitude. It is not the truth and authenticity of the revelation that are decisive, but rather the need for guidance, the confirmation of what is already firmly established, and also the hope that by means of a resolute decision alone one could breathe back that meaning into the disenchanted world under whose absence we have been suffering so long, as though we were mere spectators, staring at something meaningless. It seems to me that the religious renaissances of today are philosophy of religion, not religion. In any case, here they concur with the apologetics of the 18th and early 19th centuries in that they strive through rational reflection to conjure up its opposite, but now they apply rational reflection to ratio itself with a mounting willingness to strike out at it and with a tendency toward obscurantism that is far more vicious than all the restrained orthodoxy of the earlier period, because it does not completely believe in itself. 3. The new religious attitude is that of the convert, even among those who do not formally convert or who simply support emphatically whatever seems sanctioned as the religion of the fathers, as well as what with fatherly authority since time immemorial, and even in Kierkegaard's understanding of the individual, help to suppress through intimidation the rising doubt. 4. 3. The sacrifice of the intellect that once, in Pascal or Kierkegaard, was made by the most progressive consciousness and at no less a cost than one's entire life has since then become socialized, and whoever makes this sacrifice no longer feels any burden of fear or trembling. No one would have reacted to it with more indignation than Kierkegaard himself, because too much thinking, an unwavering autonomy, hinders the conformity to the administered world and causes suffering. Countless people project this suffering imposed on them by society onto reason as such. According to them, it is reason that has brought suffering and disaster into the world. The dialectic of enlightenment, which in fact must also name the price of progress, all the ruin wrought by rationality in the form of the increasing domination of nature, is, as it were, broken off too early, following the model of a condition that is blindly self-enclosed and hence appears to block the exit. Convulsively, deliberately, one ignores the fact that the excess of rationality, about which the educated class especially complains, and which it registers in concepts like mechanization, atomization, indeed, even de-individualization, is a lack of rationality, namely, the increase of all apparatuses and means of quantifiable domination at the cost of the goal. The rational organization of mankind, which is left abandoned to the unreason of mere constellations of power, an unreason that consciousness, dulled by constantly having to consider the existing positive relations and conditions, no longer dares rise to engage at all. Certainly a ratio that does not wantonly absolutize itself as a rigid means of domination requires self-reflection, some of which is expressed in the need for religion today. 5. But this self-reflection cannot stop at the mere negation of thought by thought itself, a kind of mythical sacrifice, and cannot realize itself through a leap that would all too closely resemble the politics of catastrophe. On the contrary, reason must attempt to define rationality itself, not as an absolute, regardless of whether it is then posited or negated, but rather as a moment within the totality, though admittedly even this moment has become independent in relation to the totality. 6. Rationality must become cognizant of its own natural essence. Although not unknown to the great religions, precisely this theme requires secularization today if isolated and inflated, it is not to further that very darkening of the world it wants to exorcise. 4. The Renaissance of revealed religion particularly enjoys appealing to the concept of bonds that it claims are necessary. As it were, one relies on a precarious autonomy only then to choose the heteronomous. But these days, despite all the world's profanity, there are too many bonds rather than too few. The massive concentration of economic powers, and consequently of political and administrative ones as well, to a large extent reduces every individual into a mere functionary of the machinery. Individuals are probably much more connected today than in the era of high liberalism, when they had not yet called for bonds. Their need for bonds is therefore increasingly a need for a spiritual and intellectual reduplication and justification of an authority that is nonetheless already present. The talk of transcendental homelessness, 7, which once expressed the distress of the individual within individualistic society, has become ideology, has become a pretext for bad collectivism that, as long as no authoritarian state is available, relies on other institutions with supra-individualist pretensions. The disparity between societal power and societal impotence, increasing beyond measure, extends into the weakening of the inner composition of the ego, so that finally the ego cannot endure without identifying itself with the very thing that condemns it to impotence. Only weakness seeks bonds. The urge for bonds, which exalts itself as though it had relinquished the restrictions of egoism, of mere individual interest, in truth is not oriented toward the humane. On the contrary, it capitulates before the inhumane. Certainly underlying this is the illusion society needs and reinforces with all its conceivable means, that the subject, that people are incapable of humanity, the desperate fetishization of presently existing relations. The religious theme of the corruption of the human species since Adam's fall appears in a new guise, radically secularized already in Hobbes, distorted in the service of evil itself. Because it is supposedly impossible for people to establish a just order, the existing unjust order is commended to them. What Thomas Mann, in speaking against Spengler, called the defeatism of humanity has expanded universally. 8. The turn toward transcendence functions as a screen image for imminent societal hopelessness. Intrinsic to it is the willingness to leave the world as it is, because the world could not possibly be different. The real determining model of this behavior is the division of the world into two colossal blocks that rigidly oppose and reciprocally threaten one another, and every individual, with destruction. 9. The extreme inner-worldly fear of this situation, because there is nothing discernible that might lead beyond it, is hypostatized as an existential or, indeed, a transcendental anxiety. The victories that revealed religion gains in the name of such anxiety are Pyrrhic. If religion is accepted for the sake of something other than its own truth content, then it undermines itself. The fact that recently the positive religions have so willingly engaged in this and at times compete with other public institutions testifies only to the desperation that latently inheres in their own positivity. 5. The irrationalism of revealed religion today is expressed in the central status of the concept of religious paradox. It is enough here merely to recall dialectical theology. Even it is not a theological invariant but has its historical status. What the apostle in the age of the Hellenistic Enlightenment called a folly for the Greeks and what now demands the abdication of reason was not always so. At its medieval height, Christian revealed religion defended itself powerfully against the doctrine of the two types of truth by claiming that the doctrine was self-destructive. High scholasticism, and especially the Summa of St. Thomas, have their force and dignity in the fact that, without absolutizing the concept of reason, they never condemned it. Theology went so far only in the age of nominalism, particularly with Luther. The Thomistic doctrine reflected not merely the feudal order of its epoch, which indeed had already become problematical, but also accorded with the most advanced developments in science at the time. But once faith no longer accords with knowledge, or at least no longer exists in productive tension with it, it forfeits the quality of binding power. That character of necessitation, Kant subsequently set out to save in the Moral Law as a secularization of the authority of faith. 10. Why one should adopt that particular faith and not another. Nowadays consciousness can find no other justification than simply its own need, which does not warrant truth. In order that I be able to adopt the revealed faith, it must acquire an authority in relation to my reason that would already presuppose that I have adopted the faith, an inescapable circle. If, as high scholastic doctrine maintains, my will is added as an express condition of faith, then one does not escape the circle. Will itself would be possible only where the conviction about the contents of belief already exists, that is, precisely that which can be gained only by an act of will. If religion at last is no longer folk religion, no longer substantial in the Hegelian sense 11, if it ever was that at all, then it becomes something taken up contingently, an authoritarian view of the world, in which compulsion and caprice intertwine. It was insight into this situation that probably induced the theology of Judaism to stipulate virtually no dogmas and to demand nothing but that people live according to the law. What is called Tolstoy's primitive Christianity is presumably something very similar. Even if this allows the antinomy of knowledge and faith to be circumvented and the very alienation between the religious precept and the subject to be bridged, the contradiction continues to operate implicitly. For the question of where the authority of doctrine comes from was not resolved but rather removed as soon as the Haggadah element had dissociated itself completely from the Halacha element. The excision of the objective element from religion is no less harmful to it than the reification that aims to impose dogma, the objectivity of faith, inflexibly and antirationally upon the subject. The objective element, however, no longer can be asserted because it would have to submit itself to the criterion of objectivity, of knowledge, whose claim it arrogantly rejects. 6. In the wake of the general reductive neutralization of everything intellectual and spiritual to the level of mere culture during the last 150 years, the contradiction is hardly felt anymore between traditional revealed religion and knowledge, rather both simply exist side by side as branches of the culture industry, something like the rubrics, medicine, radio, television, religion come one after another in magazines. 12. However, the exorbitant demand that revealed religion has made upon consciousness since the Enlightenment has not diminished but, on the contrary, has increased immeasurably. The reason why no one speaks of it anymore can be explained by the fact that it is no longer possible to bring the two together at all. Attempts to transfer the critical results of modern science into religion, which, for example, particularly flourish on the borders of quantum physics, are rash. Here one should consider not only the geocentric and anthropocentric character of the great traditional religions, which stands in the starkest opposition to the present status of cosmology, whereby this crass incongruity, namely, the ridiculousness of a confrontation of religious doctrine with the findings of the natural sciences in general, is often used in order to ridicule the confrontation itself for being primitive and crude. There once was a time when religion, with good reason, was not so discriminating. It insisted upon its truth even in the cosmological sense, because it knew that its claim to that truth could not be separated from its material and concrete contents without incurring damage. As soon as religion abandons its factual content, it threatens to vanish into mere symbolism, and that imperils the very existence of its truth claim. 13. Perhaps more decisive, however, is the rupture between the social model of the great religions and the society of today. The great religions were modeled upon the transparent relations of the primary community, or at most the simple economy of goods. 14. A Jewish poet once wrote quite rightly that a village air suffuses Judaism and Christianity. 15. This cannot be overlooked without violently reinterpreting the religious doctrinal content. Christianity is not equally close to all ages, and human beings are not affected timelessly by what they once perceived as good tidings. The concept of daily bread, born from the experience of deprivation under the conditions of uncertain and insufficient material production, cannot simply be translated into the world of bread factories and surplus production, in which famines are natural catastrophes wrought by society and precisely not by nature. Or, the concept of the neighbor refers to communities where people know each other face to face. Helping one's neighbors, no matter how urgent this remains in a world devastated by those natural catastrophes produced by society, is insignificant in comparison with a praxis that extends beyond every mere immediacy of human relationships, in comparison with a transformation of the world that one day would put an end to the natural catastrophes of society. Were one to remove phrases such as these from the gospel as irrelevant, while presuming to preserve the revealed doctrines and yet express them as they supposedly should be understood hic et nunc, then one would fall into a dichotomy of bad alternatives. Either revealed doctrines must be adapted to contemporary circumstances that would be incompatible with the authority of revelation, or contemporary reality would be confronted with demands that are unrealizable or that fall short of their most essential concern, the real suffering of people. Yet if one were simply to disregard all these concrete, socio-historically mediated conditions and to heed literally the Kierkegaardian dictum that holds that Christianity is nothing other than a nota bene, namely, the nota bene that God once became man without that moment entering consciousness as such, that is, as a concretely historical moment, then in the name of a paradoxical purity revealed religion would dissolve into something completely indeterminate, a nothingness that could hardly be distinguished from religion's liquidation. 16. Anything more than this nothingness would lead immediately to the insoluble, and it would be a mere ruse of imprisoned consciousness to transfigure into a religious category this very insolubility itself, the failure of finite man, whereas it instead attests to the present impotence of religious categories. Therefore, I see no other possibility than an extreme ascesis toward any type of revealed faith, an extreme loyalty to the prohibition of images, far beyond what this once originally meant.